All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. It is great to see you guys here again today. Another special show. Kind of skipped the morning show so we could do this because it's going to take a little longer than what we would normally run. We are back in Idaho, guys, reviewing the rest of these documents, breaking them down, and having an open discussion in regards to those and everything else going on. So, thank you guys so much for joining us as we do this. Please share this out. Make sure you hit that like button when you pop on in here, guys. Very much appreciate that. It puts it in the algorithm so everybody can see it. And don't forget, again, to share it out. Let everybody know what we're doing in here as we do this. Everybody else, welcome. Great to have you all back again today, guys. And we will see you all very soon. Let's get this show on the road. All right. Hey, and welcome back again. Great to see you guys. Thank you guys so much for joining us as we do this breakdown, discussion, and review of the new Idaho documents. So many dropping every day, or every few days they drop, and there's every time they drop a new document, there's more questions to ask that we have a hard time answering, I guess you could say. Come on in and grab a seat, guys. I hope you're all having an amazing start to your day. I got to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, because we got people from everywhere. Whatever it is, wherever you are, I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you guys. I love doing this with you guys every day. I promise. So thank you for joining me. Thank you to the Blue Crew that's in the house for joining us today. I appreciate you all so very much as well. Couldn't, wouldn't, or shouldn't ever try to do this without you all. All right, let me see here. Show. Let's see. I just want to double check one thing for, yeah, okay. Very, very interesting. Come on down. Give it a few minutes here to get everybody in here that's going to join us. It looks like thus far we have Miss Seahawks fan, Miss Tandy's in the house. Thank you for being here. Miss Lacey, welcome back. The knowledgeable and amazing Miss Wisdom Speaks. Great to see you with all her wisdom. I am me. Welcome back to you. Auditos, welcome back to you as well. Joey Agrella, hello and welcome back, my friend. Great to see you today. Let's see. Musical Contessa, always a pleasure. Great to see you and great to have you here. Eve A22, great to see you. Raquel, Will, welcome back. Great to see you today as well. And Stitches, always a pleasure. The Tomboy flew in with her bird. Good to see you, Tomboy. Great to have you here as always. Okay, let's see. Make sure I'm not. The Karma Police are in the house once again. Guys, you know what that means. You better behave. Let's see. Who else do we have? Thank you, Wisdom. Bean Sibs, new name. Wonderful to see you. I love seeing the new faces and the new names. Motoman MX, wonderful to see you, brother. Great to have you as always. I appreciate you so very much. Miss you, girl. Same with you. Great to see you. Mittens for Kittens. Welcome back. Always happy to have you here. Nat Cat, great to see you. Anna Zorman, welcome back. Thinkers Think, great to see you. And the amazing Miss Paula Fitzhenry and all her positivity. Great to see you, Miss Paula. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate you so very much. Marty Fodrell, great to see you. Thank you for being here. And guys, you're always welcome to throw in where you guys are tuning in from. We always love seeing that every time. Let's see. Murky Piglet, great to see you. Miss K, hello. Hi to you. Let's see. Caroline Prestige, thank you for joining us. Wilson Green Communications. Let's see here. Welcome. Well, come on. Come on in there. South Africa. Amazing. Awesome. Absolutely amazing. I love it. Love seeing everybody from all these other countries tuning in. It means a lot, guys. It says how much and how deep and important this case is, how many people it's affected. Official, great to see you. Great to have you back. Murky Piglet's in the house again. Great to see you, Murky. It's been a minute. We missed you. Always happy to have you. You are the only one. Well, I'm glad I could, because I do butcher names sometimes, Marty, and I don't want to do that. So welcome to all of you guys. I see all these new green people in the house, guys, and I love it. Many new meatballs jumping in the sauce with us. We appreciate that so very much. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. And if you are not a meatball and you want to be, there's a little box at the bottom of the chat down there with a $sign, guys. Click into that box and go in there and make sure that you have allowed for gifting to receive gifts. That way, if somebody were to pop in here and they share and donate any memberships to the channel, you can receive one at no cost to you, of course, and you'll be a member. So all it takes is just a matter of seconds. So guys, throw that out there and make sure you can receive those gifts. You never know when it's going to happen. It happens all the time. Brady B, the OG in the house. Great to see you today. Great to see you. All right. Carolyn Prestige is out of Munich, Germany. It's amazing to see all you guys from all over the place. I love it. I really do love it. Starving official. I'm so sorry to hear that. Got to get something to eat in that stomach there. Let me see. Show. Miss K, wonderful to see you. Miss Lacey, making sure I'm not missing anybody. Elbow Rico, hello and welcome. Outcast in the house. What's happening, brother? Good to see you. Good to have you. Bouncing around the back of that white van, dude. I've never heard a 911 call like that in my life. One of these days, I'm going to have to play that for you guys. I was losing it the other night. I bounced on over to Outcast channel to show some love and support over there. And he ran a couple 911 calls to show the difference in clarity between other 911 calls and the one that we heard from Idaho. And buddy, I'll tell you, I was dying. I was losing it. It was something I've never heard before, and it was good to have a good laugh that night. It was a mess. So thank you, Outcast, for playing that. I appreciate that, buddy, so very much. I think many of us had one hell of a laugh that night. It was interesting for sure. But like I said, I'm going to have to play it for you guys one of these days and see your response to it, because it was a mess. It was a mess. Miss Pottage, hello and welcome. Great to see you. We're having pulled pork tonight for dinner as well, Raquel. Pulled pork, coleslaw, and waffle fries. Miss Josie's in the house. What's happening, Big Josie? Thank you for joining us. I am me. Great to see you. Thank you, Ms. Pottage. I appreciate that very much. That's why you're so official. I'm telling you. Yes, that 911 call, it was insane, you guys. I'm telling you, I'm gonna have to play it for you. It was a mess. It's one. It'll give you a laugh. I thought I cracked a rib that night. I was dying. Never heard anything like it. Some guy and his boyfriend got into a disagreement, and he threw him in the back of the a white van, and off they went. And the guy was driving all over the damn place. And the guy's bouncing around the back of the van. You can hear him on the 911 call. He's going, ow, oh, ah, the whole time. It was nuts. You guys need a good laugh. It's hilarious. I wonder if I could find it. How hard it would be to find it. Yes, it was something else, guys. It was something else. Yes, we watched it in real time for sure. Baked potato sounds good, Raquel. Love it, love it. You know what? I wonder if I can find it. Let me see something here. While we're waiting on everybody to join us before we get rolling, let's see here. And then they're out looking for a white van or a red van, and it was actually a white van. They completely messed it up. It was crazy. Here it is. Here it is. I think this is it. And any other time I'd have been, you feel for people that are going through this. And I feel bad for the guy that went through it as well. But it happened, and of course, in DFW in Texas. See here. The call was insane. Miss Allison, welcome. Good to see you. Great to have you here tonight. Today, sorry, it's not night. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Hit that like button on your way through the door, please. And thank you, if you will. Hold on here. I found the article on it. I just got to find the full 911 call. It's probably the only one I think I've ever laughed at, you guys. It was insane. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. DFW. It happened in DFW, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's see. on here, everybody? Eddie's in the house. Welcome back, brother. Good to have you today. One made not great to see you. All right, guys, here we go. While we're waiting on everybody to jump in, Donkey's in the house. Good to see you today. Outcast again. Thank you for the experience. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be getting to hear this. Like I said, this is insane. The guy was kidnapped. Him and his boyfriend had a fight, and he stole a white van, and off they go. And to listen to the call, I was just sitting here going, "What the hell is going on?" He played it back a couple times, and you guys, it's nuts. Mods, can we drop Outcast's link in here, by the way? I really appreciate it, guys. I've been going over there time to time, following up his videos. He's been doing a lot of work, audio work and stuff like that in the IDAHO case. So please show some love and support by subscribing over there. It was not a Bronco, Jerry. It's a white van. Good to see you, Jerry Stinger. All right, let's listen to this while we're waiting on everybody to jump in here. This was insane, and I was dying. I'm sorry. It probably shouldn't be funny because of what the guy went through, but the way the whole thing sounds, his voice, he was frantic. The guy's driving everywhere, and they're looking for a red van. Brandy B, I seen you, hon. I said hi to you. I see you there. And it was just crazy. It was absolutely crazy. And you hear the guy, ow, oh, it reminded me like of a Batman cartoon that you see with a pow, bang, slam, boom. It was nuts, guys. It was absolutely nuts. But here we go. Check this out. Captain Jenks, welcome, brother. Good to see you. Great to have you. You know how many? I don't know exactly where. They're probably going to describe it, Tandy. Hold on.
A man with a troubled past took people hostage in a bank. A woman inside the bank made a frantic 911 call, her voice shaking.
Here we go.
It sounds like something out of a thriller. A man in the back of a van, pounding on the windows and waving for help as the vehicle races down the highway. But for Eric Santiago, this was no movie. It was a real-life nightmare. On the morning of February 9th, 2024, the 29-year-old found himself trapped in the...
No, it wasn't a bank heist. It was just, I don't quite understand what went down beforehand, but they're going to explain it. And then you just hear this call.
Back of his own cargo van, speeding down the I-35 through multiple Texas cities. The driver, his boyfriend. Takim Allah Pendin, who had allegedly taken control of the van following...
Welcome, everybody. Hit that like button on the way in, please, and thank you.
It all began at a motel in Fort Worth where the couple was staying, when an argument over Eric leaving for work turned physical. Desperation turned to terror as their fight spilled into the motel parking lot. During a call with 911, Eric managed to jump into the back of his van, but Takim jumped into the driver's seat and sped off, leaving him trapped in the rear compartment.
Fort Worth Police Department operator and...
I need Fort Worth Police to come to the Studio 6 room.
Okay, what's the address?
I need you guys to come now.
What is the address?
Yes, it's the Studio.
Yeah, I guess I'm
between the Quality Inn.
Yes, I believe they're gay official boyfriend. So that would make sense. So yeah. And of course, you're gonna have to Outcast. I'm sorry. Bree, welcome. It is we're covering the Idaho 4 documents and everything, everybody that's coming in. I just want to run this 911 call that Outcast ran the other night so you guys can see what we were talking about in chat. That's all. Just hang loose. It's only going to take a few minutes to run this call, and then we're going to move into the documents and stuff, okay?
And what room number? What's going on?
I have my friend over here,
Okay,
and he's acting crazy, and he's been to beat me up, and he broke the door.
Okay, he assaulted you?
Yeah.
Okay, your friend, what's his name?
Now he's trying to take my van.
Okay, what is his name? Sir.
Thank you so much, Bree.
Fort Police Department operating what was case called about?
I was the guy that just called, but I'm in a moving van that my friend stole, and I'm in the back, and he's driving crazy.
Okay, where are you at right now? Do you know?
I'm in the back of the moving van.
Okay, is it an enclosed van so you can't see your outside surroundings?
No, I can't see the outside.
Okay, you don't know where you are?
We're going down Lancaster right now.
Okay, what are you passing? Do you know?
The 7-Eleven on Lancaster.
Okay, do you see any
We're
street
going towards the highway, 820.
Okay, are you getting onto
It's
the
a white
highway?
cargo van. 2017 Ford.
A red 2017 cargo van?
Yes. We're just passing Riverside and Lancaster now.
And you're on Lancaster?
Yes.
And you're passing Riverside?
Yeah. Well, he's turning right on Riverside.
Okay, eastbound or westbound on Riverside?
We're over by the YMCA.
YMCA?
Yes, we're by the YMCA.
Just give me a second, okay? You'll see which way you guys are turning, okay?
He's right there crossing Lancaster now.
Hold on, ma'am, okay? Trying to figure out where you are. So I don't know which way's right and which way's left for you on Riverside. So I don't know which way.
We're on Lancaster right now next to the YMCA.
The YMCA? Okay, so you're going westbound on Lancaster. You haven't got to Riverside yet?
Morning, Miss Tracy. Hello and welcome. Great to see you, Phil.
Driving in front of crazy in front of traffic going down Riverside.
Okay, are you on Riverside or are you on Lancaster?
We're on Lancaster now, sorry. Passing Riverside now.
Okay, you just passed Riverside?
Yeah.
Okay, is he getting on the highway?
Yes, he is on 30. He's driving crazy on the highway.
Okay, so you're now on the highway, right? Ma'am. Ma'am, are you getting on 30 or 287? Ma'am.
For those of you that are just coming in now, bear with me. I'm running the call that Outcast ran in his channel the other night that he had everybody losing their mind. It's quite an interesting call. It's crazy the way this goes down. In some senses, it's funny as hell. In other senses, it was sad for the guy that was involved in it. We'll say that, but you can't help but laugh in some instances because of the way it happens. 911 is looking for a red van. They got a chopper out looking and cruisers everywhere looking. And it's a white van that they're in. It's not red. They misheard what he said, and it's just insane. The guy's bouncing around in the back of this van, and he keeps going, ow, you know what I mean? And it's just nuts. It's insane.
He's pulling off the highway right now on 30 going west.
You're on 30? Okay, just stay on the phone, okay? When you see an exit, tell me what exit you're passing.
We're over here by Riverside. I don't know what exit this is. Hold on. We're passing What is this? Jones Street. We're at Jones Street right now.
Okay, so you're not on the highway. You're on Lancaster still?
Yeah, now he went on the highway and turned around. Now we're passing Calhoun. Other we're on Main Street Commerce in Lancaster.
So you're passing Commerce?
No, he. Okay.
All right.
Here's what happened. They got into a fight. Him and his boyfriend got into a fight. His boyfriend is about the guy in the back going to work, I guess. Okay. They got into a fight. His boyfriend assaulted him, and he goes to call 911, and he goes out and he jumps in the back of this van for whatever reason. His boyfriend jumps in the driver's seat and takes off with the van and starts driving all over DFW, guys, all over. It's nuts. He's going, you hear the guy, I'm passing this, we're passing that, this, that, everything else. So it was insane, absolutely insane. I've never heard anything like this before. Meanwhile, he's on 911 the whole time, telling them everywhere they're going, and they're looking for a red van when they're actually in a white van. There's a chopper floating around. There's cars cruising, cruisers trying to find us, and it's nonstop, the whole thing.
Every time you pass something, let me know, okay?
I can't really see from back here.
You're good. You're doing good. Just keep updating me, okay?
Okay. I'm on you.
Okay, are you guys on Commerce?
I don't know because he just slammed on the brakes and hit the gas. So I kind of fell back.
Let me know when you figure out where you are.
Okay, hold on. Oh. He's going down a one-way right now. And I don't know what this is. We're downtown by the parking people.
Gotcha. Okay, you're doing good. Just stay on the phone, okay?
I think we're by the bus. Oh, we're by the TRE station right now.
Okay,
Greyhound
you're on
TRE.
and going northbound, about to pass 9th, okay?
Going the one way. I don't know which. We're at East 9th right now.
All right, just stay on the phone, okay? All right, will you pass the next street? Let me know.
We're passing East 9th.
Okay, did y'all turn around?
Yeah, I don't know what he did because he went down the one way the wrong way. Okay, we're passing East 7th right now. East 7th and Jones Street.
Okay, Jones and 7th?
Yes, now 6th and Jones.
All right, every time you pass them, let me know you're doing good. Keep updating me, okay?
I can't right now. My elbow hit the van wall right now. Hold on,
okay.
sir.
We're chasing down. Just stay on the phone with me, okay? Got off downtown. I didn't know what you're passing real fast. Can you tell me?
We're going down. Hold on. We're going back on the highway now by Commerce.
Okay, so
we're back on the highway by Commerce now, yes. We're passing the Hudley Apartments over here by the Chevron in Sunoco on 35 going north right now.
You're doing good. Let me know where you all are going. I'm watching you, okay?
I'm going on the expressway now.
You're getting on the northbound express lanes?
Yes.
You're going north?
Yes, northbound. We're passing North Side Drive on 35 going north.
Passing North Side Drive? Doing good. Just stay on the phone, okay?
Okay, we're just passing an 18-wheeler now on the northbound side.
And it's a red
on 35 on the express lane, yes.
All right, when you pass an exit, just tell me what you're passing. Are y'all passing over the river right now?
Yes, right now. We're passing passing the Shell in the 7-Eleven right now on 35 going north.
You're doing good. You passing that big church now?
Yes. I'm bleeding really bad at my finger.
Okay. Just stay on the phone, okay?
Okay.
Welcome, Ruby.
Please help me. This guy is going crazy and he's driving crazy.
Agreed, Bree. Exactly, Eddie.
I tried to leave from the hotel when I called at the Studio 6 in Fort Worth, and I was in room 310, and he jumped in the van with me.
Ma'am, what are you passing
I
now?
tried to get away from him. Huh?
What are you passing now?
We're past.
And the dispatcher keeps calling. The dispatcher. Sorry, guys. The dispatcher keeps calling him ma'am. His name's Eric. He's not a ma'am. And he just sounds so crazy the way he's talking. He's, his voice is all panicked and all this. This is crazy, right? And you can hear in the background, you hear the guy. I mean, he's driving like a maniac. This is insane.
Can't really see the Firestone I see on the side of the service road.
There's a dog somewhere involved too. I don't know if the dog was in the back of the van or whatever. Nobody says a word about a dog, but there's a dog crying and barking here and there, and the guy's bouncing all over the back of this van. And I got a visual at this, and I'm laughing like, oh my God, this dude, poor guy. I felt bad for him, but at the same time, the way he's like, boom, 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 he's doing this, he's doing that. And they're looking for the wrong van. So it's crazy.
Okay, you're doing good. You see a green sign for an exit. Tell me what it says.
It's going to be the 280 split by
the 820 split or the 280 split?
Beach Street in Western. We're coming on now.
Right, you're passing Beach?
Beach Street in Western.
Doing good. Just stay on the phone, okay?
Okay.
What are you passing now?
He's getting on the highway.
Which highway?
I don't know which one is it. We're passing, we're going towards North Richland Hills now. We're getting off on.
You're on 30?
Beach Street. No,
820?
Yeah. In Beach Street right now. Now we're passing Beach Street exit 56B.
56C?
Yes, and he's getting off the highway right now. We're by the Studio 6 or Motel 6.
So he took the Beach Street exit?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. Did you pass the steakhouse?
The Motel 6.
Was there a steakhouse?
No. That's the steakhouse. We're by the warehouses right now.
By the warehouses right now? So y'all are on the service road?
No, he's on the back on the highway, and now we're going towards Fossil Creek.
Okay, stay on the phone with me, okay? Okay, so y'all didn't get onto 820. You continued northbound on 35.
As the van careened down I-30, Eric tried everything he could to attract attention. With his phone battery dead, he took off his shirt, waving it out the back window to catch the eyes of passing drivers. But initially, his efforts were in vain. Some drivers waved back, mistaking his frantic signals for a simple greeting. Finally, other drivers began to realize something was wrong.
Fort Worth Police Department, operator N32, what's the location you're calling about?
Yes, I'm heading south on the 35 express lanes. There's a white van swerving in and out of traffic, and there's a guy in the back window banging on the window trying to get my attention. Like
Okay,
there's something
yes.
wrong.
So this is a white van. They're going south
Yeah.
35 express lanes?
Just going over 820 right now.
Okay.
I've got a license plate.
And just to clarify, you said the van's white?
Yeah, white
Okay, does it have-
Ford, like can't tell what it is. A Ford, like cargo van.
Okay, yes. Can I go ahead and get your name and phone number, please?
Yes.
All right. And can you still see the van?
Yeah, so he just slowed way down after I passed him. We're coming up on almost to 28th Street right now.
Okay, so that's going to be 35 to 28th Street?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and get officers updated. We do have an ongoing investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Fort Worth Police Department Operator L623, what's the location you're calling?
Now, when I was watching this the other night on Outcast Channel, guys, there's callers. You hear callers calling in. The doors are out to the back of the van are open. I'm envisioning, it reminded me of a movie with this guy hanging off the back of the door, swinging. Obviously, that didn't happen, but and people calling in about this, and the way this sounds over the radio, it's like, good God Almighty! And the guys in the back, ow, ooh, bouncing all over the damn back of the van because the guy's driving like a maniac. Never heard one like this before. This was crazy to me.
About?
Yeah, I'm at the 35 Express Lane.
Finally confirmed the white van.
Downtown Fort Worth.
Uh-huh.
I just called about a white car swerving in and out of traffic, and a guy in the back banging on the window, trying to get everyone's attention. The guy in the back just opened up the back door, and I think he may be trying to get out of the van. The door's wide open while they're going down the highway now.
Okay,
he's looking out.
What exit are you closest to now?
I just got off to go on 35. The guy swerved and took the other, the bridge that goes over and connects to like 287 going southbound.
Okay. And that was from the express lanes?
From the express lane, yes.
Okay. And the guy in the back was opening the door?
Yeah, he just was kicking on the door and it came open, and he's like on the edge of the door looking out right now.
Okay. Okay, and so you can't see him anymore, right?
Yeah, I lost him at splits right there, and he swerved over
Welcome,
the
yeah.
ramp, and I had to go southbound on 35.
Okay. Okay, all right, I'll let him know they're on the way.
Now, the whole reason that Outcast played this the other night, guys, is he played the 911 call from the Idaho 4 situation. Okay, and we all know that that's a mess. And he was showing other 911 calls, how the clearness of them, how well you can hear things, how they sound, so on and so forth, so that you could kind of relate those to that call. And then we came upon this and he played it, and we were all just floored, like, what the hell is this? You know, and it was too many people. It was too many people. We were dying in there because it was crazy. Absolutely unexpected. Because he just grabbed a compilation of 911 calls to play. He didn't pick this one specifically. And I just couldn't believe this. It was too much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Fort Worth Police Department Operator N32, what's location you're calling about?
I'm in Fort Worth. On the interstate. I'm about to turn off into Rosedale Street.
Okay, and what interstate?
Sorry, I'm terrible at directions. I was coming from I was on the expressway coming from
35?
east. Yes.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Is this about the van?
Welcome,
Yes,
Nadia.
thank you. Yes.
Okay, yes.
The guy
Currently see them?
No, they
Good to see
veered
you,
off.
Nadia.
So I'm just
Welcome,
about to
Summer.
turn right on Rosedale, but they veered off to the left on the expressway and went left from the expressway, whereas I was exiting towards Rosedale.
And were you going southbound?
I think so.
Okay, what's your name and phone number?
That's right.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get this information added to the call sheet. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Thanks to tips from the concerned drivers, police could correct an initial error in the van's description and track it through traffic cameras along the highway. Dispatchers worked with the Real-Time Crime Center to update the van's location as they moved through Fort Worth, Arlington, Grand Prairie, and into Dallas. It was in
There you go, Tandy. Arlington, Grand Prairie, and then Fort Worth. Those are the areas that this guy made it through in this period of time.
southern Dallas that the terrifying ride finally came to an end. Witnesses saw the van swerve off an exit ramp. In that moment, Eric saw an opportunity. He rushed through the cargo door, which separated him from the front seats, and fought back, striking Takeem hard enough to disrupt his control of the vehicle. The van veered off the road, crashing to a stop.
I'm still shaken up. It was scary in itself. It started off an argument from argument to a fist fight to then not knowing if I'm going to get out of the hotel room alive. Honestly, I was relieved, but still to this day, I'm still in shock. Like yesterday, I almost had a panic attack.
Dallas police officers, along with the Texas Department of Public Safety helicopter, responded within minutes. Takeem Pendon was taken into custody, facing charges of aggravated kidnapping with bodily injury. Eric was evaluated by paramedics at the scene, shaken but alive. He has since shared his story to warn others about the potential dangers in relationships and the importance of trusting your instincts. He hopes his experience can serve as an eye-opener for others who might find themselves in similar situations.
There it is, you guys. It was crazy. Like I said, I just envisioned this is a big dude, okay? He's bouncing around the back of this van. There's a dog back there. The guy's all over the place, and you can hear him gunning it in the background, just floor to the floor, okay? He's flying, and he's taking all these turns. And this guy, it's a box van, so you can't see too much other than the back windows and maybe through the windshield if you can see through that. And he's just bang, pow, boom, bang, ow, ow, ow. It's crazy, and they're looking for the wrong van. I couldn't with this. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. But anyway, I had to say thanks to it. Definitely would not want you to ride in another van again for sure, Eddie. And I had to give props to Outcast because, like I said, it was definitely random, guys. It was not something he chose. He was just trying to explain to you guys, everybody that was in his chat about the difference between 911 calls, how they sound as compared to the one we got from Idaho. Okay. And that's what popped up. And it was just so much, guys. It was too much that night. Waving his shirt, doors kicked open. I mean, you just don't expect it. That's all. So anyway, yes, thank you so much, Outcast, for that last night. And I appreciate you joining us today. Everybody that's here, I appreciate you. I'm going to open this up here in a minute. Let me drop that now that I did download that if we need to listen to that later. Looks like we got 95 peeps in the house, 63 likes, guys. Please try to hit that like button, get this in that algorithm if we can. If everybody hits the like button, guys, there's 100 people. We can get this in the algorithm right now if you all hit the like button. I appreciate it. We're going to be reviewing the rest of these documents tonight and today and discussing some other topics that I was in for quite a while with my mods last night, discussing some things about this that really have caught my attention that I have to bring back from the beginning of the case. That's important because there's some new things that have popped up with everything we've seen, and it takes me back to some older stuff that we knew, and then now how it relates is pretty wild to me. So come on in, guys, grab a seat, get comfortable, grab a cup of joe, whatever it is, and let's do this thing. I'm going to go ahead and pin the link in the chat. I'd love to have Eddie join me and anybody else that would like to. Of course, we always open the panel up for this so we can discuss these documents one by one as we go through this. We got through another one last night, and we're going to try to go through them a little quicker today. If I can make sure I can get this stuff out of here, because there's a couple more that have some real interesting nuggets of information in them that we do need to discuss, in my opinion. So, wait a minute. Hold on, guys. All right, so the link is pinned at the top now. Come on in. Make sure, again, you hit the like button. Let's do this. Yes, guys. Welcome, Phil. Audrey C's DNA podcast. Great to see you today. There is Eddie. Welcome, brother. Back. Glad to have you back today.
Good to see you.
Always a pleasure. That was interesting now, wasn't it?
That was funny.
You can't. He played it a couple times, and I'm telling you, I was sitting here rolling. I couldn't believe that they completely did not catch. He said it in the very beginning what type of a van it was, and they're looking for this red van, and I'm like, oh my god. And this dude's just bouncing around all over the place. Right. It's crazy. Let's see here. I'm making sure I didn't miss anybody in the chat. GC, Miss Gina's in the house. Good to see you. Gaya. Ruby Slippers, welcome back. Guys, share this out. Make sure everybody knows what we're into today in here. I'm Nina B. Welcome back to you. Hold on here. Let's see. Let's see. Outcast again. Yes, absolutely, bro. Thank you. And again, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you guys. The link is pinned in the chat if you're interested in joining us. We're going to start reading through this here in just a moment. Murky, good to see you again. Thank you for being here. Everybody, I appreciate you guys so very much. Doc, welcome back to you. Okay, I think we got everybody. Miss Denise, good to see you. Official again. Great to have you here. Plenty of green in here, guys. Many meatballs jumping in the sauce with us. All right, let's see here. Now, hold on. Let me pull this up too. All right, hold on.
Is it just me? Dago, are you there?
I was muted, bud. Sorry about that.
Okay.
my computer just did its own thing. Sorry about that. Let's see here.
Are you pulling up a document?
Yes, sir.
Before you begin, I'm just going to do a little bit of following up with something that was being discussed the other day. We were talking about the August 21st traffic pullover in Moscow. And someone said that it was a seatbelt violation, which of course it is, but we're talking about it initially started as a speeding ticket.
Uh-huh.
Of course, it got me wondering what the source of that was. So of course I had to go looking, and I found it. I started looking at the January Frank's hearing, and they discussed it at that time in the hearing, and also they discussed it in April during that hearing as well. The reasons why they were discussing it are slightly different reasons. The Frank's hearing one in January was pretty much that it has no relevance. It was put in the probable cause to bolster up the investigation, to make it look more authentic.
Right.
And then the purpose of it being discussed in April was because it's unnoticed evidence. It was untimely filing. But either way, both places I looked, I came up empty-handed, so it caused me to go into the court record and the documents, which I finally did find it there.
Okay.
And I'll share that with everybody here. Of course, it's always the last place you look. Isn't that amazing how that works?
Every time. Yes, sir. I agree. Always the last place. And then you finally find it. And then you tell yourself that should have been the first place you looked. So,
but it is March 21st was the filing.
Mm-hmm.
The state's reply to defendant's objection to state's notice of intent to use 404B evidence.
Right.
I believe it's page 3. I found it. Let me get there.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, on page 3, and you don't have to pull it out. I'll just.
Are you sure? I don't have a problem doing it, but
it won't really add, but
okay.
You not doing it won't take away, and if you did it, it really wouldn't add much. So
okay, go for it.
For the sake of streamlining it, I'll just read it.
Okay.
But it is on page 3 if anybody wants to go there. But page 3, towards the bottom, it's coincidentally numerical 3, which begins, by contrast, even if the jury hears of the reason for the stop, parentheses, speeding, and infraction citation, parentheses, failing to use seatbelt, there is minimal prejudice at best, and certainly nothing rising to the 403 standard of substantially outweighing the probative value of the evidence of the defendant's identity, residence, telephone number, and vehicle. Long sentence, but it pretty much covers it in the beginning when it said the reason for the stop was speeding. So there it is.
Gotcha.
He was, and that makes more sense because, again, it's at night. How would they, hey, I'm pulling you over because I noticed you didn't wear a seatbelt. But that'd be kind of hard to do when it's dark out.
It is dark outside, right?
It's more likely that, he was pulled over for this reason, and during the stop, they discovered he's not wearing seatbelt. So there's the source of him speeding, but he never was cited for that. So
the citation was for the seatbelt, never for speeding. And again, that I've seen that happen before. Here, I've seen it happen where somebody's pulled over for a license plate light out, and they actually get a ticket for a seatbelt because that's how they catch you without your seatbelts. And they've been just recently started enforcing that over the past few years. So either way,
it's very interesting because this is just yet another example of the volumes of information in this case and how easy it is for us to get lost. And then we remember, partially details of something, and then it kind of morphs and takes on its own life. So that's why it's so important to always bring receipts and try to keep everything as factual, because things do get, in this case, out of control quite quickly.
Very much so, yes. In fact, since you brought up the receipt situation, last night I spent a good couple hours in Discord with my moderators talking about things within this case. I went through and watched, I think it was Pavarotti or Jay Embry, whatever he goes by, his video he put out about how it was all about the times and the text messages and stuff. It was kind of interesting, I'll be honest with you. So I was watching that, and it reminded me of something that with everything we've seen with the text messages, with everything else recently with Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, so on and so forth. And I've been saying that there's a lot of people in this, I believe, are pawns. Okay, they were used for certain things. I have feelings about the fact that I didn't believe that Bethany knew a whole lot until Dylan gave her that information based on what we saw with the text messages and the phone calls and so on and so forth. Well, then I remembered something from way back when, I don't remember exactly when, that Dylan had gone and called Kaylee, asking her to come back here, back to Idaho for to be her plus one for I can't remember what the hell, sweetheart dance or something like that. I can't remember. Don't quote me on that. And back then it was like, oh, okay, well, whatever. And then, and then it was stressed again. And then it got to the point where she called her a couple different times, and Kaylee had bounced it around and even spoke to her mom and said, I don't know that I want to go back, Mom. And, she didn't really seem to want to. And it got to where Dylan actually went to her home to get her to come back. Now, that's kind of interesting to me, to go that far just to get you to come back to the school for a dance after you left. Now, Kaylee left. I wonder why she left is what I was saying. Why did she leave when she was doing an early graduation that following Tuesday, so on and so forth? She could have just stayed there with her friends, hung out, enjoyed herself for the rest of the time, but she went home. And there's got to be a reason for that. I don't know. And then, like I said, Dylan pushes forward to get her to come back by calling her, a few times. And, Kaylee's saying, I don't know yet. I don't know. I don't want to know if I want to come back, so on and so forth. And then she takes it as far as to go to her home. That's interesting. And I wasn't sure where we got that from. So I had to go back. We were looking for it. And it was in an interview, and Christy claimed it, her mother. We found it, we listened to it, we watched it, some of it. I couldn't find the exact interview because there was like 35 different interviews that couldn't pick which one it was. So she goes as far as to go to the girl's house to get her to come back to the school. It was kind of interesting to me. To go that far seems interesting. And she moved out to prepare. She's going for this new job in Texas, do this, do that, so on and so forth. But she didn't really want to go back there. Dylan really wanted her there for whatever reason, and she goes that far to go to her house personally rather than just over the phone. That's a lot to me, but whatever. I'm not saying that it means anything, but I'm not saying that it don't. That's all I'm saying. With everything we've seen recently, it really piqued my interest, is all I'm saying. So, I don't know. It's very strange. That was just one more thing I wanted to bring to the surface again from what we knew from before. And now we're seeing these things now. And does it relate? It could. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. And that's the other thing, is they weren't really that close. They weren't in the same cliques as far as friends go. They didn't really hang out, so on and so forth. Dylan had her group of friends, and she was new to the house. Kaylee was with her group of friends, and they weren't like besties and stuff like that, but they lived together for a while. And the plan was that she was only going to go back. Thank you, Wisdom. Based on what Christy, her mother, said, she was only going back for her graduation, and that was it. She was done. And I guess that's what she had told Dylan over the phone. Dylan didn't accept that and went to her house personally and said, I need you to come back. Dylan could have taken somebody else to that dance. Just something I've been thinking about that's really been bugging me, you guys. I don't know where it goes, if it goes anywhere, but something's not right, in my opinion. So, just another piece of info before we get into this to keep in the back of your minds. And it made me wonder about the other stuff we've learned, That's all I'm saying. Yeah, she had taken all her finals. She had done everything. All she was doing was coming back that Tuesday for her graduation. She was out of there, guys. And if Dylan wouldn't have done that, okay, and if Dylan wouldn't have done that, Kaylee might still be here, because Kaylee probably would not have gone back, okay? And she used that as an excuse to go show Maddie her new car, so on and so forth. That's kind of what forced her into the decision to go. I can go show Maddie my car. I can do this. I can do that, so on and so forth. But she wasn't going to do that. And that's what I'm saying. It really bugs me. So, Seb Muse, welcome. Good to see you. CH, good to see you.
Chat oftentimes asks really good questions. Beckel 3819 coming in with a couple good ones here. While you were talking, Eddie Dago, did you watch Steve G interview with DTS?
Yes.
That's interesting because, I did what little bit. We were watching it together yesterday, and it seems like doing a review to that one that's like a game where you stand nothing to win and everything to lose. At least my personal opinion on that, about reacting to it publicly. I'll let the professionals get up on panel and react to it.
Sure.
And then Beckles also asked, what is the legitimacy of FBI telling Steve G that this guy will never walk free? Is that sounding weird to you all? Yeah. That's very weird.
Beyond. I don't believe that happened. That's just my opinion. I don't believe they would say something like that. You can't. You can't unless you know. And if you know, then you're admitting to something that you shouldn't know, in my opinion. Okay. That's my opinion. You shouldn't be able to say something like that to somebody before a trial even takes place. That's the problem. To me, Eddie, I don't know what you think, but that says something else to me. I watched the whole thing, Beckles, and then we kind of scanned through it yesterday because we were trying to get through it quicker. But I watched it kind of twice, and I've got a lot of issues with that. I think there was, in my opinion, a lot of what I would venture to call misinformation displayed. What I would also consider propaganda put out there to continue a narrative that seems to be being lost in some aspects, if you know what I mean by that. The narrative that Brian Koberger's guilty has been out there for going on 3 years now, since he was arrested, that, he's guilty. Mainstream media, he's guilty. I watched another show last night, real quick, Nancy Grace. The title of it is about Brian Koberger's mother torpedoing his case. I said, what's this? I go in, I watch it, and as much as I can't stand to deal with Nancy, she was on one for this one for sure. stating that because Brian's mother doesn't want him to take a plea agreement, that she's destroying his case. Because she brought in a couple extra experts, Joe Morgan and a few other people that she's talking to, and she's saying, they're giving her different variations of what they think on it, and she's making fun of the fact that they're saying, things that they believe. Well, you can't think that he's not guilty, in a sense, is what she's saying. It tells you all the mainstream media shows have nothing but that narrative to run with. And one person made a statement and said that there's no evidence. I think it was, there's no evidence. I haven't seen any evidence that he's guilty. And she went nuts on him. See, that's the problem right there. And it happens with every show that we've watched. Even, Law and Crime, Court TV, Nancy Grace. They're reading what they're told to read, their script, their narrative that they have to follow. He's guilty, he's guilty, he's guilty, he's guilty. And then you bring up the fact that anybody that commits a crime is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law in the United States of America. But this man's been found guilty in the court of public opinion for 3 years now. 2.5 years, I'll say it that way. And it takes away it takes away from the possibility of him getting tried fairly in a court of a court, okay? Because you can say what you want to say. We have people in here from all over the world right now. South Africa, Finland, Poland, the UK, Australia. This is being seen everywhere. So many, many people, I don't care where you pull the jury from, hopefully they're honest enough to be able to look at both sides of this and say, okay, this is what I see, and this is what I think, instead of what they believe that has been thrown at them, forcefully shoved down their throat by mainstream media and everything going on in the world. That's where the problem lies with this, okay? That's my opinion, of course. So, and that's true. His mother's against the death penalty. That's her right. And she's also, this is her son, and she believes that he's innocent. Now, other people are out here pushing, once again, Eddie, you were here when we watched the court hearing, and they clearly stated that Brian Kohberger's family is not being brought in to testify against him. There's never been anything put out there that his family is against him, that they think he did this. But there's people out here saying, well, his sisters doubted this the whole time. They went to their father, and he walked out of the room and ignored it, and so on and so forth. But the sisters think he did it. And say, they're putting all of these things in people's heads about this man. None of this is true. It's never been proven to be true. And this is why we have done what we've done in these specific channels. There's only a few of us that do this, where we look at both sides of this, and we're trying to see what's going on. And we have seen nothing but bullshit come from the prosecution is dissolving into a pile of sand, in my opinion. And we still have people out there saying the prosecutor's the strongest case. Steve G said this yesterday. It's the strongest case we've ever seen with the prosecution there, but it's not. So no matter how many times you say this, we look at facts. Eddie looks at facts. I try to look at facts. I look at facts and talk about facts. And when we're pulling these facts out and talking about it, it's not the strongest case. Many people have even that are even guilters that I've seen are saying something. This doesn't look good. This doesn't look right. This is wrong. We have an expert of 30 years of experience out there that fills out an affidavit and sends it in and says, in my personal professional opinion, with my 30 years of experience, I created this. There's something bigger being hidden here. Why? It's a problem, folks. Yeah, it's not a case anymore. It's not. And Wisdom Speaks has always tried to stay on the common sense train, folks, with this. And she's looked at facts. She worked in the court system. She looks at these things. And at this point, she's saying, what case? It's falling apart. It really is, you guys. And it's really bad, because here's the thing. If this is what they're trying to make us believe that it is, we can see that because we have common sense and we're critical thinkers. What's the truth here? Who did this? I'm not going to accept that he did this at this point. And there's many people out there that aren't either. So who did this and why? That's what the problem is here. That's what's being hidden here. That's where the truth is void here. Okay. And that's what we need to be able to find and understand. For me to feel okay about it, I want to know the truth. And it's about real justice. They deserve real justice. Brian, at this moment, if they were to convict Brian Koberger of this and put him in front of a firing squad, he loses his life. That's murder to me, one. And two, that does not bring true justice to the kids that lost their lives, period, nor their families, because there's still somebody or somebody, multiple people out there that committed this crime, in my opinion. So I just wanted to say that real quick before we got rolling. Eddie, I don't know if you have anything to add to that or how you feel about what I just stated, but that's truly where I'm at with this.
It would be hard to add anything to it. I mean, you covered it well, but I would just follow that up with, I don't appreciate being labeled, maligned because of trying to find the truth in this case.
Right.
And that's what's happening if we're all paying attention. And, it's kind of offensive because I am taking this thing very seriously. And although I don't know any of the victims nor the families, but I do care about them getting true justice. And I don't have any skin in this game, but it's really about all of us.
Yeah. I agree.
The fact that this can happen to any citizen, such as Brian, that means that it could happen to you or one of your loved ones as well.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and that's the scariest part right there, Eddie, what you just said, because whether it's Idaho or Ohio or California or Minnesota, Missouri, I don't care where you're at. I've seen it happen. We've seen it happen before, in my opinion, with the Delphi case as well. Okay. So, and a lot of people are labeling this Delphi 2.0. Well, I mean, you got to call it what it is in some senses, but if it can happen like this, that's what scares me. It's not the first time we've seen this. It's happened many other times. There's so many people that are sitting in prison right now that are even on death row that did not commit the crime that they're convicted and accused of. It can happen to anybody, like you just said, especially with this type of DNA type stuff. Okay. DNA has been great. It's been amazing. It's solved so many cold cases. That's great. But at the same time, if you have the ability with this type of DNA to do this type of thing, that is scary. That's dangerous. Anyone. Richard Allen, in my opinion, was living his life with his wife and his daughter, working at CBS, not bothering anybody, nothing. He goes to try to help by something with the case because of something he knew, and look where he's at now. It's unbelievable. Brian Koberger, in my opinion, it goes and he moves to this Washington because they have, by reference of DeSales, the school that he already got his degree from, the best program for him to be involved. And he moves there, he gets involved and starts going to school there. He gets a job there, so on and so forth. And now he's on trial for a quadruple homicide. And everything that we've seen thus far, they keep saying they have so much evidence. It's an unbreakable case. They could get him on a state and federal level, which is not true. There's nothing here that I see that's federal, in my opinion. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll eat that. That's like I said, but this is not right, guys. And it's unbelievable. Go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
When you notice the behavior of when people slander and label in order to squelch the opposing voice, that is a tactic to prevent a dissenting voice from being heard and to shut it down. If this was a truthful case and investigation, they wouldn't have to do that. There wouldn't be what we're witnessing here with, the way they're calling the channels or the individuals that are looking for the truth pro-burgers.
Right.
I mean, that's a hateful term, really. So that tells you everything you should know right there. Is that tactic being used means that there's something that they will go to great lengths to hide.
Agreed. Cy Ray saw it. Many other people in my opinion, have seen this as well. as well as the rest of us out here who don't have. I'm not an attorney. Eddie's not. JC's not. We're not law enforcement. We're not judges. We're not attorneys. We're not legal consultants. Anything. All we have is common sense and critical thinking skills, and we see things for what they are on a regular basis. And we all see something's not right. There's definitely something wrong. The reasoning, what we're looking for is the reasoning as to why and what the truth is behind it. And that's all we want, guys. We're not pro-burgers. We're not, we don't hate the families or the victims. We're not against that. None of that. I'm so tired of hearing it. I don't care nothing. And I don't want this to sound ignorant, but I don't care whether Brian did this or didn't do this. What I care about is the truth. Okay. If he didn't do it, that needs to be seen for what it is. If he did do it, then you prove that to us. That's what you need to do, is prove that to us as the American public, because we all worry the fact that it can happen to any one of us. That's why we're so involved in this. And I do care, like you said, I do care about the families. I do care about the loss that they've dealt with. I do care about the loss of the victims. They were 4 amazing young adults that never got to start their life. Kaylee was just getting ready to start an amazing life with an amazing job after her college education, all of this. And that is gone. That can never be put back into those families' lives. So in turn, we all want to see the right person and people be put away for this so that this doesn't happen again. That's what it's all about, is truth and justice, period, as far as I'm concerned. That's what my channel stands for. That's what I stand for. And everybody that comes in here stands against the same thing. There are people that come in here that believe that he's guilty, and that's okay. I respect that. We all can. And we can agree to disagree, because we see things that they don't, obviously. Whether it's because they want to or not want to, that's up to them. But we see them, and we look into them deeper. And then we break those things down and say, why? And I know that Eddie agrees. I'm pretty sure that JC agrees at the same time. It's great to see you, JC. Thank you for joining me.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I do. You sound great today. Thank you for being here.
Okay, good.
And it does. There's a lot of what you would call corruption in what I see here. I'm not saying that it's all and everyone is corrupted. Okay, there's pawns, I believe, in things like this, like I've been saying, that are just out there doing their job, not questioning things. They're doing what they're told, and what they're told to do is where they shouldn't be. They don't see it. So it is what it is. And we'll get into that more, but that's why we've been going through these documents, breaking them down, understanding what they mean, so that we see what's coming for the future. Thank you again, JC, for joining us. Eddie, it's always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you, MB Incorporated, for joining us. And Bill said if they prove that he bought the weapon online to perpetrate a felony in another state, well, okay, that's where I understand the federal side of things. I get it. And traveled with weapons of intent, they can prove multiple federal crimes. Yes, I understood. But the way that it was being brought up, it's being spoken out. And again, I don't mean any disrespect towards Steve Gonzalez at all. But there's so many things that he stated in that interview that just, they're not right to me. Okay. First off, he shouldn't be saying things like that. And is it believable that law enforcement or even the state, the prosecution, are telling him these things? I've never seen that happen before, but maybe it's true. Who knows? But some of the stuff that has been stated, we've already been proven is not true. And that's what I don't get. So I think my rant is done. Welcome, Greg, Captain Jenks, Suzanne Smith, David Bird. Hold on here. I'm just trying to catch up with GC. I seen you. Everybody else, I'll catch up with you. I promise. Linda Robinson, welcome. And yes, sorry, I have to pause real quick. I've been waiting to hear about this all day, since the draft started, but I guess we did pick up Dion's son, Shadur Sanders. That's amazing to me because I'm a Browns fan. Thank you for that, Tomboy. I appreciate that. Anyway,
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I'm excited now.
He finally got picked. And
it was my team that got him. Yeah, it took forever to get him. I thought he would have went in the first round like that, but hey, whatever. Alicia's here.
He did too.
Yeah, I think so too. So that's okay. I'm good. I'm glad we got him. Alicia, welcome. Ray Knightley, great to see you. And everybody, where do you want to go, Eddie, as far as the
document?
Yeah.
I remember where we left off. We were at H, Gary Dawson.
Okay, that was the order, the undisclosed expert testimony or the vague and undisclosed testimony, right? Yeah.
Right. Do you want me to begin?
Yeah, if you want to. I'm going to pull it up here real fast so they can all see it. And you're welcome to join in with us if you feel like reading too, JC. You don't have to. I'm just letting you know we've been trading back and forth. So,
Okay.
Right, HIJ. Wait, ABCD. Yeah, we were down here, about right there. There it is. All right, you're the man, Eddie. Go for it.
Footnote 20. The state submitted only a rebuttal disclosure for Dr. Dawson. Dr. Gary Dawson was disclosed in rebuttal by the state to testify to the degree of impairment of the victims, particularly Madison Mogen, at the time of the homicide. His expert report attached to his disclosure opines that Madison Mogen would have been markedly intoxicated from the effects of alcohol around the time of her death. She would not have the ability to mount a meaningful response to a sudden threat to her person. Dawson Report, page 3. He further states that while he has limited his review to Madison Mogen, the same general principles apply to the other victims. Defendant seeks to strike his testimony on grounds that it is improper rebuttal. He contends that none of his experts have challenged her ability to fight back or otherwise contested her toxicology levels. The state responds that the opinion rebuts defense expert Brent Turvey's opinion that more than one assailant was necessary to accomplish the crime in the time frame alleged. Specifically, the state argues that evidence Ms. Mogen was unable to effectively fight back supports its position that one assailant could have completed the homicides in a short time frame. Rebuttal evidence is evidence which explains, repels, counteracts, or disproves evidence which has been introduced by or on behalf of the adverse party. Mr. Turvey has opined in his report that 2 assailants were involved in the homicide, partially because he believes multiple weapons were used against Kaylee. Inferred in his opinion is that one person would not have had the time or ability to use multiple weapons in the time frame alleged when faced with 2 victims. If Ms. Mogen was intoxicated to the point of being unable to fight back, however, it would be possible for one suspect to incapacitate her and then use multiple weapons in attacking Ms. Goncalves. However, whether Dr. Dawson's opinion is relevant depends on how Mr. Turvey's testimony unfolds at trial. Consequently, his disclosed rebuttal opinion will not be excluded or limited at this time.
Eddie, hang on 1 second if you don't mind, bud. Holy shit. Whoa.
What page are we on? We are on page 10 and 11.
Okay. Give me 1 second, you guys. Moto Man just gifted 20 memberships to oof. Okay. Jesus, that's a lot. And thank you so much for that. Looks like Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Lucy Mother received one. Josie, What You Think in 13. Raquel Owell, Norman Kennedy, Jane Bosch, Jilly Bean. Sorry, guys. Hold on. It skipped. Shoot. Sandra, Just Debbie, Jamie, Southern Girl Detective, Lori S, Hanging with Heather, Melissa, John, Jen R, Y Wonder, Freya, Kim French, Tsunami, Sam's Sleuthin UK. Holy hell, and that's crazy, Moto Man. God bless. That's so very, very generous, my friend. I appreciate that, and welcome all you guys to the sauce. I appreciate it so very much, and we're grateful to have you all here. That's amazing. God bless, brother. Really, really generous and very much appreciated. So thank you again so very much for that. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I couldn't let that slide by without welcoming everybody and thanking you, sir.
Oh, great. Thank you, Moto Man.
Yes, that's amazing. All right. So between page 10 and 11, and again, I'm sorry for interrupting. I did not mean to.
Well, that brought us to the end of that.
Right. Did we hit the footnote?
Hit the footnote too, yeah.
Yes, good stuff. Okay, so now we're moving on to Lawrence Mowry. Or did you cover that one already, right?
That's where we are. Yeah. That's
right here, yeah. And Jeffrey Tenzola, Neil Urig, I never said it right. Urig, I believe it is. All right. So Detective Lawrence Mowry, Agent Jeffrey Tenzola, and Detective Neil Urig are forensic detectives who were involved in the investigation of this case. Detective Mowry of the Moscow PD is disclosed to testify in the state's case in chief as an expert in the field of digital forensics. In his role in the investigation specifically, he may testify to any of the subjects identified in his reports and may identify and testify to chain of custody, extractions, electronic data files, and location records identified in the materials made available to defendant. Initial disclosure, page 1, there are approximately 50 individual devices available to defendant. Initial disclosure, wait, I did that already. Individual devices, electronic accounts, and digital data listed in the disclosures about which he will testify. And he will opine that he found no connection in that material linking the defendant to the devices and data that he analyzed. Jeffrey Tenzola is a special agent with the FBI who extracted, processed, and archived the contents of 7 identified digital devices belonging to the defendant. His is disclosed to discuss in the case, in the state's case in chief, the extraction, imaging, examination, processing, verification, transportation, and chain of custody of those devices. The disclosure references and appends his report of examination regarding his work in this regard. Hold on. The defendant is not challenging Detective Urig's rebuttal disclosures. So, the defendant argues that each of the 3 experts' testimony must be limited to what has been disclosed, i.e., the device's data examined and processes used. Other than the disclosed opinions by Detectives Mowry and Urig, that no digital connection was found between defendant and residents of 1122 King Road. Now, understand, folks, what that means. No digital connection, which means there's nothing on the phone via Snapchat, TikTok, Facebook, whatever else there was, but there's no digital connection between him and the victims. Okay, so he wasn't stalking them via any of those social media platforms, any of that stuff, none of it. Okay. And we've all been told that many times again, even by the state. So there again, the defendant argues no specific testimony regarding that what the devices and data depicted should be allowed. To this end, defendant notes that the state has not identified in the disclosures the specific portions of the identified devices in data that these experts will actually testify to. In response, the state clarifies that it's not seeking to elicit opinions from these witnesses. Rather, it intends to elicit testimony about their qualifications necessary to perform the extractions and analysis of the identified devices and data. It further represents that defendant has been provided with all the data analyzed. there is no basis to exclude or limit the detectives' disclosed testimony. It is clear that they will be testifying to the facts of their investigation, not providing traditional expert opinions. There is no need, therefore, for the detectives to identify specifically what the devices and data depict. This is factual in nature, and the defendant has been provided with all the material the detectives reviewed. And then J is Rob Hill, and it says the state submitted only a rebuttal disclosure for Agent Hill. Examples S8, February 17th of 25.
Daigle,
Yes.
were you about to go on with J, Rob Hill?
I was going to stop for a minute to see if we need to discuss any of this real quick, or we can just go forth if you want to.
Yeah, that's why I'm throwing this in there, because we forgot to review.
The one before that. That's fine.
Yeah, the one before that, which we're talking about toxicology, the way the victims upstairs on the third floor were attacked, their ability to fight back, etc. And JC, do you have any thoughts on that before I add what my thoughts are?
Well, I was just going to say, like, if they think that a second person or other people are involved, can you imagine? Like, I cannot imagine being a citizen of the city of Moscow thinking that there's another person on the loose.
Well, there's a couple people on the loose.
Yeah. I mean, I would be outraged and demanding. You know what I mean? And also, like, I'm not saying that it's still, like, I don't think that it's still possible that this guy did this, but it's looking less and less likely to me every day. And what if, I mean, and do you guys know if the judge has ruled on if he's going to allow Sai's statement? Because what Hippler allows is going to be telling.
Agree.
And it's gonna affect the entire outcome.
Of course, yes.
Completely. And also, like I say, not saying that this guy couldn't do it, but it is looking less and less likely. But what Hippler allows is going to be very telling. And what if they come out and say, what if they do get an expert to say that he was absolutely incapable of doing this due to his dyspraxia?
I believe that's coming, JC.
Then what?
They're going to they'll try to bounce it with one of their own people. But at some point, you're going to have to listen to what they're saying. You're going to have to look at what they're saying. And you have to believe certain things that are professionally proclaimed to be true. There's no two ways about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, that's my opinion, but that's what at some point they're going to have to do. And I'm sure that Anne already has this in play, guys. As I keep saying, and I truly believe this, that Ann Taylor's not going to ask a question she doesn't have an answer for already. She's not going to make a statement she doesn't have proof of already.
Right.
She's not going to provide information to anybody that is not, that she can't back up. That's my opinion with the way that she's been doing things. So we'll see. And that's like Need Some Z's just said, Hippler just says it's all fodder for cross-examining. I don't like how he's handling this, and I think it's going to affect what happens. So, that's my opinion. We'll see. You can only go so far doing things the way you shouldn't before it's going to get caught or called out.
I mean, the case is going to be in the hands of the jury. I mean,
yeah.
But
the jury also has to be able to see things for what they are. Just like with what happened in Delphi, they only saw what they wanted them to see. They didn't get to see everything, and you see what happened there. So,
and that was because Gall did what she did.
Exactly, and you weren't allowed to even breathe the words Odinism in her courtroom. And there was no third party defense allowed. So we have to make sure, hopefully, or we can't do anything about it. But I'm hoping that these things are not going to happen here in their own versions of it. You know what I mean? Because I think it's going to make a big difference. It seems that the toxicology becomes more important if Ann Taylor can prove that no one was asleep in their room. Well, we know that they weren't at this point, and Hitler himself. See, that's why, in a sense,
we know. Okay, so we know that Bethany and Dylan were not asleep, right?
We know that nobody was asleep at this point, and this is on record now, JC. I don't know if you understood the document that he put out. Okay, he put his own version of a document out based on what he surmised from the grand jury, and proclaimed that at 2 a.m. all four of them were sitting up in Kaylee's room talking, and then Finn and Ethan were not home at that point. All these other things. Hitler himself is basically breaking down the prosecution case, in my opinion. That's all I'm going to tell you, based on the things that he's saying and doing at this point. So it is what it is.
Do you think so? You don't think Kaylee and Maddie were asleep either?
Maybe Maddie. Maybe Maddie. But that's my own opinion. Okay. That's my own opinion. But
also you said that you thought that the 3 to 4 a.m. timeline was more aligned than the 4 to 5.
It sure as hell seems to look that way in some senses, but who knows at this point? Everything has been changed now. Everything that we have learned over the past month, it's completely turned this around, turned it inside out. And yeah, like Elisa said, everything now is on court record. You can't change that now. And in a sense, he did what he did, but it's not helping the prosecution now. It's destroying their case. So be it. So just saying.
I just think in order to find Brian guilty, you have to go after somebody else as well, and they're not doing that. So
maybe after the fact, we'll see. But I don't believe they will. I don't know, Eddie. I think
it's going to be way less likely.
No, it doesn't. That is not an option. It doesn't work that way. For lack of a better way to put this, it cannot be him plus another. That doesn't exist in our list of options. That's not what the state would end up conceding to, or maintaining, or realizing. Trial is not the place where the prosecution goes to learn the facts of their case. This is the way they're bringing their case. They're saying it's him and him alone. Yeah. So if it is true that there's multiple perpetrators, then the only thing you must realize and understand is that means that it is not Brian. He is not one among a number of perps. If there's multiple, then he is not among them. He's innocent. He has no. Hopefully,
Do they just think it's easier to go after one person than multiple?
Well, I mean, it does make it easier.
This gets to framing. It's not possible. Throughout history, this is another rabbit hole, of course. Yeah. But throughout history, our government, when they frame someone, you only frame individuals. You cannot frame a group or a pair.
People, yeah.
Because they would be each other's alibi then at that point. So, regardless of where your thoughts go, when you cite within your own thoughts times or occurrences when our government has tried to cover something up and frame someone, notice it's always one.
Well, JFK, JFK was one person, Lee Harvey Oswald. That was it. So yeah, just perfect example in that sense. And it would take too much to do that. You guys think about that, too many. And like you said, others would be each other's alibis, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So yeah, it just doesn't work. So, anything else, JC or Eddie, or anything you want to add before we move forward?
Nope.
Yeah. So on this one, I did want to, and
Yeah.
I think it's worthwhile to do this. We would have to play about 3 minutes of the hearing, one of the hearings that we've seen recently, and to review a witness statement that was confusing when we heard it then, but it ties into, the third floor victims. I think it's a good thought experiment for all of us to go through this and see what we think about it now.
Okay.
It would require, I do have a timestamp, but it's a different content creator's video. She did a hearing. She cut out all the breaks and all the extraneous bits. So it's just the hearing. She does a very good job of that. I don't think she would have a problem, although you would be the final judge of that, Dago. It's Jules.
Okay.
And the hearing would be January 23rd, Frank's hearing.
We're not doing the whole thing anyway, so it won't be a big deal.
The most streamlined way to get to that would just, select live.
Right.
You know what I mean by that, right? Not videos, not community tab, but live.
All right, one moment here. I'm just trying to get it to come up now. Okay. Hang on. All right. Let me find it here. She's got a lot too, like I do here.
Yeah, they're pretty well labeled. It's got the date on there.
What was it? January what? 23rd?
January 23rd.
Here it is. I found it right on top. That was quick. Awesome. One moment here. Again, guys, this comes from Jules of All Trades, True Crime Reactions. If you guys have not ever checked out her channel, you really should. She does amazing things. I've always respected Jules and the work she does. The link is in the chat for you guys. And what is the timestamp, Eddie?
It is 1:15. 1 hour, 15 minutes, 0 seconds.
Okay, hold on. Load this up. Boy, I'm getting lucky on picking these today. All right, I'm going to start just before that and then. All right, here.
And if you look at the messaging between the detective and the WSU police officer about the timing of that. So it's based on this false investigation trail.
So, you know what? I apologize, Dago. It's 105. My bad.
Completely out of
10500. I
No
can't
problem.
read my own writing.
It's all right. It's all right. Started here.
Stated she went to sleep on the second floor. She was awoken at 4 by what she stated sounded like one of the victims playing with the dog, which was on the third floor. A short time later, she thought she heard one of the victims say something. That caveat, she thought she heard, is a problem. That's not at all what was said. This person was interviewed shortly after 911 was called in the afternoon of November 13th, 2022. And she was sure, I'm at Defendant's Exhibit 8A, page 281, lines 4 through 10, when this witness was sure that she heard this particular victim go up the stairs, and then come running back down the stairs.
Hold on, guys. I have the volume as far up as it'll go. This was just quiet. Here, I'll put that back so you can rehear it again. I have the captions on because it is kind of quiet, so hopefully you'll be able to see that too. Sorry, Kay.
The way the affidavit reads, it says this person stated she went to sleep on the second floor. She was awoken at 4 by what she stated sounded like one of the victims playing with the dog, which was on the third floor. A short time sometime later, she thought she heard one of the victims say something. That caveat, she thought she heard, is a problem. That's not at all what was said. This person was interviewed shortly after 911 was called in the afternoon of November 13th, 2022. And she was sure. I'm at Defendant's Exhibit 8A, page 281, lines 4 through 10, when this witness was sure that she heard this particular victim go up the stairs, and then come running back down the stairs. That is not what's contained in this affidavit at all. That is repeated during this same interview a couple of different times at page 287. It's also repeated in a subsequent interview that same day. This is Defendant's Exhibit 8B. That's at page 313 and again at 320. I've got one more of these where this is repeated. It's repeated again in D8C as well. That is important because that's misleading to the judge. That waters down what was said, and that matters in the probable cause affidavit, because the officers, when they wrote this, knew that wasn't the case. They knew this particular person that DM said was upright and running down the stairs, but that's not what happened. That person was killed in the bed and never left the bed. So the officers water that down because they know that fact is wrong, but they don't tell the magistrate that. They also don't tell the magistrate that this witness has claimed memory problems, that this witness has claimed that she's not sure what she heard or saw was real, or whether it was at a dream, and that is contained in Defendant's 8C, and that's going to be beginning at page 396, 398, 399, 403. There's further statements from that witness in that police interview that said that she had too much to drink and couldn't remember. None of that is given to the magistrate. That is information that's withheld. That's credibility of the person telling law enforcement these things, and the magistrate had a right to know that whatever is laid out in here isn't exactly the way it was. That person had credibility issues, and she said things that were just absolutely untrue and couldn't have been true. Law enforcement knew that. That was intentionally withheld from the magistrate. That matters when we're talking about credibility and sets this whole thing into motion. Your Honor, the next part of the affidavit talks
Okay, this is
what they have determined.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that brings us to the conclusion. So, sorry about the typing. I didn't realize that it would be so low and hard to hear.
You got a good mic, that's all.
Now, this is really like a brain teaser, because if you caught what was said there, so DM's statement twice on the same day, she is saying that one of the upstairs victims, we know which one, the one that owns a dog, right, came upstairs, then went downstairs, and went back upstairs, and law enforcement knew that wasn't true. They watered that down. Mm-hmm. They knew it couldn't have been true. Now, here's the brain teaser. So, for the purpose of probable cause during this Frank's hearing, Ann's argument is law enforcement knew, according to their own case, right? And we know that the case is a fabricated one. So keep that in mind. So according to what they're saying, that DM's statement is not consistent with the case they're bringing, and yet they brought that, they omitted that portion, and they brought that to the magistrate to get the magistrate to sign off on the warrant. So,
right.
But
while purposely withholding the information that was actually pertinent to this, right?
Right. But notice, so I always talk about the two realities or the two truths. So both of these interviews happened on the same day, the very day of the incident, the tragedy. Now, when is the truth told? Is it, typically is when do you get closest to the truth? The very first moments of an event, or like days, weeks, months, years after the event, and you re-interview someone? Well, obviously, it's the time frame most proximate to the event is when the truth comes out. Right. Notice with all of DM's statements how it's over time that her statements evolve, and then she's exposed to images like a mask and whatever, and then her statement begins to speak of remembering someone in a mask, and the mask looks like such, right? But the initial statement doesn't have that.
That's what seems to be happening. That's right. Every time she's exposed to something, her story evolves a little bit more. Very good point. Thank you.
Right. So to bring my thought full circle is, and it's confusing because Anne is saying that couldn't have happened that way. But now I'm tying this all in together with Kaylee supposedly getting punched. It's almost like she did maybe get battered around prior to ending up in the bedroom. It's possible. Right. And notice that the surviving witness's statement is consistent with that. The initial statement, she said twice on the same day that the fact that one of the victims went downstairs and then back upstairs. So I know it's a complicated thought. I hope I've expressed it well enough, but it makes you wonder as to if Kaylee was being chased around, does that make sense, guys?
It does, because what I'm going to tell you now, in my mind, because you reiterated the fact that she proclaimed this twice in the same day. That makes me wonder, is this something she visually actually saw? Did you actually see this happen?
Yeah.
Did you see Kaylee being assaulted? Did you see Kaylee being chased? Were you standing there watching that situation possibly? And did you see her get assaulted possibly? That's another thing that I didn't even think about until you just brought that up, Eddie, because it's so ingrained in her mind as compared to everything else we've heard her state. And like Eddie said, her statements evolve every time she's introduced to something new. Okay, with the 4 to 5 interviews she had, but that one thing was stated twice in the same day, and it makes me wonder: is that because you saw that for sure? You saw Kaylee. You saw Kaylee being assaulted. That's a very interesting theory, Eddie. Very interesting point, and thank you for putting that in my head.
And again, it really confuses it because for two reasons. Number one, DM will never admit to as much at trial. She's going to stick to the story she's been told to stick to. I promise you that.
Yeah.
So this is just for you, for our thoughts in our own mind, because we'll never know the truth.
Of course.
That's number one. Number two, notice how it seems like Ann Taylor believes, if we listen to her in this hearing, she believes that it couldn't have happened that way. But is she actually believing that, or is she putting that in reference to the case that the state is bringing? This is the state's case. And again, this is a case where the prosecution got to do the paperwork for the case that they're bringing against Brian, and then they turn over the disclosure of this fabricated case to the defense and say, here, defend your client with this.
Right.
Which, of course, it's impossible to defend your client with that. It's a fabrication. And that's why Ann keeps saying no real investigation was ever performed here.
And right, this was not anywhere near close to a real investigation. We all know that now.
So yeah, this is really a mind challenge to try to understand what I'm trying to say, but it seems like it is. In other words, from what my thoughts are trying to express is it is likely true that, or it's very possible, rather, let me say it that way, that Kaylee was not always in the room. She may have been about, perhaps even up and down the stairs prior to, during the
right,
the event when everything was happening.
As it was going down, yeah. And that it is possible because she could have been looking for help, trying to get away. Who knows? You know what I mean? So yeah, very, very possible.
Yep. And Ann's argument is, there's no point for her to stand on that and to say, yes, it happened that way. No, she's left with the alternative to like, okay, this is the case that they're bringing against my client. So this is how I'm going to defend him,
Yeah.
That's how we're going to play with reality. There is a case that the state is bringing. So those cards, Ann has to play with those cards. Whether or not she believes that reality is left up to your own imaginations. Right. It's mind challenge. I know. It's
agreed. Phil, when if this is a if, not a when, but or for sure, but like if Dylan possibly did see her running up and down the stairs, if she was possibly being assaulted or hit or attacked at that time, that's all.
So Phil, we were listening to when Ann was talking about the surviving witness's statement when twice during on the 13th of November, she stated on two different interviews that one of the third floor victims ran down the stairs and back up the stairs.
Right. Yeah. And yes, Jerry, that is another possibility that it could have been what she observed could have been, Xana grabbing the DoorDash, running up and down the stairs, depending on the situation. Depending on what stairwell she saw, because where Xana's or where Dylan's room is, if she was there, would be the second floor to the third floor stairwell, not because the stairwell sits right by her door. Okay. It wouldn't have been Xana going downstairs and then coming back up those stairs from the second floor down. Unless she saw somebody going down those stairs and then back up those stairs. So it could have been either way, I guess. So yeah, that could have been Xana getting the DoorDash, very possibly, yes. It's just another possibility. I'm just saying it's a good point. It's a very interesting point. So that's all. Didn't she get the DoorDash before they had their little... No, because their little meeting happened at 2 a.m. The DoorDash, according to what we understand from the documents, did not arrive until 3:59 a.m. So that meeting was done and over with at that point. The DoorDash was ordered at 3. I can't remember. Xana's last, what was it, TikTok or whatever she was doing was 3:16. The DoorDash was ordered, and then at some point in time within there, and received at 3:59. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's okay, Sherry. It's okay. No worries. So yeah, that's interesting, Eddie. Very interesting. I got what you're saying. Very good points too. Anything to add to that or questions about that, JC?
No. Nope.
Okay. The order was placed from. They always claimed that Xana placed the order, but it was done through Ethan's DoorDash app. So did Ethan place the order? Did Xana place the order? But nobody knows, but it was placed through his app. So she could have done it through his phone, or she could have logged into his account on her phone, or he could have ordered it. Who knows? We don't know that, but we don't actually even know who grabbed the DoorDash order, if anybody. But it could have been Xana. So those are the things, the little things that make this hard to understand some of this stuff, because we don't know those little details in some senses. We just kind of guess at that and hope that we're right on that. So then we could assume that that was the time they got home. Maybe, well, I would imagine that's a great one, Alicia, to bring up too, because now we are up to the understanding of Xana and Ethan were not home at 2 a.m. as compared to us being told that they were home twice, 2 different times by 1:45, and also earlier on via her father, because of what she stated during the phone call, 12:30 they were home. Now we're told by Judge Hippler they were not there at 2 a.m., just those other 4 roommates. So if they made a DoorDash order, they didn't have to be home to do that, but expecting to be home at that time, possibly. I got to venture to say that they were home at least by 4 a.m. to be able to receive the DoorDash. Okay? But we still don't have an exact time that they came in the door. That's the problem. So,
and I'll just muddy the waters a little bit right there, because if you really want to put your thinking caps on and confuse yourself even more, so because the court record says that, does that mean that it's false?
That we don't know.
Right. Which is the truth? Because that's Judge Hippler saying, right?
And
I mean, there's no doubt that that's the way that they're going to be. That's the way they're going to be presenting this at trial. But is that the real truth, or was the first truth? You know, where Jeff said that there was a phone call and they were eating pizza. Is that the, you know, which one is the lie?
Which is the truth, right? And I did go back last night with the mods and I watched an interview with Jeff and Jasmine, which is Xana's father and sister. And he claims during the interview that the last he heard from Xana was around midnight, before he was getting ready to go out. And she stated she was home. That's where the whole pizza thing comes into effect, that she was home. But that's what she told him. And again, I've told you guys before, my kids have told me things when they were younger just to appease me, because at some point there was record of, or there were statements made by Jasmine that Jeff, I guess, was informed that there was a disagreement that night and said, do I need to come there? And Jasmine said no. And Xana said, no, Dad, I'm home. We're fine. We ordered pizza. We're good. And Jasmine said, no, Dad, you can't, because you've been drinking too much. So that was what was stated. And then he reiterates in his interview that he spoke to her at midnight, just before they went out, before he was going out. And they were all out together. And that's when the phone call about that whole thing went down, supposedly. So that's what happened there. Now those words came from his mouth and his daughter, Jenna's sisters. But at that point, we still don't know what time those two came home. They told she told her father she was home to appease him, in my opinion, so he didn't worry and didn't show up there. But they were not home at 2 a.m. according to the judge. So this is where the lines get crossed, or it's real close to it. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
So here's where my thoughts go with this.
Right.
And there's so much to unpack here at Gary Dawson, with you know, surrounding the time of death and third floor victims, and now we're hearing about multiple weapons, and then Xana and Ethan being attacked at the same time. So because they are desperately trying to make us believe that Xana and Ethan were not home until after 2, that means they don't want us thinking that they were home prior to that.
Right.
So that tells me I'm inclined to believe that they were home prior to that, and that they may have become deceased much earlier than the time that Kaylee and Maddie arrived home.
Possibly, yes.
and they're keeping us from that. And maybe that explains, because there's multiple cleanups. Maybe that area was cleaned up the best they could clean up, right?
Yeah,
The
right.
second floor area. And then around 1:56, these other two come home. And we know the rest of the story. So, I don't know.
It's interesting at the very least, the way it's breaking down,
Yeah. We'll never know. I guess we'll never know, but
probably not unless somebody comes forth with some truth that was there at the scene. So,
because officially the time of death is noon for all 4 victims. That's not helpful at all.
No.
It's purposely vague, just because we've always been talking about 2 different crime scenes in that house. We've been talking all this time about 2 different times of death.
Mm-hmm.
And all of this seems consistent with that. Our intuition these 2+ years have been on with all of this. And now with all these details, it kind of reaffirms it all.
Very, very good. Very good point, sir.
Because no matter what, there was no one incident. It was not like one person walked in and who's the detective? I forget. Gilbertson. I'm sorry, which one? But walked in and did a dry run to see if it could be done in so many minutes.
Right. Yeah.
That one person is not one event, one person. That's not what happened.
Right. Let me see something here.
Anyway, it's a lot for us to think about, a lot for you to think about.
As there always is with this, right? Right. Very good point. Very good points. The Chapins would have better information on time of death because of the second autopsy. Agreed. I'm sure they do, at least for him. Which was very smart for them to have the second autopsy done. Well, and that's the thing. That's why I never understood why EMS was not allowed inside the home. I've never been on a scene ever, and I've been on murder scenes before, whether it's gunshots, stabbings, whatever. They still have allowed EMS to go in to do those things to ensure that the whatever the situation is are not revivable, that it's to be called at that point. Now, Mabbitt never came onto the property until 4 or 5 o'clock that afternoon, but they called the time of death noon because that's when law enforcement arrived and said they were dead when we got here. I believe that was the reason why that happened. So, just so everybody knows that. Amy says, now we have Hitler in the circle of lies as they try to fit circle in a square. Bingo. That's a good way to put it. As you all read these self-authentication documents, there was 2 interesting timestamps. I don't know that we've gotten to that, Tara, but we will. I still keep forgetting what the hell I was trying to get to. There's another point I was trying to make, and I keep losing it. I'll come back to it at some point. Or the grand jury testimony about the timeline's true. The rumor by some is they were downtown at some point. So unless there's video of downtown or whatever else, different story at every turn. I'm agreed, very much so. In a sense, we're breaking this investigation down our own way. Unfortunately, it's sad that we have to do that to try to understand the truth behind it. But that's what we're doing, in a sense. So
I guess my final thoughts on this is if Kaylee was like in fear of her life and trying to evade throughout the house, the multiple weapons would seem to make sense.
Of course.
Like if someone is lying asleep and you're the assailant with a knife, there would be no reason to change weapons. But if someone is running from you and you had to tackle them first, so to speak, or whatever.
Get a hold of them, right?
You might use a different weapon to do that, and then once you have them subdued, then you would finish it off with the knife, so to speak, I guess.
Yeah, like swinging a golf club at somebody to knock them out, to slow them down, to stop them.
Yeah.
Once you have them, subdued, then you can do what you're going to do. That's
Right.
what he's saying. So yes, very much possible. And then again, that makes the fact that multiple suspects, multiple weapons makes way more sense than anything we've ever looked at. It really does. And it's obviously something that needs to be seen and heard, or it wouldn't have been brought up. And we've said this for 2 years, guys, 3 years, guys, that a lot of us believe there were more than one suspects involved and more than one weapons involved. That's what I'm saying. So, and one person's not going to change weapons, though. I just don't see that happening. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You're not going to put down a knife to grab a golf club and then pick a knife back up. I just don't see that. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Somebody that's assaulting somebody that weapon is their tool, that is their support, their security. They're not going to put it down at any aspect because somebody else could grab it. You see what I'm saying? So they're not going to switch hands with something and do that. That just doesn't make sense. That's all. Okay, welcome, Clifton. Good to see you today.
Well, it was good that we explored it thoroughly because, if you're waiting for the facts to come out through the state, you're going to have to wait till trial to hear from the defense the facts.
Yeah,
because the state is not going to give you them.
No, not at all. And Joey, that's a good question. I think others have asked that. I don't know that there ever was a pizza delivery. I just don't. Okay. It could have been a pizza that was there from earlier in the day, if there ever was a pizza. Because remember, again, I do believe that statement was made only to subside Jeff, her dad, to calm him down. That's what I'm saying. I don't know that it was a true statement. I don't know that it actually happened because they weren't there at 2 a.m. And that was 2.5 hours beforehand that statement was made. So I don't know that the pizza ever existed, bud. But it's a good question because if it did happen, then we'd have been looking at him too, if that's the thing. So anyway, great point. Great point. Wade says, I don't mean the 4 a.m. to 4:25 a.m. Just Dana and Ethan could possibly be back after 2. Or the other morbid thought is that the girls walked in on crazy stuff, thus hanging in bedroom 2 a.m. Well, I don't know. I mean, it could be. It's a good point. Like I said, I love the fact that you guys are all doing the critical thinking here and injecting into this. That's what we want. That's what I want to see is everybody using their minds on this and seeing what we're seeing and talking about what we're breaking down. And there was multiple pizza boxes throughout that house, though, bud. That could have been from the day before, that afternoon, a week before. They weren't the greatest house cleaners we saw, so it could have been for a while. You know what I mean, buddy? Just saying. All right.
Should I read Jay, Rob Hill?
Yeah. Let me move this around here real quick and get us back on that. 1 second. And again, thank you to Jules for that video, guys. If you haven't gone and checked it out, I did put her link in the stream. Please go check Jules out. She does some amazing videos. She always has. I've always respected her and supported her in every aspect.
Yeah, she does. And she does a great job of, during a hearing, she will eliminate all the bits. So it's just the hearing part. So you can just streamline your way right through it and review them without having to be a lot of time wasted going through the clutter.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm going to be doing from here on out. I realized I figured out how to do this. When we do cover a hearing live, when it's over, I can go through and I can cut out commercials, breaks, and all that, and it's just nonstop. So that I did figure out how to do, and I will be doing that. That way, when it is played back in the future, you guys won't have to worry about that if you missed it the first time. And she does amazing at that. Eddie's right. Okay. All right, here we go. Here, Rob Hill.
Okay, Rob Hill. Footnote 24 reads, the state submitted only a rebuttal disclosure for Agent Hill. Rob Hill is a special agent with the FBI who reviewed surveillance footage from the hours before and after the homicides, depicting what law enforcement believes is suspect vehicle 1. Agent Hill was disclosed to rebut opinions by defense expert Stephen Becker that it is not possible to ascertain from the surveillance videos whether a front license plate was missing from the vehicle. Agent Hill's rebuttal references the full summary of video depicting suspect vehicle 1, which has been disclosed to the defendant, as a basis for his opinion that suspect vehicle 1 did not have a front license plate. He then lists the specific camera locations and timestamps he contends show a clear view of a missing front plate. His rebuttal also states he will provide testimony about the significance of the missing front plate. Defendant contends that since Agent Hill has not offered an opinion as to any videos other than those specific clips referenced, his testimony must be limited to those identified clips. However, Agent Hill's disclosed opinion is not restricted to the identified clips. It expressly based on the full summary of video of suspect vehicle 1, with the identified clips being the most clear. Thus, the court will not limit his testimony in this regard.
And therefore, the order based on foregoing defendant's motion in limine, read the vague and undisclosed expert testimony is denied. And that does it for that. What do you think on that one, Eddie?
I think that so if we were to do a preview in our imagination about what this would look like at trial, it's going to be these poor images, and he's going to contend right about here seems to be what looks like a missing plate, but it's not going to be clear. That's what it feels like to me. It's just going to be,
right.
I'm the expert and I get to state that on that picture, my opinion is there's no front plate. And that's significant because, 79% of the vehicles through town here have front plates, blah, blah, blah.
And with his testimony, I believe, because it's such poor quality video, he's making an opinion. He's not stating a fact. Okay. Right. And if the jury takes this to hear this, in their mind, this is an expert. They may take an opinion in their mind as a fact because he's an expert. That's not good. So, that's going to be important, like he said. That's my thought on it as well. I agree with him. So
my last thoughts on this, because we began the stream discussing in chat about we're all talking because SG brought it up, during that interview, how he returned that morning at 9 a.m.
Right.
Well, where is all the footage of this?
Bingo.
Where's those camera footages?
That's my point. They have footage of all this other stuff, but they don't have that. That's amazing to me. That's good to know.
Yeah. What are they basing that on? That would be his phone activity, not his car images. And what would that be called? Cast?
Mm-hmm.
Cast.
And that doesn't mean that he was sitting in front of the house at 9 a.m. the next day.
Right.
What we know about how the cast works, that means that he was within a range of area, or a range of area within that house somewhere. So it could have been anywhere, you guys. It doesn't mean he was right there. Maybe he drove past on Walenta or something. That doesn't mean that he came back for a reason. So that's something else that needs to be taken into effect, you guys. So the tower range, exactly, Tandy. Thank you. Remember that stuff, guys. The way they made this sound was that Brian pulled back up in front of the house at 9 a.m. just to see what was going on. Or did he come back for the sheath? That's how everybody's putting this out there. We don't know exactly where the man was at 9 a.m. other than the range that they're claiming that he was in, which I think Saya is going to be able to explain how that all breaks down and so on and so forth. So I expect that. Thank you, Clifton. Appreciate you. Welcome, Becky. Good to see you. And that's the thing. They should, if he was really there, Becky has a great point. If he was really there, 11-12 should have caught him on camera. And if they have that on camera, that's fine. Then put that in a document so everybody knows that. If not, shut up about it. That's my opinion. I'm sorry. Right. Maybe he went to Winco. He was at the bank, Tandy said. All of these things, you guys. But this is what they're doing. My mind took that, Eddie, and I think yours probably did when we first heard that he was back there at 9 a.m. That Brian Koberger pulled up around to Queen Road and sat in front of the house and looked at it and decided, oh, there's nobody here. But I don't know if I want to go back inside to get the sheets. And off I go. That's how they made it sound, okay? And that's what they're doing every time. And that's part of this. I get it, but that's not how this goes down, sadly. All right, so backward.
Yeah, lastly is you guys think that the two minors who got the MIPS, minor in possessions, the evening before that went onto the band field to look for the contraband that they ditched from the night before, and then they saw a hunched figure with an evil leer glaring at every passerby, and Mr. Hyde was there near the band field,
right.
With his shoulders up high and
over. Yes.
So you guys think that those two minors are going to be testifying to that? You think that they have been shown a lineup? They've been interviewed by detectives?
Nope. No, I mean, I'm sure that the prosecution's probably trying to look for them to do this, but I don't see it happening at this point. And if they do, I'm sure Anne is going to destroy them on a cross because it's just bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And again, of those two interviews, they happened like back to back.
Right.
What was it, like May or June 14th and 15th on two different content creators' channels. One leaning heavily biased one way and the other one being pretty open-minded.
Yep.
And that difference was only in the one content creator's, interview.
Agreed.
But of all the information that was disclosed, other than the Snapchats occurring, around 9 a.m., that was pretty much the most significant. I mean, even if the interviewer didn't ask that question directly, that would be something that you would want to probably include, like, oh, and hey, I forgot to mention, here's something that you're going to find interesting is that the following morning, those two, when I was talking to those two, they said such and such.
Right. Right.
Fascinating.
Becky says, didn't Dave say that none of the detectives had been at none of them were interviewed or talked to? Yes, that's what Dave stated. So that's interesting because if that stuff really went down and it was put out there, in fact, I believe he stated that they did reach out. Certain people reached out and nobody wanted to hear a thing from them. So, and another piece of information was that, I know a lot of people don't believe certain things that were said, but some of this stuff is becoming true. WSU mom Kim made a statement to me about her daughter and their friends going on a trip on a weekend that one of the friends owned a white Elantra that parked in her driveway the entire weekend. And she realized the car was there, realized what it was. And when the friend came back, asked, hey, did you get interviewed by the police because you have this vehicle? Nope, did not. So there's many things that could have been, should have been looked into, talked about, and had interviews for that never were. So that's interesting. Interesting for the reason that did they do it? Did they not do it because they didn't need to? Did they not do it because they didn't want to? Or what? It's one of those two things. They didn't want to is what I think because they already had their situation at hand. That's all I'm saying. So those are quite interesting facts to know.
Oh, and lastly, if anyone's interested and did not understand what we've been talking about, these 2 Dave interviews, and you need to watch them for yourself, you can either watch
Lana.
Lana Truth and
Transparency.
Transparency.
That's the better one.
Has
I think
one.
Yeah.
And then the other one took his down. So if you were to want to watch that one, I believe you'd have to review Dago's live.
Yeah.
To watch that. Or there was someone else who had, I don't know. You can explain.
I don't know. There's certain things have been taken down. So yes. Agreed.
Those should both be put somewhere at a single location, so someone could, if they were inclined, could watch them both, without having to search the internet.
Right. So yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree. And again, yes, Murky, I just found that out yesterday because once again, referring to Truth and Transparency, Lana did a great show yesterday that I was in earlier in the day, I believe, and she talked about the fact that Jack Kadovich, number 9 at the grub truck, has the jersey on, another Jack, his brother owns a white Elantra sedan that is very much like the one that we talk about every day. And he used to use it all the time to drive him and his friends around. So again, how many of these cars are out here and they have one? So this all falls into play as far as I'm concerned with the multiple other suspects or possible, I'm sorry, let me rephrase it and put it the right way. Multiple alternate suspects possibility. Okay. There it is. In itself, and the one I just explained to you, and I know there was another girl that owned one, okay, but Brian's is the only one we can look at, and he wasn't even there, so figure that one out. You know what I mean? There's the problem. Thank you, Murky, for that as well. Okay, what is the next best document for us to break down? There was one that had something about DNA. Jules had said something about a newer one that was supposed to have some really interesting pieces of info in it. And we did cover the 911 and text messages, the 911 call the night before yesterday. Some of these, let me review real fast, guys, just to look, because some of these are just ceilings, and there's nothing we can do with those anyway. So we have one, the order on the defendant's motion to strike the death penalty, the autism spectrum disorder. We're going to review that for sure because it's important, I think. The state's requested jury selections, that's sealed, so we're not reviewing that. Phase 1, the lay witness list, that's just another sealing, which it's amazing to me how many things are still being sealed when we were told that everything's being unsealed, but hey. What are you going to do? Witness and exhibit lists. That's just another sealing. Order sealing the state's response to the defendant's proposed jury instructions. That's the order. A motion to seal the defendant's objections to state's requested jury instructions. That's just a motion. There's nothing to that one. Hang on. And that's really it. So I guess the next one up, unless Eddie, you had a preference, if we're going to review it, and we can always go back to the 911 call because there's more in that we can look through that we didn't really break down. But the next one would be the order on the defendant's motion to strike the death penalty, the autism spectrum disorder, just to see what Judge Hippler ordered on that.
Let's do it.
Sounds like a plan. I'm curious to see how this man thinks about this and what he chooses to do. So here we go. Again, I appreciate all you guys joining us today. It looks like 184 people in the house, guys. If you haven't yet, hold on 1 minute. We have 115 likes, so we're in the algorithm, but please make sure to hit the like button on your way. And if you still could, the more the better. And guys, don't forget, after the fact, leave us a comment, or now if you choose to, if you'd like, about what your thoughts are on everything. If you haven't spoke out, we'd love to see your comments. Always do. And I do try to reply to all of them. So Okay, so again, this is the order on the defendant's motion to strike the death penalty, the ASD, the Autism Spectrum Disorder. Introduction is having been recently diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, ASD, by a clinical neuropsychologist retained by his defense team. Defendant seeks to strike the death penalty as a sentencing option, arguing that it violates his constitutional rights. He contends ASD is the functional equivalent of an intellectual disability, which is categorically recognized as a disqualifying exemption to the death penalty. Even if the court rejects the categorical approach, he argues the death penalty option should nevertheless be stricken in this case, given the intense media attention on the defendant's disability. In response, the state disputes that ASD is equivalent to an intellectual disability for purposes of a categorical exemption to the death penalty, and further notes that defendant has not shown a national consensus supporting such an exemption. As for defendant's individualized argument, the state contends that none of the defendant's concerns warrant striking the death penalty, which I absolutely disagree with. And the oral argument on the motion was held on April 9th at the hearing that we're talking about, after which the court took the matter under advisement. The court finds striking the death penalty is not warranted.
Well, I guess that saves us from reading the rest of the document. We got the answer.
Yeah, to that extent, of course. Now, the rest of this explains it, and I do say I have to disagree with this. I do. Brian has been, I think it was Eliza Massoth, explained the way Brian sits, even broke it down to that the way the man sits in court, he doesn't move. His hands is perfectly still. He sits in a certain type of way. It all shows the ASD. Certain things he does show the ASD. Certain things he's done in the past and relate to and show the ASD, so on and so forth. So, you know, the facts of the situation is what's related here in this document. And it says, during the course of the case, the defense team retained Dr. Orr. She's a clinical neuropsychologist. Oh, come on with this already. I'm so sick of this crap doing this. I don't want it. Give me a minute, guys, to get rid of this. I'm sorry. My thing should be blocking all this anyway. My apologies, you guys. Come on now. There we go. I don't want that either. All right. So anyway, to conduct comprehensive neuropsychological evaluation of the defendant and to issue a report, Defense's Exhibit 2, the Orr report. As part of this evaluation, Dr. Orr interviewed the defendant's immediate family members, and other relevant adults from the defendant's childhood, including former teachers. She gathered information on the defendant's history, made behavioral observations, and administered cognitive tests. Based on her evaluation, Dr. Orr diagnosed the defendant with autism spectrum disorder level 1. Which is the same one that my son has, without accompanying intellectual or language impairment, ASD, Idaho, page 16. According to Dr. Orr, ASD is a complex, heterogeneous neurodevelopmental disorder rooted in brain differences and characterized by social and behavioral features, Idaho, page 16. It causes deficits in which affected individuals perceive and react to others in their environment, causing problems in social communication and interactions, repetitive behaviors, and narrow range of interests. And you refer to defendant's EXP disclosure, Exhibit D13B, page 31, the Ryan report. There is a wide, hold on, let me jump down to the footnotes. Dr. Eileen Ryan conducted a psychiatric evaluation of the defendant and agreed with Dr. Orr's diagnosis that her expert report is attached to her disclosure filed by defendant as Exhibit D13 on January 23rd of 25. That's two doctors that have agreed that the man is on the spectrum, okay? So, there is a wide range of autism symptoms and severity. ID deficits can include a restricted range of effect, atypical eye contact, displaying facial expressions or movements that do not match what is being said. Basically, lack of emotion pertaining to a situation. Failure to consider social cues, having trouble with speech, reciprocity. I always mess that word up. Reciprocity. Yeah, you know what I mean. Reciprocating. There we go. And repetitive behaviors, pursuant to the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnosis and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, 2013, DSEM-5. There are primary diagnostic criteria for ASD, the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, clinical testing and diagnosis for autism spectrum disorder. That would be a link to click there if anybody's interested. If it would work. Last visited April 22nd of 25. Citing DSM-5, the first criterion is persistent deficits in each of the following areas of social communication and interactions. 1, social and emotional reciprocity. I know how to say this, I just can't today. Reciprocity. Number 2, nonverbal communicative behaviors used for social interactions. And 3, developing, maintaining, and understanding relationships. The second criterion is the display of restrictive, repetitive patterns of behavior, interests, or activities as manifested by at least 2 of the following. 1 would be stereotyped or repetitive movements, use of objects, or speech. And 2 is insistence on sameness and inflexible adherence to, meaning liking to do the same thing on a regular basis, having a routine. If you use this one pen, you want to use that same pen all the time, that type of stuff. Routines or ritualized patterns of verbal or nonverbal behavior. 3 would be highly restricted, fixated interests that are abnormal in intensity or focus. And 4, hyper or hypo reactivity to sensory input or unusual interest in sensory aspects of the environment, ID. The severity of ASD is based on 2 criteria. There are 3 levels of severity which correlate to how much support is needed. Level 3, which is the worst severe, requires very substantial support. That would be nonverbal, sometimes non-mobile, things like that, and you need a lot more help functioning throughout your day. That's the most severe, like it says. Level 1 is the least severe, requires merely support, meaning very high functioning, very vocal, mobile, and truly, in some senses, you can't even really understand or see unless you spend an extended period of time with that person that they have the disorder. Okay. Because it's very, 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 it's not very visual. So, also, to the first criterion, Dr. Orr noted in her report that defendant's family and peers reported that defendant displayed atypicalities and difficulties in social settings dating back to early childhood. At an early age, the defendant's school psychologist recommended that he be evaluated for ADHD and Asperger's disorder. Now ASD, he was clinically diagnosed with ADHD only. There you go. Where are we at? Hold on, I'm up. Here we go. Including 1, inability to adjust his behavior to suit the social context. 2, poor social reciprocity in conversation. 3, issues with nonverbal behavior like personal space. And 4, limited ability to take perspectives of others. She notes that these difficulties played a role in the eventual termination of his funding for his graduate program. At the time of his arrest, he was pursuing a PhD in criminal justice and criminology at Washington State University. The defendant previously received an associate's degree in liberal arts with a concentration in psychology. In 2018, a bachelor's degree in forensic track psychology, 2020, and a master's degree in criminal justice, 2022. The defendant achieved a 4.0 GPA in his master's program, which is amazing.
That is amazing.
It really is. Really is.
I have to observe something. I noticed that during that interview, do you guys know which interview I'm talking about? The one that's all the discussion with SG.
Okay.
Did you notice that the theme of him coming over here and telling us small town, small city type, that he's going to take his big city East Coast ways and teach us, right?
Yes.
When's the last time? I mean, we haven't heard that in a long time, and that's being like put back out there.
Oh yeah, definitely, most definitely, and that's not a good way to do things. But yeah, you're right.
So it makes me think about, you put that together with this thought that there's been a theory that these late night drives have something nefarious to do with his personal drug use, and I just can't get behind that.
I don't either.
Not because of any special reason, like I refuse to see it in him, or I don't want to see it. It's that the evidence doesn't line up like that. And okay, let's briefly talk about. So in our mindset, it's like that's when those things happen. Like if you want to get that type of thing, then you got to go out late at night and you got to meet up in the dark alley, and the deal gets done. But think of this: if when people are driving dirty, they're better off doing it in the daytime and minding the speed limit and going with the flow of traffic rather than speeding and driving reckless and drawing attention to themselves, right?
Agreed.
So at night, when like how much traffic is there? There's very little, and there's policemen. And when do people drink and drive and coming home from the bars? That's late at night.
Yep.
So if you really want to draw attention to yourself, you would do that type of thing late at night. Of course, you would avoid that. Why not just do it during the day if that was your thing, right?
Right.
And think of like probable cause. Now, I don't know anything about it, but I assume our mindset is, well, they do that stuff late at night because you get in trouble for that. You know, you get in trouble for that type of substance if it was found on you.
Right.
I don't know. I assume you would. Otherwise, why try to hide it, right?
Right.
Why do these deals and exchange money and for the product and all that if it's not illegal? So if you run the risk at night getting pulled over, like I pulled you over for this reason, but because what does that smell? Well, I think I smell this, so that gives me probable cause. Do I have your consent to search your vehicle? Oh no, you don't. Well, then because I have probable cause, I'm going to get the canine, and if he alerts, well then
we're
you don't have a
searching
choice.
Right.
Yeah. So I know I'm taking a long time to build this, but
no, you're good. You're good.
For that reason, I can't see. To me, all this late night stuff, this has to do with like if he's got some type of business that he's conducting, and by that I mean maybe, I don't know, something to do with his studies, right? You do that around what other people are doing. Like if you're trying to investigate something, well, and that's when they're doing their stuff. That's when you have to be
you're doing your stuff, right?
Yes. So yeah, the fact of us, this notion of sneaking around in the darkness so he can buy something, because that's what he does. I don't know. That is not consistent with, in my mind, how you would want to do that, because now you're drawing attention to yourself, and if you get caught with that, I assume you get in trouble.
Of course you should, yeah.
But he never did get in trouble. But they seem to be onto him. They seem to know about him during the weeks and months prior to this. So I don't know. There's still something with that. We don't know what it is, but I feel like they they don't like him doing what he's doing. He's learning something. He's discovering something. He's got the dirt on someone. I don't know, but that's
and that could relate to where Brian comes into the picture at with this, by the way. You know, Brian is a different person, okay? There was the time, everybody forgets about this, that Brian was out and about per his alibi. There was a meteor shower that night that was relayed through the school that he worked at to the students. And people were told, you can go see it around this time if you're in this area at this time, place. Well, I don't put it past Brian. I would have went to see it if I had nothing else to do. Brian Koberger, I'm sure, didn't have tons of friends in this area because he's not from this area. There was talk of him dating a girl there, things like that. But once again, so he liked to take night drives, which is not a peculiar thing, folks. I did it all the time. I used to do it all the time. I would take a bike out and I'd ride on the bike at night. I'd get in the car and I'd roll the windows down and I'd drive at night because it's peaceful. There's no traffic. You can go wherever without having to be stopped every 5 seconds and enjoy the night breeze. And it's a good way to think and just like relax. The guy didn't sleep well, and that's how he did it. Okay. So it's not an abnormal thing. He used to run at night because he jogged. All of this. Okay. It's a lot to go through what he goes through with schooling and this and that and everything else, not to mention everything else he overcame. That's just his thing. So he's strange. Okay. If people call it strange, but that doesn't make him a murderer. Anyway. So that all needs to be put out there, you know, and they don't talk about those things that way. They talk about them their own way. And like Eddie said, I don't believe that he already overcame a heroin addiction at one point in time. Once he did do that, then he gets involved in going to school to get involved in law enforcement. You don't go back to a drug addiction while learning and growing your career in law enforcement. It just doesn't fit his personality, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Not saying that he didn't. And if he did, maybe it did relate to his studies, like Eddie was saying. Maybe he needed something to keep awake with. Maybe he needed something to give him more focus. Who knows? A lot of kids in college do those kinds of things, and it's normal. Okay? It's absolutely normal. So, again, that's what I'm stating as far as my feelings on that situation.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing right there. I'm agreeing with you about the. It's not consistent with getting that higher education.
No, not at all. Not at all. So yeah,
you know,
I do agree.
I don't know. To me, it's consistent with people who are on the streets in Camden.
Right. Gotcha. Very good point. Very good point. So back to the rest of this here stated that nonverbal communicative behaviors used for social interactions, developing, maintaining, and understanding relationships. And if Brian did have something that he had not per se an issue with or wanted to be on something, it could have been because I have a child that self-medicates himself because of issues he has by smoking marijuana. He always has. Okay. I can't control it, whether I like him doing it or not. He's 28 years old. But that's what he does. He refuses to go to a doctor because he doesn't want to be on medication. So he self-medicates by smoking marijuana. That's his thing. It works for him. Again, these things right here that they're explaining about Brian and the things that he probably has, nonverbal communicative behaviors, social and emotional reciprocity. There we go. Something like that. Not getting social cues, not having emotional reactions to certain things that he should, makes him different. And, people have issues with that. So maybe he does take something or smokes weed or something to make him a little more formed to society per se, based on these things. But again, I just don't even think that's it. I'm just telling you, that would be my opinion if that were the case, because it's stated here by 2 doctors that he has these issues. I can see it. I can see it by looking at him walk in the courtroom, sitting in the courtroom, the uncomfortable smiles that he puts out when they're having a conversation, the uncomfortable positioning that he sits when he's sitting in his chair next to somebody. These are all clear aspects of ASD that I see my son doing, that I know other people with ASD doing. So here we have this denied because it's not important, whatever. Fine, be it. That's your... I had an idea he was going to do that anyway, so be it. I don't agree with it, but that's the case. And at the end of it, it says the second criterion is the display of restrictive, repetitive patterns of behavior, which, like I said before, somebody that grabs the door handle 3 times before they can turn it, or somebody that has to tie their shoes and untie them and retie them 3 times. That's me. Somebody that will write their name and rewrite it 17 times because it doesn't look quite right. That's me. Somebody that has to have the placemats on the table squared up just exactly right. That's me. Somebody that has to have the shoes when they're sitting on the stairs or on the floor sitting just right. They can't be backwards. That's me. These things are normal for people to deal with and have, guys. But see, I have this stuff too. How about that? And again, I'm not a murderer. So moving on. These are all the things that are visible with this guy. Okay. And in turn, don't say he doesn't have it, because I do believe he does.
You want me to pick us back up?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Okay.
If you want.
And before we do, I just have to put this out there so it gets heard. It's important, I think, to add on what you were saying about his courtroom behavior. I don't think he can improve upon it. I think he is doing just the best is possible under the circumstances, because people will pick it apart and nitpick whatever it is that he does.
Agreed.
The fact that he can sit there so stoically, kudos to him.
Mm-hmm.
If you know, I don't know if it's
I don't know how he does it, to be honest with you.
a product of his ASD, or if that is like a
self-discipline.
A disciplined effort. But regardless of that, don't change a thing, and you're firing on all cylinders as far as that goes. That is,
yeah.
I mean, can you imagine if he grimaced because of someone on the stand and they say something that's hard to hear or whatever, and he disagrees with it? Can you imagine if he did change facial expression? I mean, he's got no choice but to just sit there statue-like, and that's what he's doing.
Exactly. That's it. Because if he does grimace at something, he's giving somebody a dirty look. He's going to try to go after them next. Or if he smiles, he's a sadistic psycho because he smiled at something. I mean, this is what people do. It's insane, but it's true. So yeah, like Eddie said, more power to you. That's probably why he does sit there in that sense, whether it has anything to do with ASD or it's the fact that he's afraid to move because he's going to be judged and pulled apart in pieces. That's fact. I agree with you. So welcome, DJ Electra.
Welcome, DJ Electra. Are you kidding me? This is a support for Brian Kohlberger's channel. I don't know what the channel is, but I am. So
the whole thing is a support of the truth. And at this point, we're pointing out things about Brian that nobody talks about, because nobody brings out the things about him that are true. Nobody talks about things about him that are true. Nobody talks about anything that's positive. He's a human being. That's one thing that's forgotten. And that he has been, at this point, he has been diagnosed with ASD and dyspraxia too. And they're being ignored. So no. And Eddie's in a support of Brian. So there you go. There's your answer to your question. If you'd like to stay here, you're welcome. We'd love to have you. If not, I understand. Thank you for popping in.
Okay. So I think we left off at his pursuing a PhD criminal justice and criminology at WSU. If I'm not mistaken, that's like in the middle of page 3. Do I have that right?
Say that one more time.
I think we left off around in the middle of page 3.
You're about right. Highly fixated.
At least that's where my screen was.
You're about right there. Yeah, I think you're right. There you go.
Okay. So second to the last paragraph. In her personal evaluation of defendant, Dr. Orr observed that defendant demonstrated some typical social behaviors, such as fairly consistent, though intense eye contact, polite demeanor, and social conventions. Example, shaking hands upon greeting. He engaged in conversation and was never overly inappropriate.
Mm-hmm.
However, Dr. Orr also noted social behavior consistent with that reported by others, such as lack of fluidity in his verbal interactions, awkward comments, or abrupt responses, inconsistent understanding / acknowledgement of humor, and occasional intense gaze. Footnote 5. By way of example, Dr. Orr noted that defendant commented that he had a lot of fun completing a cognitive test.
Gotcha.
Okay, finding my place here.
I think it's right about here where it says or abrupt responses.
Okay. She had noted he had poor reciprocity of interaction, including very frequent refocus of conversation back on his own experiences or unusual responses to my sharing. She also noted his lack of close friends and his poor insight into his role in relationships. Dr. Orr further observed deficits in defendant's nonverbal communication, noting poor integration of verbalizations and eye contact, limited use of descriptive gestures, restricted range of affect, atypical tone. Also to his speech, Dr. Orr observed that defendant was generally clearly articulated and his speech was appropriate in rate and volume, but overall monotone. His language was generally inappropriate in content and form with an extensive vocabulary, but overly formal, often over-inclusive and disorganized, and highly repetitive with frequent scripted phrases. By way of example, Dr. Orr noted that defendant often used the phrases objectively speaking, mind you, to be fair, and moral of the story. Guys, I did an inward kind of suppressed giggle there because I felt like I was reading about myself. Just sharing that.
Like having a Bible.
Okay, next paragraph. As to the second criterion, Dr. Orr found defendant exhibited all four of the behaviors. He engaged in occasional, subtle rocking of his upper torso while seated and scripted and repetitive language. He appeared fixated on the routine or timing of breaks and procedures during the examination. He also demonstrated rigidity in his thinking and behavior.
Hang on, Ed. Hang on one second, buddy, if you don't mind. David, thank you for that, because that is exactly what the point here is. What is highlighted most in this channel is the lack of real evidence against Bryan Kohberger. That's exactly what we have pushed to expose. And if that means that people believe that we're pro Bryan Kohberger, that's sad, because it's pro truth. That's what that is we're looking for truth, period. That's all there is to it. And thank you again, David, for that statement. Okay. Sorry, Eddie. I didn't mean to interrupt you, dude. I know it's hard to keep placing this. I do it all the time. So.
All right. A couple big words here for me. I think the root word is persevere. So I'm going to go with perseverative.
Perseverative. Yeah.
Ideation. Wanting to know the results of his testing and was highly interested in circumscribed topics such as forensic psychology, intellectual topics, and Murakami. I don't know what that is.
That's a new one for me. Murakami, ID page is 1017. I'll have to look that word up. I'm writing it down. Murakami. There we go.
Okay. She also noted he was highly distracted by sounds or activity occurring around him and frequently looked from side to side to monitor his periphery. As a result of being easily distracted, he needed instructions repeated to him. Defendant's neuropsychological profile revealed a high average intellect at baseline, and his full-scale IQ score was 119, which is in the 90th percentile for his age. Cognitively, defendant showed strong verbal abilities, abstract reasoning, memory, concept formation, and reading skills. However, he displayed weakness in executive functioning, such as planning, cognitive flexibility, impulse control, and organizational approach. He tended to perceive information in a piecemeal manner rather than look at the whole picture. Ultimately, Dr. Orr found defendant was clearly a neurodivergent individual, manifesting all the social and behavioral features of ASD. As noted, defendant was assigned a level 1 diagnosis without intellectual impairment, which is the least severe level. Dr. Eileen Ryan, a board-certified psychiatrist retained by the defense team, agreed with Dr. Orr's ASD diagnosis after conducting a comprehensive forensic psychiatric examination of defendant. Of note, she observed that defendant is highly intelligent and has a factual understanding of the proceedings against him, the penalty he is possibly facing, pleas, and roles of the courtroom personnel, etc. Ryan report, page 33. She further noted there was no evidence of a formal thought disorder or thought disorganization. There's a lot of heavy reading in this order. Daigle, you might be muted. But I'll read on. We're at number 4.
Hold on, buddy. I was trying to.
Okay.
I can go forward for you. I'm trying to find exactly where you were. I lost you myself because I was reading something else while I was listening to you.
That's right. We're on Roman numeral number 4 at the top of page 5.
Okay. Analysis.
Yeah.
Okay. So relying on the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution and Articles 1, 2, 6, 7, and 13 of the Idaho Constitution. While defendant cites to the Idaho Constitution as a basis for his motion, he has not provided any argument or authority as to why the Idaho Constitution should apply any broader than similar provisions in the United States Constitution. See E.G. State versus Donato, 135, Idaho 46972, 20, page 3D, 58, 2001. Okay. All right. Defendant seeks to have individuals diagnosed with ASD categorically exempt from the death penalty. He contends a categorical exemption is warranted for individuals with ASD because, 1, they are insufficiently culpable, and execution would not satisfy the retributive and deterrent purposes of capital punishment. 2, execution of individuals with ASD is contrary to the evolving standards of decency. And 3, death sentences for individuals with ASD are inherently unreliable due to their inability to present meaningful mitigation evidence. Alternatively, he argues removal of the death penalty as a sentencing option in this case is warranted due to the impact his ASD will have on his ability to present a meaningful defense, particularly given the intense media attention on his disability. A, which is a categorical exemption from capital punishment for individuals with ASD, is not warranted. The Eighth Amendment provides excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. U.S. Constitution Amendment, I do not know that number, I'm sorry. The United States Supreme Court has interpreted the Eighth Amendment so categorically prohibit the execution of 3 classes of individuals. 1, the intellectually disabled under Atkins v. Virginia, 536 U.S. 304, 311, 2002. Number 2, individuals who commit murder while before the age of 18 under Roper v. Simmons, 543 U.S. 551, 574, 2005. And 3, individuals incompetent to be executed under Ford v. Wainwright, 477 U.S. 399, 418 from 1986. At issue here is the first category. In Atkins, the court held the mentally retarded, now intellectually disabled, must be categorically exempt from execution after finding that the cognitive and behavior deficiencies that drive an intellectual disability diagnosis negate the penological purposes served by the death penalty and give rise to a special risk that the death penalty would be wrongfully imposed, 536 U.S. at 318-21. In addition, the court found that a categorical exemption was consistent with society's contemporary standards of decency. ID at 315-16. No court has ever found ASD to be categorically death disqualifying diagnosis. However, defendant argues ASD is the functional equivalent of an intellectual disability, and therefore the rationale underpinning Atkins applies with equal force to individuals with ASD. He further argues that categorically excluding individuals with ASD from capital punishment is consistent with society's prevailing standards of decency. The state's response that a categorical exemption from death penalty is only available under the law to those with intellectual disabilities, the definition of which ASD fails to satisfy. It further disputes, that there is any national consensus supporting the defendant's claim. The state is correct. First, intellectual impairment, a hallmark of an intellectual disability, is not present in the diagnostic criteria of ASD, and no court has ever found the two to be equivalent. Second, defendant has not presented any evidence of a national consensus as to whether the death penalty is a disproportionate punishment for individuals with ASD. One, ASD is not equivalent to an intellectual disability for purposes of death penalty exemption, which I think is ridiculous, because if it was, it is equivalent to an intellectual disability for everything but the death penalty at this point, they're saying. That makes no sense to me. How do you pick and choose what it works for? You know what I mean? That's just ridiculous. And I'll tell you a story here shortly, as soon as I read through this, that I don't support this part of this whatsoever. I think it's an excuse to an extent, and I don't like it, and I'll tell you why in a minute. Capital punishment must be limited to those offenders who commit a narrow category of the most serious crimes and whose extreme culpability makes them the most deserving of execution. Atkins 536 U.S. at 319. In considering whether intellectually disabled persons are categorically less culpable than the average criminal, the Atkins court relied on clinical definitions of an intellectual disability offered by the American Association on Mental Retardation and the American Psychiatric Association, ID at 308 and 318.8. Both defined the condition based on the presence of two criteria. Number one was sub-average intellectual function, and two, significant limitations in adaptive skills manifesting prior to age 18. Based on this criteria, the court found the intellectually disabled were categorically less culpable for their crimes, noting clinical definitions of mental retardation require not only sub-average intellectual functioning, but also significant limitations in adaptive skills, such as communication, self-care, and self-direction that became manifest before the age of 18. So here's the thing, guys, before I go forward. In this situation, I don't know which way to feel on this. I don't think Brian did this, which is why I don't think this should even apply to him. But that's me, okay? But one of the reasons why I'm in true crime is when I was younger, 12 years old. A lot of you know, some of you know this story already. A friend of mine was murdered and sodomized, and every way that you can think of, trigger warning per se. They cut off parts of his body, put them in his mouth, lit him on fire, sexually assaulted him, beat him to death. All of those things, a 12-year-old child, okay? And left him for dead. Both the men were caught 2 days later. One of them was convicted and to spend his life in prison. The other was given the death penalty. And he fought and appealed the death penalty for the past 40 years. This has happened when I was 12, I told you. I'm 50 now. He was 18 at the time. He's still on death row and still has not faced the death penalty. He hit every single appeal he could get and everything he could do, okay? And he's still alive. And I don't believe that it should be an excuse at that point, because he was tested and his testing leveled him at what I would state intellectually retarded per se. But he knew enough to do the things that he did and what those things do to a human person, okay? He knew exactly what he was doing, how he was doing it, and what it means to do those things. So to me, that tells me you're smart enough and intellectual enough to understand what you did. Therefore, that shouldn't count for you. That's my opinion. Okay. The same goes with this. If Brian did this, if Brian is found to be the one that did this, if they prove that he did this, then I do believe that in this sense, the death penalty is fitting for this. But I don't believe it was him at this point. So therefore, this doesn't really matter much to me. Okay. And that's the thing, is autistic people are very intelligent. Now, see, the guy that did this to my friend wasn't autistic. He was just found to be, back in the 80s, they called it mentally retarded. It's now intellectually retarded at this point. So again, it's an excuse. Should not be used. But again, like I said, this doesn't fit with this because in my opinion, Brian didn't do this. He wasn't there. And they have not shown any proof that he did it. So this is a separate entity from him. But that explains to you why. I just wanted to explain why I feel differently about this situation per se. And moving on. Anyway, I'm sorry if that was triggering for anybody. My apologies. The point was I wanted you to understand the seriousness of what happened and how the man tried to claim that he basically didn't know what he did. But he knew well enough to know everything he did and what the recourse of that is to the human person, the human body, and what he was doing. So that's where I disagree with those things. That's all. So back to this. Based on these deficiencies, the court found 2 independent reasons to categorically exclude the intellectually disabled from the death penalty, both of which the court found were consistent with the legislative consensus that the mentally retarded should be categorically excluded from execution. ID at 318. First, the reduced culpability of the intellectually disabled undermined the twin justifications underpinning the death penalty. Retribution and deterrence of capital crimes, ID 318 and 19. As to retribution, the court reasoned that if the culpability of the average murderer is insufficient to justify the imposition of death, the lesser culpability of the mentally retarded offender surely does not merit that form of retribution, ID. As to deterrence, the court reasoned the same cognitive and behavioral impairments that render mentally disabled offenders less culpable also render them less likely to appreciate the consequences of their conduct and control their behavior, ID 320. Second, the court found that the reduced capability of intellectually disabled offenders gave rise to an unacceptable risk that the death penalty could not be reliably imposed, ID at 320 and 21. Namely, the court found that in the aggregate, intellectually disabled offenders faced a special risk of wrongful execution because, 1, they are more susceptible to false confessions, 2, less able to make a persuasive showing of mitigation in the face of prosecutorial evidence of 1 or more aggravating factors, and 3, may be less able to give meaningful assistance to their counsel. 4, are typically poor witnesses, and 5, their demeanor may create an unwarranted impression of lack of remorse for their crimes. ID. Further, the court found that the reliance on the mental retardation as a mitigating factor can be a two-edged sword that may enhance the likelihood that the aggravating factor of future dangerousness will be found by the jury. ID. Relying on the diagnostic criteria set forth in the DSM-5, various publications, and Dr. Orr's evaluative reports, defendant argues that individuals with ASD, himself included, exhibit similar adaptive impairments to those with intellectual disability, and consequently, the same justifications underlying the Atkins exemption should apply to defendants with ASD. I'm going to stop there for a minute so I can grab my coffee, Eddie, if you don't mind. If you want to read, you can. If not, and just talk to them real fast, I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Thank you. Give me one moment.
Okay, I'll pick up reading. As noted in Atkins, an intellectual disability is based on deficits in both intellectual function and adaptive function. Noting that the defining characteristic of intellectual disability in the medical community is the existence of concurrent deficits in intellectual and adaptive functioning. While Atkins did not set out a comprehensive definition of an intellectual deficit, it did provide guidance, noting that prevailing medical authorities required significantly sub-average intellectual functioning. To this end, the court noted that the medical community typically considered the cutoff IQ score of the intellectual functioning prong of the mental retardation definition to be between 70 and 75 and lower. Under Atkins and its progeny, it is the intersection of intellectual and adaptive deficits that render an individual with an intellectual disability less morally culpable for purposes of death penalty disqualification. As recognized by the Idaho Supreme Court, adaptive deficits alone will not render a defendant mentally incapacitated for purposes of the exemption. Significant limitations in adaptive functioning alone will not bring an offender within the protection of IC 18-2515. Footnote 9. Footnote 9 reads, as authorized by Atkins, Idaho prohibits the execution of the mentally disabled through IC 19-2515A. That statute defines mentally retarded as significantly sub-average general intellectual functioning that is accompanied by significant limitations in adaptive functioning in at least two of the following skill areas: communication, self-care, home living, or social or interpersonal skills, use of community resources, self-direction, functional academic skills, work, leisure, health, and safety. The onset of significant sub-average general intelligence functioning and significant limitations in adaptive functioning must occur before age 18. The statutes further defines significantly sub-average general intellectual functioning as intelligence quotient of 70 or below. Okay, I'm locating my place where we left off.
All right,
okay.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'll read the last sentence where we left off.
Okay.
Substantial intellectual deficits are required. And I'll finish off the paragraph of page 8. Intellectual deficiency, however, is not among the diagnostic criteria for ASD. While individuals with ASD may share some of the same adaptive deficits as those with an Atkins qualifying intellectual disability, the essential feature, example, intellectual disability, is lacking. That is not to say that individuals with ASD cannot also suffer from intellectual deficiencies. Indeed, Dr. Ryan noted in her report that it is estimated that 50% of individuals with ASD have a degree of intellectual disability. Ryan report, page 31. However, it is not necessary to a diagnosis of ASD and therefore cannot be equated to a mental disability for purposes of Atkins. In fact, United States versus Roof, the Fourth Circuit declined to apply Atkins to a defendant with ASD who has an IQ of 125, noting that his limitations in adaptive skills alone are insufficient to render him intellectually disabled. With an IQ of 119, the defendant likewise fails to qualify. Okay, so that brings you to the second paragraph, top of page 9. Daigle. Unless you want me to keep.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Further, even if adaptive deficits alone could give rise to a categorical exemption, defendant has presented no authority that the adaptive deficits of ASD have the equivalent effect on culpability or on the ability to make a persuasive showing of mitigation as does an intellectual disability. He dedicates a large portion of his briefing to describing how individuals with ASD, like those who are intellectually disabled, struggle to present meaningful mitigation evidence due to their adaptive deficits. He contends that they are less able to meaningfully assist counsel due to social and communication deficits and their tendency to focus on specifics rather than the whole picture. He argues that the flat effect and other physical manifestations of ASD can create an unwarranted impression of lack of remorse and further awkward speech and distractibility render individuals with ASD poor witnesses. He also contends the evidence of ASD is double-edged because it will likely be perceived by the jury as aggravating rather than mitigating. However, to even be considered for categorical exemption from the death penalty based on these adaptive impairments alone, the defendant would at a minimum have to demonstrate that, considered as a whole, individuals with ASD suffer from the same or similar impairments that render them more susceptible to false confessions and diminish their ability to assist in their defense. Atkins 536 U.S. at 320-21, noting that intellectually disabled individuals in the aggregate face a special risk of wrongful execution due to their deficits. As defendants' authorities point out, however, the presentation and symptomology of ASD vary widely. Colleen Berryessa, defendants with autism spectrum disorder in criminal court, a judge's toolkit. That's 13 Drexel L Review 841, 842, 2021. Indeed, as its name implies, it is on a spectrum. Some may suffer from adaptive deficiencies to a degree where it interferes with the presentation of mitigation evidence, and some may not. The Ryan Report, page 31, noting the wide range of autistic symptoms and severity, the lack of any uniform presentation which can be measured on an objective scale, like IQ, youth, and competency, renders ASD inept for categorical exemption. Further, courts that have considered whether to extend Atkins to mental health disorders similar to ASD have uniformly declined to do so. For example, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, which is a group of conditions that can occur in a person exposed to alcohol before birth, is characterized by many of the same behavioral issues and learning challenges that mark an ASD diagnosis. U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention about fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, FASDs. There's a link there for that. As an umbrella term for a broad range of symptoms caused by prenatal alcohol exposure, FASD is not a clinical diagnosis like ASD. However, according to the CDC, FASD includes neurobehavioral disorder, associated central nervous system involvement as indicated by impairments in cognition, self-regulation, and adaptive functioning, ID. Where was I? Hold on. Good Lord, I lost my place completely. Hold on. It was 11, right? Yeah, right there. Reasoning the FASD cannot be medically equated to an intellectual disability, courts have found that the justifications for exempting individuals with intellectual disabilities from the death penalty do not apply to individuals with FASD. See in Re Soles 938, F3D 200-203, 5th, Sir 2019. Inmate failed to show that FASD, the functional equivalent of an intellectual disability, as defined in Atkins. United States versus Spell 2016, WL1155080007D, Vermont, I think. 2016, Fell has not shown that all persons with FASD have cognitive and behavioral impairments that result in the same or equivalent diminishment in moral culpability, ability to be deterred, and capacity, to assist in their defense as individuals with intellectual disability. Number 12, see also Garza versus Shin 2021 WL 5850883 at 105D Arizona 2021. There is no authority holding that individuals with FASD are exempt from capital punishment. Appeal filed number 22-99001, 9th Circa, January 7th of 2022. Aggravating factors. It is not a death penalty disqualifier. Ellison versus Thornell. 721 F Sup 3D 82979D Arizona 2024. Appeal filed 24-3527 9th Circa, June 5th of 24, finding no authority that individuals with FASD are exempt from capital punishment. Whew. Wow, this is a lot of reading, guys. Hang on. Wisdom just stated that this was previously taken up in court, and a judge has previously ruled that ASD diagnosis does not automatically disqualify a defendant from facing a death penalty. Agreed. Thank you. Welcome, WB. Good to see you today. Let me double check the chat. Just Beth. I took the comment that many of us in chat could be autistic, somewhere in the range of neutral. Very much so. Very possible. Yes. Now we know what they tore the house down because it would be impossible to explain what happened. That's a very good point, in my opinion. Just double checking your guys' comments here.
Okay, at this point, is it a good question to ask ourselves? Is reading this heavy document, it's word heavy, right? Complicated, and
yeah.
We get the general
difference for us. Yeah, we get the general idea.
Extract anything more beneficial? Is there something we absolutely have to read over?
I don't think so, because I think this basically is telling us that they denied this based on the fact that he has ASD. That's all. The death penalty is still on the table so far.
Right. I think by doing so and just continuing to read on and on, I don't think any more is going to be gleaned from this.
Right.
We get the gist of it.
Yeah, we have everything. I'm looking down through it. There's nothing more relating to this. The basis of this is, guys, and I think we probably should start doing that through the documents as we're reading them, is just find the
meat and potatoes.
Yeah, the meat and potatoes, read it, point it out, understand, discuss it, and move on to the next. Because this is too much. We don't need to know all this stuff. We do understand these things. I get it. If anybody needs more to understand it, then that's fine. We can explain it. But the point is they did not take the death penalty off the table based on the fact that he's diagnosed with ASD and the story. So there it is. And I don't see anything more.
Okay, I'm just scanning. So like at the bottom of 13, we're getting pretty much the impression that his social deficits, his past interactions with females, his deadpan look, robot-like walk, cold iciness, rigid posture, lack of facial affect. That's pretty much what we read on page 9, which is right about in the middle. It says he argues that the flat affect and other physical manifestations of ASD can create an unwarranted impression of lack of remorse. And further, awkward speech and distractibility renders individuals with ASD poor witnesses. He also contends that evidence of ASD is double-edged because it will likely be perceived by the jury as aggravating rather than mitigating. So, so that means that the state wants him to, for the alibi, for example, he's welcome to, tell the jury if he wishes to where he was that night. But putting himself on the stand is, like this document is saying, it could be perceived. They could take it in such a way where it doesn't benefit him at all.
Right. Agreed. I think it would be a mistake personally because of some of these things, because he doesn't have the ability to show empathy to certain extreme and lack of facial affect. He argues, and this is a fact. This isn't even an argument fact. We've seen this. His argument is that the media has demonized him for his disability while at the same time emphasizing the brutality of the crime. Put those two together, that's horrible, because the man, the rigid posture, cold iciness, robot-like walk, the deadpan look, all of that stuff together tells everybody he's the murderer in their mind. Look at him, guys. Just look at his eyes. He looks dead inside. All those things it's said has nothing to do with that. It's this. So we get it. We understand it. Eddie, I know you understand. I get it. I know most of you guys in here get it too. This doesn't mean that he killed somebody because he looks this way or acts this way. It means that he's on the spectrum. That's what it is. That's what they want everybody to understand. In turn, don't find him guilty in your mind just because he does not have an emotional expression to something, period. Okay? That's all it is. And that's what's happened. And the media has done it. Like they just said, the media has done it from day one. That's all there is. So I'm pretty sure you agree with that, right, Eddie?
Yeah, I'm afraid that if he was on the stand, the state would know his weaknesses and they'd know how to provoke a type of a reaction, even though it'd probably be, objection, Your Honor. Yeah. And well, they have even though the objection, they might have to withdraw, what they just did, but the effect would have been already. What's the saying? You can't put the manure back in the horse.
Oh yeah. Right, yeah, exactly. It's too late at that point. We gotta just move on from there. Right, 100%. 100%, buddy. I agree with you. Now, as far as us breaking this down and discussing this, this is pretty much it, you guys. I mean, let's see. Miss Sherry said, I've seen so many that have no facial expressions or remote. Right, without ASD, 100%. So again, it can go either way. Get Mo Holiday, welcome. Good to see you. The guy looks the way he looks because of the way he is. That's who he is. He doesn't smile often. Well, he shouldn't. But if somebody says something to you like hi and smiles at you and you respond that way, then you're doing it just out of kindness. It's not because this has been such a mess with this. Because he has this, okay, his reactions, people are damning him for it. That's the whole point, guys. That's all it is. And the jury could be dangerous for the jury, in my opinion, Eddie. I feel that, like you said, if he's on the stand and he's reacting a certain type of way that he shouldn't be, the jury's going to look at it and go, that's a problem. And that could be detrimental to him when it had nothing to do with that whatsoever, you guys. That's the problem. So, and that's it for that document. Like I said, from forward on, we don't need to read every single word because we can get the gist of it from a good paragraph or two and we're done. So, the next one I was going to pull up here, there were some interesting bits and pieces of this for anybody that didn't read this, that doesn't know. The order on the defendant's motion in Lemony, Riley Nowlin, and touch and contact DNA. Did you go over this one already, Eddie? Or look through this at all by any chance? I don't know if you did or if you didn't, but hang on here. Here we go. Marv Alpert, welcome. Colleen O, welcome.
Is that dated 4/18/2025?
I believe so, yeah. Hold on here. You guys are going to be in for some major heartache when the trial starts. Once you figure out that your golden calf, Brian, is guilty. Okay. Well, first off, he's not a golden calf. He's another person. He's not my or anybody else's golden calf. He's the suspect that they have in custody. And I've, again, Marv, seen no evidence to prove that Brian did this. So when you show me, I won't be surprised if you can show me proof that he was there, proof that he did it, and a motive as to why, then we'll talk. But other than that, I've not seen any of that. So it's okay. I respect your opinions and your feelings on it, but I just don't feel the same way. That's all.
I'm sure Marv wants to jump up on panel. I'll be happy to jump down. I'd love to hear, all his thoughts.
Come on up here and tell us why you think he's guilty, Marv. I'd love to hear somebody come up here and explain to me what you have seen, what you have encountered, what you feel that makes you believe that Brian's guilty, Marv. Please. And there's plenty of room up here. Eddie, I can hold 10 people. You don't have to jump down, bud.
Well, I wouldn't want to get in his way. He's got a strong position that he wants to share with us.
Sure.
I'm sure.
100%.
I know that I feel like we've been over this document though.
I don't know if we may have read through pieces of it, but did we break it down? That's what I was asking. That's why I pulled it back up.
Okay. I'm not sure. We can definitely go through it.
I'm kind of scanning right now to try to see if there were any specific pieces that I was interested in. That's what I was. And we don't have to do this today either, you guys. I'm just kind of scanning through it. We've been here 3 hours, 45 minutes. Is there any, as I'm looking at this, Eddie, is there anything else you wanted to touch on conversation-wise about the case besides the document or any of this stuff here in itself? Or anybody else for that matter?
All the things I wanted to cover for today, I think we did. I think we did go over all the documents that are new to us that we were able, that have something substantial in them.
We did.
Yeah, all his orders.
And that's true. So we did read through, we talked about this slightly. I don't want to break this down and analyze it today. It would take way more time than what I think we need to have for today, but we will come back to it and break it down because it is interesting, certain things of it. But I do want to show you guys something based on what I spoke on as soon as we got in here this morning, or early this afternoon, I'm sorry. And it is, I think, hold on a minute here. Hold on a minute. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'm just responding to something. Let me see. Okay. Where'd it go? I think you sent that to me last night, Elisa, maybe. I wanted to. Is this it here? Oh, no. Who sent me that video last night showing me what was stated from Christy? And because I like when I bring something out, I try to show a receipt on it just to ensure that we know that it's a factual piece of information, because there's been so much of that we haven't received. 1 second here, you guys. It wasn't wisdom. No. Plus nope, that's not it. The Nancy Grace situation. I discussed that as well. Okay. Was it Tomboy that sent me that? Maybe. I got so much information bouncing around in my. Hang on. Nope.
Diego, can I say something? And then if I'm wrong in saying something afterwards, you let me know. But
you please do. You never have to ask me. Go ahead, bud.
That most recent comment by Marv needs to be struck down.
I didn't even see it. I'm backstage over.
I take this, what we're doing, seriously. If you're not going to come in here and be serious, if you're just going to play like this.
Which one was it? This one here?
Yeah.
The chicken shit, Brian probably put it in someone else. I mean,
that's inappropriate. I mean, you're not sincere.
Chicken shit. And that's the thing, Marv, is you don't know who Brian is. Just because you think that he's a suspect in a murder trial, that's ridiculous. And I can't do anything with it. Hold on a minute. There we go. So be it. There we go. Procrastination. What about the parallel investigation? It can't be for Brian. Steve G said the FBI deleted her LinkedIn, and this was way before the BK's name. And agreed. That's something else that I have a curiosity about. And I brought up thanks for bringing that to my attention, by the way, Eddie. I brought up the parallel investigation more than once now. And I do believe that there's a possibility that it has something to do with this. It very well could. Welcome, Jesse. Good to see you today, my friend. It very well could. Very well could. And again, anybody in here that's not in here, if you're in here to joke, if you're in here to make fun of things or people, this isn't the place, okay? I think we all take this pretty serious. We put a lot of time into this, trying to break this down, and because we're here for truth. So if you're not here for that, we're not here to joke around, guys. So let's be serious, please and thank you. And right now, the man's innocent till proven guilty. So remember that, please. Okay, where are we at here? Great to see you, Jesse. Thanks for joining us again. Okay, so I can't seem to find, maybe it was because it was in our Discord. That could be why I don't see it now. Hold on. Let me look real quick back here in the back, guys. I'll be right there. Just give me a second. Is it back here? It might be. Yep, there it is. I knew it. One moment. Is it going to let me do this? This is up here. Okay, I think I might have found it here. One moment. All right, let me see if it'll let me throw this out. One. Nope, I can't move the link from there to here. It's crazy. Which one of the mods put that link in the voice chat last night while we were in voice? I think it was from a channel named Ted or something like that. It was about what Christy had stated in regards to Dylan visiting Kaylee at home. That's the only thing I can't find it via YouTube. I don't know if it was maybe TikTok or something, but it's not working. And the link is actually in the voice chat, so I can't seem to pull it up from there. Okay, Alicia. One minute. That's crazy. I can't get to it.
You know what?
I found it. SRB just sent it to me. Bingo. All right. Thank you, SRB. I didn't even know you were here today. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Okay. My apologies. She's probably in the chat, and I didn't get to see her. There she is. My apologies. All right, guys. This is just going to be a real quick thing. And this is, again, just to prove what that Christy said this. It comes out of her own mouth. So
And TGIF. Let's talk more about Dylan and Kaylee. Was there some kind of drama going on with Kaylee in Moscow? And why did Dylan go see Kaylee at her parents' home just prior to the homicides? Let's get into it. I've got all the details, so let's jump right into it. To properly assess this topic, let's circle back to the very beginning and add some context about Kaylee that may have gotten lost in translation over time. First up, we know sometime prior to November 9th, which was the Wednesday prior to the crimes, that Kaylee, according to her parents, had moved out of 1122 King and that she was graduating in December. And Kaylee was about to embark on a whole new life. We know she had just gotten a new Range Rover and that she had just taken a job in Austin, Texas. We also know she had placed an ad in Austin looking for a roommate to share an apartment with. A critical piece of intel a lot of people don't know is not only was Kaylee moving away from Idaho to start this brand new life, she was also going to take Murphy with her. In the midst of all of this, there was intel coming out and reason to believe that there was some kind of drama or issues in Moscow that seemingly prompted Kaylee to suddenly move out of 1122 King and back to her parents' home. Very early on, there was a lot of speculation swirling around Kaylee. Nothing ever proven as fact. My point here is what was going on in Kaylee's orbit just prior to November 13th. Was there some kind of drama or conflict in Moscow? Did she feel unsafe? And if so, why? So now I'm going to play 2 short clips for you. Please listen carefully to them, and then we'll do a timeline on the other end. Roll the tape.
Mom, I'm gonna go to the Pi-Fi party, and Maddie's got to see this my new wife. And I'm like, for sure. Like, I mean, it was nice. It was really nice. She just bought this that day, all her own. She talked to us all day long back and forth whether she should go home. That was the last time that I saw Kaylee.
A few weeks ago, she had bought a Range Rover all by herself. When I went to see her, and she had a...
This statement here is being read for Dylan and Bethany. This person read their statements. They weren't standing there they weren't able to read them, I guess. He read her own statement from her own mouth, Dylan's. So here you go.
A brand new Range Rover. I remember just thinking, holy crap, Kaylee, I'm so proud of you. And she was able to buy it all by herself.
So let's do a quick timeline based on what we know to date. On November 9th, Kaylee has moved out of 1122 King and back home. We know from Kaylee's mom that she returns to Moscow on Friday morning. So it is logical to assume that on November 10th, Kaylee buys that Range Rover and also receives a visit from Dylan. We know that Kaylee returned to Moscow because she attended the Pi-Fi party with Dylan as her +1 on Friday night. But Kaylee's mom also made it very clear Kaylee was going back and forth all day Thursday on whether to return. So again, what was going on with Kaylee in Moscow? And was Dylan there to reassure her or talk about an issue or quite simply to convince her to come back to 1122 King? And tragically, we know how this story ends.
That was the last time that I saw Kaylee.
There it is, guys. Welcome, Tinsel. Thank you for joining us, Mama Bear. It's wonderful to see you today. So there it is. Again, that's been bugging me. It's gonna bother me really bad. Why did Dylan have to go clear to Kaylee's parents' house to talk her into coming back for this +1 thing? And why did she leave in the first place, other than to get ready to go to her new job, so on and so forth? You know, was there some drama there beforehand, or was it just for that reason? I don't know, but it's crazy. I just don't know. Bonnie Bailey, thank you so much for that. It's wonderful to have you here today, my dear. I hope you're doing okay. Appreciate you for the super chat to help pay our nils. Great stream. Digga, love you. We love you too, Miss Bonnie. Thank you so much, and God bless. So, I mean, I don't know, Eddie, have you ever thought, I mean, you knew about that from way long time ago when we first got into this, that's something that happened. That just, there's the proof that it happened. It came out in the memorial from Dylan's mouth herself that she went to Kaylee's house to visit her. We know that it was because of that +1 thing, so on and so forth. But was there more to that? Or was there, now that we're seeing all this new stuff with Dylan in Dylan's possible involvement per se, whatever, I don't know. But she had broken up with her boyfriend. that was another piece of it we were told. And she was getting ready for this other scenario with her new job, so on and so forth. And she was going to go back for her early graduation, and out the door she was. She was living back at home for a while, and I want to know, was there something more to her leaving? First off, and second off, why did Dylan really have to physically go to the house to talk her into this? Why couldn't it have been done over the phone? That's my feeling on this part of it. The court thing, everybody's asking about that. Kaylee obviously couldn't go to court. She's deceased. When I looked into that yesterday, you guys, I believe what he's speaking about is with his personal case. It's Kaylee's case. It's in Kaylee's name, but he's doing it because she's deceased. It's a wrongful death suit against the city of Moscow. So that's what I think he's referring to about that. Okay. And then he said something else about charges, dropping the state charges and trying to press federal charges, which just doesn't work that way for Kaylee's case. That's what he's referring to. He just doesn't put things out verbally the right way sometimes is all. That's my opinion. But the other part of it, I do believe that's what he was talking about. So everybody understands. Is it fact that Kaylee had 10 different bank accounts? I don't know. Got me stumped, but I that doesn't sound right to me. I don't believe that's true. And he did allude to the fact that he knows things. I agree, Sherry. And some of that stuff that he alludes to, I don't know that he really does know. That's just my own personal opinion about that. I don't know. Eddie, thoughts on that?
Yeah. So which interview was that where we saw Christy? And it was very low, by the way, that interview. Is she saying that DM drove?
Yeah, it was in an interview early on in the investigation. I can't remember which one. I think it was with one of the ones that Brian Hinton did, possibly, or Keith, what's his name, from that other show. Might have been Keith. I can't think of his last name. Anyway, she did say that Dylan showed up and visited her that day. I think it was the 9th or the 10th of November, to ask her to be her +1 to go to the whatever dance that was. And that Kaylee bounced it around all day that Thursday. She didn't know if she wanted to go back. She had been home for a while at that point and didn't know if she wanted to go back, and couldn't give Dylan an answer. And then Dylan showed up and kind of shoved it down her throat, per se. I guess you could say, come on. We really want you to be there. I want you to go. And she decided finally, because she had bought the Range Rover that day, that she wanted to go ahead and do it because she wanted to go show it to Maddie. And she agreed to it at that point. It's got to be, I swear to God, it was one of the Enton interviews. There was 2 or 3 of those. It was not the Olivia one, because I looked through that one this morning. I can't quite find it, but it's one of those. I do agree. It'll take me a while to go through it, but that's why I used that clip where they clipped it from the interview. Somebody gave me that last night. And that's a thing that bugged me, Pamela. They weren't that close. But I know that they were in the same, those two I do believe were in the same fraternity. So I think that's why. But she could have picked somebody else to do it. I just don't understand why it had to be her. And why it was such a big thing that she had to go get her, physically go to her house to visit her. I don't get that.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Is that the one where it's Christy, Olivia Stevenson, and Tammy Butts?
It could be that one. That's the aunt, right, Tammy?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep, that could be the one. Good point. Thank you. You got a better memory. Or did you write it down, or did you?
I wrote it down. Yeah, that'd be the 18th of November. Gaddy Schwartz.
What is it?
So it's the 18th of November. Gaddy Schwartz with NBC is the journalist on that one.
It was NBC News interview. Okay. Interview with Christy,
Olivia, and Tammy Butts. Buttz.
That's not the right one. Mother faces her son. Nope. Wait a minute here. Hey, Jesse, welcome, buddy.
Hey guys, sorry I missed you earlier.
Oh, it's okay. It happens. You were probably too busy jumping up and down, excited because Cleveland picked up the Sanders boy.
Not so exciting. I was sleeping. I had a barbecue at my house. We had some nice steaks, had a bottle of wine, and took a lot out of me. So I had a few hours nap.
Sounds like a plan, bud. Sounds like a plan. A good plan.
But I missed you guys. I was thinking about you, and I woke
We're
up
here.
and I saw you guys were live. It looks like you've been live for quite some time.
Yeah, we're at 3-4 hours now. I'm just trying to find this interview. We were towards the end, but I put it in there, Eddie. It's not coming up that way. Hold on. 1 second. Maybe I just need to take that part out and just put it in. 1 second.
I was going to mention, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Malcolm Gladwell, the author, but he wrote a book called Blink, I believe is the title. And one of his hypotheses is that when you're an expert in a certain field, and he defines an expert as over 10,000 hours invested in such field, that you should always trust your instinct. Your first thought is going to be your most accurate thought. And that certainly seems to be what's happening in this case so far. What we thought right at our knee-jerk reaction at first, it's starting to look a lot more accurate.
Oh, it is definitely. It is definitely. And the point that we're trying to receipt right now, that it got into my mind yesterday because of the fact that Dylan Mortensen contacted Kaylee after she had moved home and asked her to be her +1 to the whatever dance that was. And Kaylee didn't respond, didn't answer her at that point. And it got to the point where Dylan drove all the way to her parents' home to get her to do that. And it's been bugging me, Jesse, since then. With everything we've seen recently, it's just been bugging the hell out of me as to why. And why did Kaylee leave in the first place? Was there more of a reason other than that she just was moving out, or was there something more to it? You know what I mean? So that's all. It's not coming up here. Or wait. It's not coming up. Damn it. Well, that's why I couldn't find it yesterday. But did you find it yourself, Eddie?
I'm looking for it right now. I'm pretty sure that's the that is that 18th of November. 18th of this. Yeah, it's November 18th with NBC, Gaddy Shorts. That is the We Got to Get It Right interview.
Okay, it's called what? We Got to Get It Right.
Well, that's what some people refer to it as, because she kind of under her breath says, "Don't get mad. We got to get it right."
Yeah, that's right.
I'm pretty sure that's.
Let's see if it comes up that way.
It takes a long time to go back and find stuff, doesn't it?
It sure does. But that's okay. It's worth it because it proves truth in situations that need to be proved, in my opinion. Nope. Let's try this way.
Okay.
It was one of the only interviews that Steve wasn't involved in, I believe. I can't get it to come up. I don't know if they took it down or what, but that would be interesting. Let me try it this way. What is Olivia's last name? It wasn't Gonsalves at that point.
Okay, I think I found something here.
Okay.
I'll put it in chat.
Back chat. Yeah, I can't take it in front. You have to drop it in the private chat if it's a link.
Go to Sonia D. SONIADEE.
Okay. All right, I'm there.
Okay. Through her videos, I put it in chat. You could just copy paste in chat. I don't know, or just type in.
I'm looking for it. I don't see it yet in chat. Hold on. Let's see if it'll let me do that. Sometimes it doesn't allow me to touch anything in the chat. I don't know why. It's crazy. Now, one of my mods could probably pull it out of chat and drop it to me in Discord or something. But what was the name of it in Sonia D?
The title of it, I just copy pasted it, and it's in chat right there.
Oh, before there was a gag order, Christy, Olivia, and Aunt Tammy. Okay. So,
I just put it in the back chat.
Did you grab? Is there a link for it, or just I see?
No, I just copied and pasted what he had put there.
All right, let me try it that way then.
Yeah, because I don't know how to back chat.
It's all right. You just take the link to it and drop the link in the back where it says private chat. That's all right, though. Let me see what this does. Yep, I think I found it. That worked, Jesse and Eddie. Thank you. All right, hold on, folks. All right, this was presented via, again, Sonia D. I'm going to give you guys her link. Anybody wants to go check her out, please do. Like the video itself there, because she created it, of course. And this is uncut as well, so it should give everything. So this was November 21st of 2022, folks.
My name is Christy Gonsalves, KristiGoncalves.
Yeah, I'm Olivia Stevenson, ALIVEA, Gonzalez is my maiden name. I'm married.
My name is Tammy Butts, TAMIBUTTZ.
Good. You guys good? Everybody good?
Which one?
Oh, there you go. Okay.
You gotta get it right. Don't get mine.
I think we got it on the pickup. Good. Okay, so just first off, the map that just came out from police, it gives a little bit of a timeline of where they may have been that night. Does that map mesh up with the timeline that you've been putting together?
Yeah, I'd say it's very close. I'd say if you have any closer details to kind of hone in, 145 could be very vague. Maybe it's closer to, 150. Let us know if you have anything concrete, because right now concrete's what we can go off of.
In terms of the details, you said it's close.
Mm-hmm.
Does that frustrate you that it's close?
I do, but right now we're still trusting authorities that, it's not going to be 20 minutes here or 15 minutes here that's breaking this. But yeah, I implore everyone, if they know something different, bring it to the police, because if they want to tighten up that timeline, we stand with them.
It seems like there's this very big gap when it comes to Ethan and Xana. Do you know where they might have been?
I don't, unfortunately. I know nothing about them.
We know we have no idea where they were, but we do have a pretty tight timeline on Kaylee and Maddie, and it is close to what they are posting, but it is a difference, and that difference actually could be huge. I mean, it could be, it could not be, but 145, 159. So there is, and we have corroborated with my phone records, Kaylee's phone records, the driver that was driving them around.
Yeah, so you
really
have
concrete.
You have pulled video seeing the Uber driver dropping them off.
Yes.
You've checked your phone records. You know with
Yes.
timestamps what time they got home.
Yeah.
It's not exactly what police are saying, right?
Right.
It's not 1:45.
Kaylee and Maddie were picked up from their home at 1122 King around 10:15. It's about a 5-minute drive down. So they arrived to Corner Club around 10:20, which is different than what was released at 10. We know that Kaylee called for an Uber at 1:45. He arrived at 1:49, got in the car around 1:50. It's about a 5-6 minute drive. They arrived home at 1:56.
Is it frustrating that your timeline is based on timestamps from videos and phone records, and their timeline doesn't exactly match yours?
I just feel like there's a reason they're just putting it out, the estimate. I don't know, because they do have that information from us, and they've asked us where we have gotten that information, and we have concrete backing. She put it together.
It could be conflicting stories. We just don't know. This is the information that I stand behind.
I think that when they say 1:45, I think they're kind of referring to the whole group arriving approximately 1:45. I believe that maybe Ethan and Xana, and I don't know, may have gotten home around that.
Well, we know Ethan and Xana were not home, not even at 2 a.m. at that point, so that's not true either. But that was way back then, so you got to let that go for that point. But okay.
Time and then the girls obviously 1:59-ish is shortly after, so they're just kind of grouping that the group arrived home around 1:45-ish, but they were not together, and we don't know anything about Ethan and Xana. We do know about Kaylee and Maddie.
And some of the time stamping afterwards, you know that your sister was making calls, right? She was making calls as late as almost 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
We don't know what, Sherry. That's what Judge Hippler stated in his document, that the 4 roommates were in their bedroom in Kaylee's room at 2 a.m. and Ethan and Xana were not at home at that point in time. That's what I was stating. Based on the document that he surmised from the whatchamacallit. That's why I'm stating that. And that's what the judge was told. That's what I'm stating. He's putting that out. That's what I'm trying to say, guys. Okay? Based on what Judge Hippler put in that document, he's telling us that based on what he learned from the grand jury testimony, that they were still not home at the 2 a.m. interval where the other 4 were in Kaylee's room having their little conversation, is what I'm trying to put out there. That's all. Ouch. Damn it.
She was on my mom's cell plan, so on Sunday I was able to pull those cell records.
And you could see that she was calling somebody out.
Yeah.
Does it seem like they may have been involved, or does it seem like
No, not at all. Kaylee had no shame in kind of power calling, so it fits Kaylee.
Yeah, and we know who she was calling, and this person is, and this person was asleep, unfortunately, was not getting the calls. And it was, I don't know, a few calls for half an hour. She called him a couple times, but no, it was not. We do not believe she was calling him for help. We believe that she was just calling him to come over. If Kaylee was in imminent danger, her or Maddie, they would have called 911. They would not have been calling this person. Yeah,
and that was at around 2.
At that time, we
started
believe
around 2:30.
Yeah, we believe that the girls were just fine.
So from those phone records, it looks like the girls may have been alive around 2:30.
2:30 is what, the last call?
No, the last call is shortly before 3 a.m.
Sure, yeah, that's right, 2:50 something.
2:52. For both of them.
Yeah.
It's now been 5 days,
right?
And still no killer, still no motive. How are you guys holding up?
Yeah, I think it's different for everyone.
Let me verify. I'm not saying when I said what I said that they're lying. I'm stating that what we were told recently from Hippler through the document we just read was about the 2 a.m. thing, stating that they weren't home at that point. So if that's not, it could be true or untrue, was what I'm sorry if I come off the wrong way with that. This has nothing to do with them. I'm saying that the times have changed repeatedly. Okay. And now we're told that at 2 a.m. via the document that they're stating that they hadn't come home yet. Is it true? I don't know. It's interesting though. Okay. We don't know what time anybody was home other than when Olivia said she saw on video a ring cam that was timestamped that she watched Maddie and Kaylee come through the door, get dropped off at 1:56, and then go in, get Murphy, and come back out for a walk with him. And then after that, I don't know. But that's the one thing she did claim in an interview, not this one, but another interview, that she did see that timestamped on the, I think it's 11/12 camera that she got. So there's that. Sorry if I came off, if I said it in a way that came off differently, I didn't mean to. Look up Aiden McKentry. She was out with Maddie that night too. There were rumors before Brian's arrest. Okay. Aiden McKentry. Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you.
Yeah. Obviously, the same people to us, but they were different to all of us. To my mom, as a daughter, to my aunt, Renee says to me they were sisters. And we all had different, very complex and needs.
Well, that didn't come from Dylan. That came from it wasn't just Dylan. It came from the grand jury testimony. So it was a combination of whatever that was. So I'm not saying that Dylan, I don't believe either, Wisdom. I promise you I don't. But I think it was a combination of what he surmised from the combination of all the testimony from the grand jury is what I'm guessing. I could be wrong, but that's how I took that as.
Amazing relationships with both of them. So it's going to feel different.
Empty.
Yeah, for all of
was
us.
just home. She just left on Friday. She left on Friday morning to go to a Pi Phi party, and she just bought a brand new Range Rover, and she contemplated all day long back and forth whether she should go home, and because she just really wanted to show it to Maddie, and some other friends and whatnot. And she's just like, Mom, I'm gonna go to the Pi Phi party, and Maddie's got to see this, my new ride. And I'm like, for sure. Like, I mean, it was nice. It was really nice. She just bought it that day. All her own. And I talked to the girls on.
Hold on.
She had a fun time on Friday night.
At the beginning, I have felt Dylan was suspicious, then that died down. But now hearing this has sparked my suspicions again about, okay, sorry, I couldn't read that fast. My apologies.
All her own. And I talked to the girls on, she had a fun time on Friday night, both of the girls, and then both of the girls texted me on Saturday.
So you were talking to Saturday afternoon?
Yes, Saturday afternoon. They sent me pictures of themselves, and Kaylee called me around 2:30-ish on Saturday afternoon. And then I was texting Kaylee just randomly on Sunday. And right about those, when I look back at my times that I was texting Kaylee, the police were swarming.
So you were trying to get a hold of her on Sunday morning.
Yeah, just random talking. Yeah, just, hey, what's going on? How did you guys do last night? We talked a lot. And she was supposed to be home on Tuesday. She said she'd be home on Tuesday.
Welcome, Kelly Kell. It's great to see you. It's been a long time. I hope you're doing well. Great to see you here today. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you so much.
We were talking a little bit earlier, but whoever did this is still out there.
Yes.
Do you have a message for them?
Turn yourself in. Stop all this. Let us mourn our children, and we can't when we know this person is out there. You know who did it. You know who you are. Just end it. The guilt has got to be just overwhelming. It's got to be sickening. Stop hiding. Stop running. Just turn yourself in. Just turn yourself in so we could move on. We could bury our girls. We could have a celebration of life for them. And continue to mourn and try the best to start the healing process. But we can't with this person just running around out there. This person's dangerous. And we fear that this person will do this again.
Now that he's done it once, he can definitely do it again.
We have no idea why. None. There's no reason why anyone should have been targeted for any reason. These were young, beautiful.
Daigle.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Okay. So I didn't catch what we were listening for as far as Dylan supposedly driving to their house. Is that what
it says here? Hold on. Let me go back to the point. There's writing he puts up. Haley and Maddie's timeline. Wait a minute. We got to get it right. No, it's not there. I'm too far back. 1 second.
You know that piece that you had to read twice because there was so much text there and you had to kind of go back to it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, shout out to Heather for putting that information out for us to hear that about that. I'm sorry. Did I bump over it or something?
You're back too far still. Maybe not quite so far back. Now you're going the wrong way.
Level down after I post the video. Nope, he says it at the top. Hold on. I must have skipped over. It's like right around here, I think.
Yeah, it's only back by a minute or 2 minutes.
Yep, hold on. There was that big white wording he threw up at the top again, and it says...
Yeah, you're back too far still. I don't think it's back.
Skipping over that. Hold on. Maybe it's right past this then. Quiet. It was before that. Hang on. What's going on? I don't want to have to go backwards and re-listen to it again. It was
Start with that rabbit hole. Where it says rabbit hole, just start right there, and then we'll see how it goes.
All right. That's not the one. There was one before this, but that's okay. Hang on. I'm going to back this up just one more, Eddie, and go to right here.
And we all had different, very complex and amazing relationships with both of them. So it's going to feel different.
Empty.
Yeah, for all of
was
us.
just home. She just left on Friday.
That's the one right there. It skipped over it when I was doing the scrolling. Talking about the Range Rover now, and I've heard that Dylan went to see Kaylee and the new car on the 10th. There it is. Okay.
She left on Friday morning to go to a Pi-Fi party, and she had just bought a brand new Range Rover, and she contemplated all day long back and forth whether she should go home, and because she just really wanted to show it to Maddie, and some other friends and whatnot. And she's just like, Mom, I'm gonna go to the Pi-Fi party, and Maddie's got to see this my new ride. And I'm like, for sure. Like, I mean, it was nice. It was really nice. She just bought it that day. All her own. And I talked to the girls on she had a fun time on Friday night.
Christy doesn't say anything about it, but it's in I know I heard her say it in an interview, Eddie. I don't remember. It's brought up in this one, but I don't know where the hell I heard Christy say this. So maybe it was a different one, but still.
For what it's worth, I have no notes on it. I've never heard it.
I remember it long time back. I can't remember what we were talking about that brought it into question back then, but I think it was watching an interview, truly. This was November, you said November 18th.
The date of this interview, because notice Gaddy Short says it's been 5 days now since.
Yeah.
How y'all so that regardless of when the content creator posted it to their channel, it's that date doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
probably November 18th that interview.
on screen it said November 21st, but yeah, the 18th makes sense for when they did it. So yeah, gotcha. I'm gonna keep looking, and not today, but I'll keep looking. Or right now, I mean, I'll keep looking till I find that, because it's gonna drive me insane at this point. Because there's more than one source that has stated that it happened. Here's one, that other one I showed you, and I just want to see if it. I want to make sure it's not just a rumor, okay? Because I swear I remember hearing Christy say it, but I could be wrong.
Remember, I spent months, and I remember when I returned from like being gone for so long, and then you allowed me to kind of say my piece on your channel.
Right.
After being gone for months and months. And one of the things I said is, before I left, I asked people, what is the source of Kaylee being DM's +1? Where did we hear that? Does anybody have the source on that? And nobody was really able to cite that source. So I went looking and looking, and finally I did find it. So I was on a quest, just like you are, about this +1 source.
Part of it came from the memorial, from the letter she read. That was Dylan's letter she read at the memorial to Kaylee and Maddie and them. So that part of it, we can verify that. But I wanted to verify it coming from Christy as well.
Yeah. I did finally find where we all first heard of Kaylee being DM's +1, the source on that. And that is Truth and Transparency, a December 26th video. It is titled Backstory Bombshells, and the timestamp on that is 1 hour, 18 minutes.
What is it titled again?
Let's see.
Something bombshells, you said?
Backstory bombshells?
Bombshells, yeah.
Okay.
It is Kaylee herself was the source. She posted it on Instagram.
Aha. Well, that's even better.
She posted that on November 11th. Kaylee did on
Which is
Instagram.
the day after Dylan went to visit her, supposedly.
Well, it doesn't. I don't know if it says that, but it.
Well, that's the date. No, I'm telling you, that's the date that it's been put out in more than one source. That Dylan supposedly went on the 10th from the other clip we watched, and then the day was Thursday was the 10th. Friday was the 11th. That must be the day she posted that then. And that's the day that they had the party, was the 11th, or the dance. I'm sorry. The Backstory Bombshells, is that what you said it was called?
Yeah, and the date is December 26th.
Okay. Lena has so many too. They all have so many videos on this.
I think you might have to, on that one, go to playlists. Playlists might be what you have to seek. There's probably a couple hundred videos in playlists, and you just scroll until you find the one titled. And I don't even think they're even in. They're somewhat in chronological order, but it seems like sometimes kind of not.
No,
and I'm not
it.
sure. Yeah, I'm not even sure if they're in chronological order or in reverse chronological order. But I think you have to scroll a good ways.
I think I found it. Steve Gonsalves it's one of his interviews too. Hold on. The Backstory Bombshells of 1122 King Road. Let's see if this is it. And you said 118. Hold on. Okay, hang on.
Okay. So
Again, this footage is provided via Truth and Transparency with Ms. Lana. One moment here.
And why they didn't go to prom together.
Thank you. Hang on, guys. Lana has it paused for a second. It'll roll through in a minute.
Again, anything I've been talking about in the past hour, this is me giving you guys some receipts. That's how I roll. Take it or leave it. So here we go. Again, this is a post of Maddie's room back in the dorms, back her freshman year. But as you can see, that good vibes, that thick, okay, that's Maddie's. And that moves then into that house. This is Maddie's dorm room, her freshman year. And that's what then goes on with Maddie to that house.
Everybody has different opinions about different people, Walt. So I you gotta understand that, bud.
Days are back, and you know what that means. Happy girls, okay? This is the post, okay, from the fall that ends up getting Kaylee to comment on this post 25 weeks later, the last week of February, the first week of March, and saying, what does that mean exactly? No. But on November 11th, that Friday night, they had a formal. And this is what I'm going to leave you guys all with. They had a formal. And Kaylee was Dylan's +1. That is how Kaylee was able to attend this party, this formal. You guys have been hearing people talk about it. The Betty Ball. The Betty Ball was on Friday night. Okay. Kaylee, the only way that she could go to Betty Ball was if she was invited, because she's not in the sorority house. You're having a formal, right? You're going to bring somebody. How does that happen? Well, you have to be somebody's +1. Kaylee makes a post on social media, Instagram, on November 11th. And her and Dylan take a picture in their mini dresses and they post it. Kaylee posts it and she says that she is Dylan's +1. She is Dylan's +1 to go to the Betty Ball. That is the first time in its existence that Kaylee would have attended a formal event that was hosted by the Beta sorority girls.
In the memorial speech that Dylan had read at the memorial, Dylan states that I was excited to see Kaylee's new Range Rover when I went to visit her. Between that, the other clips I showed and what Lana's showing here, it gives you, there it is, okay? And there is an interview somewhere. I'm telling you that I swear I heard Christy say this. I know I'm not crazy, guys. I forget things that happened yesterday, not things that happened 2 years ago. That's my problem. But so yeah, there it is. I don't know if she's going to relate anymore. Hold on, I'll let it play out, and then we'll be done with it.
So I put a new timestamp in there for you in the chat.
Say again.
So yeah, if we want to read it for ourselves, we can see Kaylee's Instagram itself. Yeah.
1 second. That's all right, buddy. Appreciate you being able to do that. Where'd it go? 129.30. All right, right up here.
Is that she was Dylan's +1, and she makes it known.
Remember.
Kaylee says at Dylan's +1. And then Maddie says top 2. Again, this is the first time in 2022 that you start seeing, posts. And there's just a couple of them. But go ahead and check them all out yourself. Don't let me be.
And you can't because they're down now. The Instagrams are down now. But that's Friday, November 11th, 2 days before the murders. And again, like I said, Dylan says herself in her speech that she went to visit her, so on and so forth. What's up, Willie? And there we go, guys. With the matter of putting a bunch of different pieces together, we come to the conclusion that that's what happened. Thank you, Eddie, for finding that timestamp. 100%, buddy. I appreciate that. Any comments from either you or Jesse on this at all? I'm going to step away for about 3 seconds. I'll be right.
Eddie, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that you've seen the Steve G text chain with Brat Norton.
I have not.
You haven't seen that? I think that's done the rounds. It's pretty common in the space that it's been shown by a few creators. I believe I've seen it. But there's apparently another text chain just came to my attention last night when I was watching a video between Steve G and Howard Blum's assistant. And the way it was described is, and this would be old news, right? From whenever Howard Blum burst on the scene with his bullshit article.
Right.
So I think originally it didn't make a big splash because a lot of us didn't put a lot of credit into what Howard Blum was saying. But apparently somebody mentioned last night that it was Unfiltered Lucky that mentioned in retrospect, when you look back on that text chain between Steve G and Howard Blum's assistant, and then put it into context with the recent court docs and with Steve G's interview that we went over yesterday here with Dago, that it really some pieces fit together there. And I haven't actually seen it, but it's something that I wanted to mention to you guys. It's something that I think would be worth going over. If anybody could find it, that would be, it sounds quite interesting. I have no idea what's in it, but apparently it's some pieces fit together there.
What are we talking about?
A text chain between Steve G and the assistant of Howard Blum.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Did you see that way back when?
I did see something was sent to me via Brad Norton. Within that, yeah, I do remember pieces of that.
I think at the time maybe people didn't think it was real, or it didn't seem that significant. But I was listening to somebody last night that said, when you can put it in perspective with what Steve G said on Drunk Turkey and with the recent court documents, there's some info apparently there's info in there that really raises the eyebrows when you put it into context. And that certainly wouldn't surprise me, because with the recent court docs and with the what we're learning now, a lot of old stuff is gonna be like that.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's what I've been saying. And I've been kind of going back to, the first couple weeks, first month or so, and looking at things then and referring to what we know now. And a lot of it is matching back up, So if I could find where where that would be, we could review that too. That's a great point, Jesse. Thank you for bringing that up. Like I said, a lot of this stuff, this was a couple of days before that this all was pointed out afterwards, of course. But it comes back to, and it's been bugging the hell out of me. Why did you go as far as to go to her house to talk her into coming here for this thing when all you had to do was call her on the phone? And if you did call her, and Christy states in the video that we watched before that she bounced it around all day Thursday. Should I go back? Should I not go back? Should I go back? Should I not go back? As if she kind of didn't want to for whatever reason. We don't know, and then decided, sure, I'll do it. And I can show Maddie my new car and all that kind of stuff, which makes sense. But then now we do know that since she did do that, she never made it back from there, sadly. Harsh made a video about it too. Okay, Bombshell. Thank you. Let's see here.
Gaggle, if I had to speculate, I would say it is a newer interview.
Okay.
You're talking the Howard Blum assistant vid, or you're talking
the source
about
of
the plus one
hearing. Yeah, that DM drove to. What is this? What is the Gonsalves' hometown?
Coeur d'Alene?
Yeah. Rastrum. Yeah, I believe. I would guess if it's anywhere, it'd be found in a newer.
Well, I mean, I think we pretty much put it together based on decent sourcing, I should say. Okay, so Jules did something on it too. We also have another video that was put out by JLR did it. Dylan Mortensen spotted outside parents' home. Oh no, that was not that. Sorry. I think Jules did a video on it.
Why do the winners write the history? Because dead men tell no.
It certainly feels like there's an entire narrative with the plus one, the what did you tell Adam, the relentless phone calls to Jack that really don't fit with Brian. None of that points to Brian. It all points to a completely separate issue and which is part of the cover up, which there's the great efforts have been made to shift us away from that narrative. So that's probably exactly where we should be looking.
I can agree. This is Jules put this out, and Eddie, you might be right, 4 months ago. Which is definitely newer. So let me see if this, or wait a minute. Is the time date right? Yeah, hold on a minute. Let's see if this, because this is what it claims to be.
Had to get back to King Road. She just wanted to show Maddie her Range Rover so much. She wanted to show it to her best friend. Understandable.
She contemplated all day long back and forth whether she should go home, and because she just really wanted to show it to Maddie, and some other friends and whatnot. And she's just like, Mom, I'm gonna go to the Pi Phi party, and Maddie's got to see this my new ride. And I'm like, for sure.
But that made it seem as if Maddie would have been the first person in that area, in the college area, from the King Roadhouse, from that whole life of Kaylee's over there, to even seen the Range Rover. Well, I'm glad that Heather did this video because I had never heard this before.
When I went to see her and she had a brand new Range Rover, I remember just thinking, holy crap, Kaylee, I'm so proud of you. And she was able to buy it all by herself. When I went to see her and she had a brand new Range Rover.
Now, maybe it's because I don't remember watching the full memorial. It has been well over 2 years since this actually came.
Kaylee bought the Range Rover on the 10th, Thursday. Dylan was there on Friday. No. Yeah, the timeline was Kaylee bought the vehicle on Wednesday. Or no, she bought it that Thursday. Dylan shows up on the 10th, I think it stated, and then she goes back and they go to the dance. So there we go. I'm sorry, guys. I got the timeline screwed up. So she clearly states it in the memorial speech that she put out when I went back to visit Kaylee, I was excited and happy for her to see the Range Rover. There it was. And the sources are Kaylee and Dylan themselves, in a sense, guys. So you can't go wrong with that. Kaylee posted it to Instagram, and Dylan states it in her memorial letter. So there it is. And they weren't that close from what we all understand. I think it was on Thursday. Bombshell's right. Okay. And then the Friday was the dance. There we go. My apologies. So she may have bought the Range Rover Wednesday, then Thursday, then Friday. There we go. Okay. Anyway, so there's that. Now, okay, I think, and I'm pretty sure that we're solid on that now. With what Jesse's saying, though, where were the sources for what you're talking about, Jesse? Do you remember?
I do not remember. Somebody mentioned something about where it was to be found. I don't. Maybe whoever said that, and they said Harsh Reality covered it. I don't know if they were talking about that or if they were talking about this particular thing.
They said Harsh covered the texts. Yeah, and that's it. For those of you in the chat that don't, Dylan and Kaylee weren't close at all. From what we've all found out over the past couple of years, there was no, they weren't really close. They were in two different circles of friends. So
somebody mentioned that they might be all part of the same dump of the Brat Norton. So it might be just mixed in with the Brat Norton text. I don't really remember it that way, but
I don't think so either. Let me see.
I was talking to Twiz, and he said he has them. Let me ask him.
I'm sure he does.
So are we in agreement that we found the source? The source being that the letter that was supposedly DMs.
It was written by Dylan and Bethany. They gave statements for the memorial. I mean,
that's the source. And
right? The other part of it would be Kaylee's Instagram stating that actually happened. So
okay. So
I mean,
the one can be taken as factual, Kaylee's Instagram, and the other one is definitely hearsay.
Of course,
it would not be allowable in court. Take that for what you will, but there's a reason for that because there's no way to confirm it. We can't run too far with it. We don't even know if that was what Dylan wrote that was read at that memorial or if that was written for her.
Well, like I said, if we're to take it for what it is, then yes, we'd have to go with what you just said. And then in turn, we hear that happened, and then we see that Kaylee went. So I don't know. You take it for what it is, I guess, and you either go with it or you don't. I don't know. If we're gonna be in a court of law, you're right. It would never hold up because it's hearsay. But the fact that we saw that Kaylee went says something. But it doesn't mean that Dylan went there. It just means that she agreed to go there, whether it be a phone call or if she went there. We don't know for a fact which way it was done, or both. Okay.
True.
And I mean, I don't know.
Common theme throughout this entire thing. None of us really know.
That's
the only thing I'm certain of is that we're being lied to.
Yes.
And that's what I was going to say is we've been lied to many times. So who knows? Now, everything I've found via these text messages is basically stating that Steve is saying that Howard lied, that there were many things that were lied about that aren't true. But again, what are we to believe, you guys? You want to believe certain things. There's a video out there that Harsh put out, states that Steve tells all, says that he's calling Bloom a liar, that, and I can see how this could go down. Steve Gonsalves in a new text about Howard Bloom. Then right thereafter, Steve comes back and says, well, he lied. I never said any of that stuff. But I saw text messaging between somebody and him that was sent to me. Okay, it was through Facebook. Now, we also do know that people can create their own stuff, okay, nowadays. Whether that happened or not happened, I don't know. But I've seen some things, and I've had proof sent to me, if I were to believe that there was conversations between the two. Yeah, the Facebook post between Brett and Gonzo, that's Steve. And I think I showed those to you guys at some point a long time ago. So, and then Steve says none of that was true. What are we supposed to think at this point?
Is it possible that Brat Norton was pretending to be Howard Blum's assistant, or is there actually a separate chain of texts with the real assistant?
What you just said could be. I was told personally by her that she was working alongside with Bloom.
So there is no third person. It's just Brat Norton, and
Bloom never told me. She told me. So yes.
Mm-hmm.
And you take that for what it should. You know what I mean, Jesse? You have to take it for what it is. Is it believable? It wasn't. But then I was sent text messaging between her and Gonzo. Okay, you got me, and I seen it clearly. And at that point, then what do you think? You know what I'm saying? But does that say that she's working with him, or is it she sending him these things to try to get him to work with her? I don't know. That's where that comes from. You know what I mean? So I just kind of stepped back from that and said, okay.
No, I remember. I think that whole text exchange was so shady that you didn't want to give it the light of day.
Exactly.
But when it was mentioned yesterday when I was watching Unfiltered Lucky, he said that, looking back in retrospect, so a lot of the stuff fits, and a lot of stuff that we wouldn't give the light of day is starting to fit more like that as well.
Just as much as this stuff from WSU Mom Kim, a lot of us step back and say, well, okay, you say what you say. We don't know. You can't prove that to us. And then this other stuff unfolds, and we're like, well, maybe then, a year and a half later. So it's interesting. If all that stuff is coming to play now, and it is something that we see that could work, you got to kind of think about all of it then, in my opinion.
The complications throughout this entire thing is, again, everyone's mindset, because everyone runs with a different set of facts.
Mm-hmm.
It always brings me back to what I always try to impress is, what can we use as facts? What are the literal sources that we can trust in this case? What do we believe? And I've actually got a list. It's not a comprehensive list.
Of course.
But just to entertain some of them, I think it's worth listing a few, so you guys can reflect in your own minds, throughout time. Have you used this as your source of facts? What about the PCA?
I can imagine if you have a list, Eddie, it must have a lot of big X's on it of stuff that had to get crossed out.
Oh, they're all crossed out. Yeah.
Yeah. That's facts,
So mainstream media, Linda Lane, security camera, the private driver talking on the phone to News Nation.
Right.
Howard Blum, the sidewalk security video, the corner club picture.
Somebody called me claiming to be very close friends with the private driver and telling me who they really are and what the scenario is, and then turn to find out that maybe not be true, and it's somebody else completely different. I mean, there's so many different things that have happened throughout this. You're right, Eddie.
There's
can we even confirm that what did you tell Adam is factual? I mean, there's a video and it's hard to hear exactly what they're saying. I think it's pretty clear that they said, what did you tell Adam? But there was a lot of speculation. I told him everything. They're going to get you for this. But some people say that's not factual. That's too much. Too much guesswork.
Yeah, me personally, I never heard him say a word. I couldn't understand what he said. All I heard clearly was, "What did you say to Adam?" in a exasperated, agitated voice, and I hear the response being, "I told Adam everything." That's all I heard clearly. Everything else you have to say is whatever you say it is. You know what I mean? So, yeah, and I agree with you.
Should I cover a few more?
Yeah, go ahead, bud. Sorry to interrupt you.
There's law enforcement / prosecution / coroner interviews. There's press conferences and press releases. There's body cameras that we all watched on various times and dates and places. There's the grub truck video, of course. There's family interviews and statements. There's, of course, many leaks by sources. And, of course, there's court documents. So even with the court documents, that's confusing because do you believe everything in every document? What if it's from the state? Do you believe it? Can you believe it? Now, just as a little experiment here, I have a letter that was written to me by Dylan Mortensen. And I could read it to you, but you wouldn't believe it regardless. And my point being here is that we all believed during that memorial that what we were hearing another person read is a letter by Dylan Mortensen, just because someone said so. And at the end of the day, if that letter was passed to you, all it would be is a piece of paper in your hand. You would have no way to confirm that that is Dylan's own writing or if that was by her. It's just someone telling you and suggesting to you that it was, and we believed it.
Knowing what we know now, it likely could have been written by Dylan's legal representation, if she has half a brain, or her family does. You muted, Diego.
Oh, always. I questioned that too because it was told to us at some point that they were there. If they were there, why did somebody else read for them? I don't know anything about that, but there was stated they were there. Why weren't, people were trying to accuse them of why weren't they there? They were hiding because they did something, blah, 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 that kind of shit. You know what I mean? But, if they were there, why didn't they read? It was stated they couldn't because they were too upset, which is understandable, okay? If everything that we're to believe is real. But then at the same time, again, this is all hearsay. So it's very hard to take fact for fact without knowing what fact is. So I don't know.
And pretty much the consistent thing is it's all been propaganda.
Yeah, a lot.
And if you think they're going to miss a beat and that letter read at the memorial is not propaganda, I think you would be misled and fooled.
Good point. I'm going to go digging, not right now, but I'm going to find something on those texts about Bloom and all that, see if we can find some factual information at some point, maybe later tonight or tomorrow morning or something. I don't know, but I do want to find that, Jesse.
Yeah, originally it was framed as Howard Blum's assistant, and I had it in my head that this is a completely separate thing from Brat Norton. But now that I think about it, it makes sense that she was representing herself to be Howard Blum's assistant, which is a bit of a stretch of the truth, perhaps.
Many conversations I had when Brat and I were involved was that she was working for Howard Bloom, trying to help bring certain things out because of partly the Paramount Plus situation that was going down soon, which did happen. She was in it. She interviewed on it and stated certain things, not a lot, but she was there. So that part was believable. But, then we got everything that came out from Howard Bloom. So I'm like, okay. And then she sent me text herself because there was a part where I was like, come on, are you telling me the truth? You got to prove something to me, Brat, because I am not quite getting this for what you're saying. And those were sent to me. And Gonzo was, he admitted to being Gonzo at some point. And so, yeah, it does happen. But it didn't say anything about those things there that you're talking about. And then he turns around and says that they were all lies. Is she the assistant or is she somebody like you said? You know what I mean? Where do we get that at? How do we get to that point? So there's been a lot of hang on a second here. There's been a lot of this. Stop it, both of you. Good Lord, these two all day long do this. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find, in particular, this one thing, because this is something that is documented forever. If I can find it, I think it's right here. And I want to see the beginning of the assertion as to what he states and how he explains why, and what happened here.
My name is Chris. I'm one of the pastors here, and I'm going to be reading 2 different letters, one from Dylan and one from Bethany. This is from Dylan Mortensen. Susanna and Ethan, 2 best friends but perfect paired together. They had this unstoppable, loving relationship. They both would look at each other with so much love. Everyone knew they were the perfect duo. They both had this fun, passionate, crazy, good energy. They both were the kind of people who cared about everyone and would help anyone. Xana was the life of the party. If she was there, it was going to be great. But Xana was so much more than a girl who could just have fun. She was strong, intelligent, hardworking, and a beautiful person. Xana was taking this math class, a class I was also taking, and the amount of effort and hard work she put into that class was the only reason I tried to pass it. She would constantly uplift me and tell me I could do it. Xana was also a very big people person. She could make a conversation with anyone, any friend and any parent. She loved the parents, especially the moms. Every tailgate, she would talk to a new mom, get their phone number, and text them. Everyone that got...
That's what we were told, Chris, but neither one of them stood up and read this. This guy read this for them, and the excuse that was brought for the reason for that was because they weren't able to do it because they were too distraught. Okay, it is what it is.
I could sort of see that.
Yeah,
agree. If you can't read off a statement because you're going to burst into tears, and I mean, I think that makes a little bit of sense.
Absolutely right. Welcome, Willie. Good to see you, buddy. And thank you, Hunter's Moon, for gifting that membership. I don't see who got it because of this being up right now, but whoever did, congrats. Welcome to the sauce. And again, thank you, so very generous of you, Hunter's Moon. That's amazing. I think it's the second one you've done today. Thank you so much again.
Got the chance to know her, loved her. I was and am so lucky to have experienced a life with her, as her being one of my closest friends. I didn't know Ethan until this semester. I wish I would have gotten to know him more. He was so sweet and loving to Xana. Xana was like his whole world, and you could see it in him. While Ethan was like a friend, he was also like an older brother to me. I got to experience what an older brother would be like. He was this goofy guy who I could make sarcastic jokes to. Every time I saw him, he'd give the sarcastic jokes right back. He was also loving to my friends and to me. He cared like Xana about everyone. He was easygoing and easy to talk to. I'm glad I got the time I had to know Ethan, and I'm so thankful to have gotten to know such an amazing person. I know somewhere Xana and Ethan are together, keeping each other company, watching us and telling us it's okay and that we have each other. Maddie and Kaylee, the inseparable duo. The 2 best friends that were like sisters. Maddie and Kaylee were like second moms to me. They taught me a lot on how to be a responsible adult, but also how to live life happy. They changed the way I look at life and how to enjoy life to the fullest.
Congrats, Cat Lady. Welcome back to the sauce. And again, thank you, Hunter's Moon, for that. Worked out very well. That's awesome. Great to see you, Cats Lady, again.
Maddie was the cute ray of sunshine. She didn't ever have a negative thought in her mind. I don't think I ever have seen Maddie stressed about anything. This happy-go-lucky kind of girl who loved life to the fullest. I got to know Maddie last year and loved her when I met her. And then I got the chance to get closer with her this year. I'm so lucky to have gotten to experience life with her in it. She had this passionate love for everyone. Everyone who knew her got to feel her love. She was so compassionate to everyone and wanted everyone to be happy. She got this new hot pink puffy jacket and wore it everywhere. She was a very big pink color kind of girl. She would do this cute little skipping dance every time I saw her. She just had these cute little mannerisms that I loved. She was such a beautiful person inside and out. She had pretty much her whole life together. I missed seeing her little dances when we would go out and seeing her laugh and smile. I loved seeing her smile because when she would smile, you could see her eyes and her little button nose smile too. And Kaylee was one of the most hardworking, strong, driven people I have ever met. If she wanted to do something, she'd work for it. She was the kind of person that I look up to. She, like Maddie, had her whole life together. A few weeks ago, she had bought a Range Rover all by herself. When I went to see her and she had a brand new Range Rover, I remember just thinking, holy crap, Kaylee, I'm so proud of you, and she was able to buy it all by herself.
And a few weeks ago when I went to see her, and there it is. I mean, like I said, like Eddie said, we don't know 100% that Dylan wrote this. I'm going to imagine she did. I can't imagine somebody else writing it for her. But it is, you take it for what it is, you guys. I mean, I have a tendency to believe this, and I have a tendency to believe that, you know, she wrote this on her own and handed it off and said, can you read this, please? That's my thought on this. I don't see any reason why it would be different. So I don't know. It's whatever everybody thinks on their own, I guess. But then we see Kaylee's Instagram where they go together. I just don't understand, you know, I don't understand why I can't find the video, the interview where I swear I heard it. I swear I heard it come from the mother. So I don't know.
Dago, I have a quick question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Sorry.
So this pastor is reading both DM and BF statements, and did I miss the point where, I mean, did he start with BF statement and now has he announced that, okay, that was the end of Bethany's?
No, he started with Dylan's.
Oh, he started with Dylan's and he's still reading Dylan's right now.
Yeah, there was a statement for each one of the victims, and he was reading each one of them. So yeah.
Okay.
And then the next statement would be for Bethany. You guys want me to continue on to hear the rest of this too, or did you just want to hear that spot?
Well, just that spot for our, you know, benefit, what we were doing.
What I thought, yeah.
But yeah, my thoughts again are just I nothing against DM or BF. As you all know, I'm you know, I got their back. I'm on their side, right? So I just don't accept it out of hand like that. In general, in life, my day-to-day, I believe nothing I hear.
I got you.
Half of what I see. And in this case, even less so, or if you will, even more so. However, you know, however, I'm trying to state it in a greater fact.
I'll say 2 years ago, going on 3, we believed very little of what would have come from Dylan or Bethany. Today, we believe even less than very little of that because of what we've seen. So, you know, and people can't be shocked over that, guys, because it's been brought on upon itself by its own doing. Excuse me.
But that doesn't mean we think they actually are responsible for what happened, right?
No, not
because a lot of people draw that conclusion that
course,
if you're not supporting them, if you don't believe them, you think that they are responsible and they're the guilty party.
No, I don't believe by any means that either one of those two had anything to do physically with anything that happened to these kids. I believe that one of them very possibly knows quite a bit more than what she has put out, and the other one maybe some of that as well. But that's as far as it goes at that point. But I do believe, I don't believe, let me clarify this. I don't believe that the statements that were given supposedly by Dylan are true. That's been proven. And I don't believe that Dylan created those statements herself. That's my opinion.
No, that's right. You're right. And I agree.
Does anybody want to know what I believe?
Yes, sir. Always.
I believe that both Dylan and Bethany are part of an enormous cover-up, but I believe also that Hunter and Emily, the other Hunter, Jack, I believe all these kids know something about some entity or some powerful force, whether it be mafia, a seller of certain substances, or whatever it is, something that's powerful enough that all these kids are frightened to death of said entity and are participating in a cover-up. And I think that's evident when you guys just broke down that recent doc and you hear he went to the kitchen to get a knife. I mean, you're called over for a drunk girl. You're going to get a knife from the kid. I mean, and that sheds the light on the fact that all those people that showed up that morning were participating in a cover-up. They're all keeping quiet.
To muddy the waters a little bit more, as Eddie would say, I like the way you put that, Jesse. Rory went to Moscow on foot and trounced around the city of Moscow trying to talk to different people. Okay, not everybody likes Rory, and that's okay. You know, people differ on opinions, but the fact is the man did it in real time, real life, on foot, and was live when he did it, so it was visual for us to see. And I was live with him a couple times when he did it, trying to talk to people in the city of Moscow about what happened. Nobody would talk about it. The man was kicked out of the corner club just for sitting there having a drink, being on a live stream with us. No, they didn't want him there. Absolutely, Kel. Thank you so much for being here. I hope to see you again soon, hon. Thanks for jumping in. They kicked him out of the club for no reason and said that we know what you're doing, is what they said. Anytime he tried to talk to somebody, they stated they either would ignore him, or the people that did talk to him said, we're not supposed to talk about this. We can't talk about this. That is one of the strangest things I've ever seen in my life. Okay, and it goes right down the hill and rolls right into what Jesse just said, in my opinion. None of them. Bethany was petrified to go back to Idaho. She didn't want to go back to Idaho. For what reason? They had the guy in custody. The boogeyman's been caught. What are you afraid of? Nobody else. Did you guys see interviews with anybody else? No. Then we had the interview with Dave, who was nervous about talking about this, disguised his voice, and then come down the road, ends up getting beat up himself. I mean, all of these little things put together makes what Jesse just said seem very, very relevant, folks.
Did he file a police report?
That I don't know. See, I don't know. And we don't know that that actually happened. I'm just telling you that's what was stated. That's what came out about it. And then he disappeared. Nobody saw him again after that. Nobody else could talk to him after that. He could just be living his life and nobody can find him, or he truly just went to try to hide out so nobody would bother with him. I mean, he even claimed in his interview that they're not going to be happy with him if they find out that he was doing the interview. So be it. So I don't know. We don't know. There's a lot of we don't knows in this. Okay. But again, going back to what Jesse said, if you're going into a house to check on somebody that's passed out from being drunk the night before, why do you need to grab a knife out of the kitchen to defend yourself from that person if they're passed out? Something's not right.
Again, their story just doesn't add up either. That there is nothing that should have led them to that conclusion that Xana was passed out. They offer no explanation for how they got to that point where they believe, that a few hours earlier she was frantically calling Kaylee and Maddie and they weren't answering, and she was, I believe it was mentioned in the text chain with Bethany. Oh, they're not answering. Oh my God. I mean, it's really clear that she was aware that there was this situation that was involving not just Xana. And so the idea that you're going to call 911 and claim that this is just an issue with Xana is a smokescreen. It's intentional. It's obvious, and it's dishonest. And and all the actions of all the people involved, would suggest that they were all aware. I truly believe they were all aware. Maybe they weren't even aware of who did it, but they were aware that that was what the case was. Yeah.
And not to mention the 911 call, when it was released to the public via Channel 4, at least, it was changed. There were things redacted from it. It was why? For what reason? I don't get it. And so yeah, all of these things. This is why we are doing what we're doing right now and talking about it, because of all this kind of stuff. Yeah, that was, I don't, like I said, murky. That could have been a rumor, but it was put out there that he was beat up at some point or somewhere. I think Kim was the one that told me that. Kim, WSU mom Kim, said you take it for what it is. Some of her stuff has come true, some of it hasn't. We don't know. Atlanta interviewed Dave, and as far as I know, still can have well, that would be great. That would be great then. That would make sense. And then obviously there's something else Kim was wrong about. So Michelle says, if you get a frantic call like this, doesn't make sense to grab a weapon that if somebody is still there, you could use on you. That's a good point. I don't know, you guys. None of it makes any sense. None of it fits in place the right way. But if you turn things just a little bit this way and this way, then it all fits into place. Or you add some things that we're not supposed to add, then it makes sense. You take out the things they want us to believe and add the things in that we do believe, that's when it makes sense. You see what I'm saying? So yeah.
And then you have to ask yourself why Steve is going along with this, because if all those kids know, I'm sure that he has an inclination too. And I'm wondering if law enforcement has put it in his head that that Brian is involved with this entity that everybody's afraid of, and you know, maybe as a contractor, or they sent him in, they sent Brian in. This guy's going to take the fall. He's the guy that did it. The other people are too powerful. We can't take them down. That's just a hypothesis of an explanation is why Steve is ignoring all these things, all these signs that are very clear to see.
It makes, bingo. Great question, Jesse, because if you can see it, and I can see it, and Eddie can see it, and Alicia in Bombshell, and Need Some Z's, and Simply Solo, and Musical Contessa can all see this, why can't Steve Gonsalves not see it?
Well, and he's very sure that Jack is innocent, and he's in that interview he talked about, I'm going to take him hunting, I'm going to take him fishing. And if he's that sure, then his excuse for being sure was because they could see he was rolling around in his bed with his phone, which sounded, they can pinpoint when Jack rolls around, but they can't pinpoint where Brian is. Right. I'm not a big believer in the data that law enforcement provides to what they can prove, especially after watching the Karen Reed trial, and they can't even figure out the correct time of a Google search. And so, I'm not a believer in that, but the fact that Steve G has certain, he seems to be content to clear certain people, and obviously it's his daughter. So what information does he have? Does he have more information that he's letting on, that he knows exactly why Jack isn't involved? And, this whole hypothesis about this scary mafia type scenario would be some of that information that he would know.
And that's what I thought, because that's how it brings us all. I think it makes us all feel the same way, Jesse. The mafia, the cartel, whatever it is that had this scary entity that has everybody scared straight, to say anything.
When I say mafia, I don't mean,
I know what you mean.
I mean like the head honcho of the town, whoever the biggest, baddest criminal in the town is. It could be simply a small town thug that just has a ton of respect in that town.
Yeah, right. It could be the president of the damn university, for all we know, you guys. And we know he's been involved from day one to right now. And that was a big influence on how this all went down, if you ask me. They needed, and I mean needed, a suspect in custody yesterday, okay? Because, as I said before, that the town of Moscow relies on the University of Idaho. The University of Idaho relies on the town of Moscow. They insulate each other, okay? Knowing that Scott Green was involved in every aspect, and Eddie, correct me if I'm wrong with this, but we've reviewed this already. Every interview every police interaction, Scott Green was involved in each one of those. Jesse, have you ever seen anything like that before in an investigation such as? Guys, that doesn't happen. Okay. So there's that too. Okay. And those things are the strange things that have everybody sitting back with their eyes squinted going, what? You know, something's not right. Period. You know, once again, Brian Koberger is not known to this area whatsoever. He's from Pennsylvania, for God's sakes. All the way across the map. He's closer to me than Idaho. Okay, Willie's from the area. They went to school, same school, all that stuff. Didn't know anything about anybody or anything in Idaho, Moscow, Pullman, anything. He goes there for schooling, and now all of a sudden, within a what was it? Let's see, 4 months, he's the main and only suspect in a quadruple homicide. I just don't see it. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. And everything that we've seen points away from him. So that's, I mean, no matter how many times we say it, it doesn't change.
I sort of, I have some sort of empathy for Steve, and I kind of, I feel for him. And he seems like, I don't think he seems like a bad guy. He might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but I want to believe that he honestly believes these things he's saying, and he's not trying to, he's not lying to us. He's just being misled. But it does sort of make sense in a way that, if law enforcement is telling him that Brian's affiliated with a bigger entity, that would explain why he's willing to overlook so many inconsistencies. Because in order for me to believe that Brian's got anything to do with this, you have to draw a parallel between these two things. Because without explaining, did you see that in the back chat that Twiz sent me?
Yeah, I got it up here already.
Yeah, that's what that is.
This is it. And this is before what was seen. See, there's Facebook. There's Gonzalo Gonzalez. Hey, Steve, someone on my TikTok told me you wanted to see screenshots of Pinterest for Costas. Same stuff I got before. Yeah, some pages were deleted. I am unsure why people aren't seeing all what I saw, but I find it extremely disturbing. When looking at whole picture, a lot about wiring and cloud security, I feel this is some form of communication for someone. Is this the first one showing up as a picture or video? It's supposed to be a video of it all. There you go, folks. Okay. And this is, this gives proof. He admitted to the name before and lives in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. There it is. And these are the same messages that I got before, way back in the day. So, thanks, Twiz. There you go. Did Eddie say something, or did he fall out? I got to ask you, Jesse. It drives me insane because I know that's a background for you, but does it really look like that?
I've only been to PP Island once, and I was only there for a couple hours. But yeah, this is supposed to be, I think, the lagoon in PP Island in the movie The Beach, with where Leonardo kills the shark in that little bay. It's a tourist trap now, and I don't. Even though I live in a tourist area, I don't do tourist type things. I try to stay away from all that and stay in local neighborhoods and just stay, because it first of all, they charge you double or triple for everything. So I'm not into that. And yeah, once you've seen it once, you don't need to see it again, kind of thing. But yeah, that's a real beach in PP Island.
It's gorgeous. That's absolutely beautiful. I love it. I love the colored water, the sand. It's amazing.
The company I work for told me I have to stop using that background in my videos for my sports picks. They don't like it, they say.
Well, I love every time you're here, I get to see it. That's all I care about. So, amazing stuff. Amazing. And the fact that you get to have that food at your disposal left and right. I love it. It's not called Thai food. It's called food there. I love that.
That's right. We call it food.
That's it right there. I love it. I have Bloom's book he released. Took time to copy for others. in acknowledgments, he mentions internet info from numerous sources, one being Brat, written in way that shows he was not working with her. Thank you, Piglet. I'd love to see the book myself. So again, she may have claimed to be working with him, and he wasn't. So there's that too. We don't know. And I can believe that, Piglet. I could, because of the way she was handling things, the way that she did things, and the things that she said. I think she was trying to work with him. That's what I think it was. I think she was trying to get into his graces to work with him, and it wasn't working out for her, and it ended up being a bad situation. Thank you, Piglet. I would adore you for that. Truly, I would. Thank you so much. Those kids died. I get it. I want to be alone in a room with whoever did it, but he also likes the attention and cameras. Let's call a spade a spade. Well, I can see your point, Sherry, and I know how you feel about him. I've seen other comments you've made, and I respect you for how you're feeling. My opinion has always been of Steve, and I feel that he's never been able to grieve as you should grieve the loss of a child, because he's always had his hand in the mix as per se, and been involved from day one, period. Okay, and in that sense, you can't stop and grieve the situation if you're physically involved, mentally involved, emotionally involved in the situation nonstop, multiple interviews, YouTube, and constant going and running your own investigation. And I think that's why he's come out the way he has. I'm with Jesse. I want to believe that he believes the things he's saying, but the way it's being presented, it's hard to believe those things. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. And I get it. What you're saying, Moonlit, makes sense. He's obsessed with it. I would be too. I would be
Without
too.
naming names, I think that the way Steve's behaving makes a lot more sense than the other parents involved. He seems to be the only one that gives a shit. And some of the behavior from some of them, publishing books, doing tours, showing up at CrimeCon, accepting awards from the university and scholarships in the family name. Let's give Steve his flowers, because he seems a little bit more classy than that. Even if we don't like some of Steve's behavior, it seems closer to what's appropriate for a man in his position than some of the other people involved, whose names I have not mentioned and won't mention, but very questionable, very odd, and really hard to believe that parents could react that way.
I agree. I definitely agree. Yes, I do. And Sherry, you're right, hon. I agree with you wholeheartedly with what you're saying there. Agreed.
And if you don't mind listening to some more of my hypothesis and speculation along the same lines of all the kids fearing the mafia or whoever it is or whatever it is that all the kids appear to be afraid of, there's one explanation I could come to of how parents would behave like that, and that would be if you had a kid and your kid got into some bad stuff, and then you sort of feel like you've lost that kid because he's thrown his life away with drugs or alcohol or gambling or crime or something got into something bad, and therefore you feel like he's detached from your family. That would sort of explain, almost like if you feel like he made some poor decisions and he brought it upon himself, that might go a little ways to explaining some of that behavior, even though I'm not endorsing that behavior and saying that that's appropriate under those circumstances, but it at least explains potentially why that behavior is happening. If I'm making sense, I don't know if I'm just rambling or if I'm making any sense at all. Yeah, I mean, and none of these kids seemed like they had real bad problems with anything. I mean, they seemed to be functioning and happy and having a good life, but that doesn't mean they weren't experimenting with things that their parents wouldn't approve of. And some parents might draw a line and cut a line if they think their kids are experimenting with things that they don't approve of. And for whatever reason, certain parents in this case don't seem to have any time for the trial, for the media, for being involved in any way. They're content to let Steve be the front man and do all the talking. And I just can't wrap my head around how they can do that, how they can just separate themselves from it.
Good point, sir. Very good point. And I'm on that same page you're on. Sorry, I'm trying to catch something that I must have missed it, or it didn't come through. Oh, there it is. Thank you so much, Sherry, for that. Just a little something to support. And I appreciate you so very much for that. God bless. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you being here every time you're here. Rondi Potter, welcome. Good to see you as well. Why did none of them test positive for drugs? Always thought that was curious. Well, because they weren't doing drugs per se at that time. And that's understandable. But it was clearly stated that when one of the interviews was asked that was there drug activity in that house? Was there drugs being sold from the house at times? Oh, absolutely. That's how it was answered. Why is that? That's not hard to believe. And these are college kids, guys. I used to go hang out at Ohio State University, even though I didn't go to the school. All my friends did. And I hung out there almost every weekend. And that's all I did was drugs and drink. It's a college, for Christ's sake. That's to be expected. Now, I will say my understanding was that a couple of them did not like drugs, but they drank. That doesn't mean there weren't others that did. Okay, it is what it is. That's not a shameful thing in college. It's kind of it's accepted. You know what I mean? And you're good, Rondi. You don't have to apologize by any means. That's a good statement. It makes sense. Okay, Murky. Thank you, hon. I appreciate that very, very much, actually. Gina says, could that be why Dylan visited? Which, did I miss something else you said, Gina, up here? Maybe not. I don't know, but I'm on the same page with Jesse in a lot of this. Go ahead, Jesse.
And I'm not trying to make accusations or state things as facts. I'm just trying to, as I said, Steve's behavior to me, while it isn't sometimes what we don't agree with his behavior at times, it makes sense. He's a guy who lost his child. He's acting out, and it's, we have to give him some grace because, he's gone through a lot. But some of the behavior of those other parents, I'm just trying to offer any reason to explain some of it, because to me it really looks odd. It really does.
I know I was at first, until I looked into it more, with the Chapin family. They didn't want nothing to do with the trial, the investigation. They stepped away, and I'm like, well, wait, don't you want answers? Realizing there's two other siblings, that part of the triplets. And then it was explained by, I believe, Ethan's father that, they're more of a religious type family. They have a background. They're based on some of what their religion believes, I guess. There's forgiveness and then moving forward. And that's the way they moved on, was by letting go of this, accepting what happened, and moving on. More power to you. I couldn't do that. Okay. I would want to know. And like Jesse just said about Steve, I would have been worse than Steve if this was one of my kids. I'll be honest with you. I'd have been up inside the middle of the Moscow PD's everything. Okay. And I'd have been very irate and angry and mad and just, yeah. So, I'd have been the same way, if not worse. I get that. But I do have other questions about other involvement, family members. I'm not downing or degrading anybody, being disrespectful at all. I have questions based on how things went down after the fact.
I think remaining silent is fine. And I would understand if they were just remaining silent. But they're not just remaining silent. They're profiting. They're selling things. They're going to CrimeCon. And why do you feel comfortable talking about it at CrimeCon, but not going to you don't feel you don't want to be involved in the trial. You don't want to show up and watch the trial. But you go to CrimeCon. You go on Good Morning America. You you're doing a book tour. So it's not that you're so upset that you need to step away. You're throwing yourself out there, but you're not wanting to participate to the level that Steve's participating. And I think what Steve's doing makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, no, I get it. And I see what you're saying. A lot of people have brought that to the surface about that scenario. They have different aspects and feelings about that. And I understand. I didn't know they went to CrimeCon. That was something I didn't know. And I did hear this too, that she did claim at some point recently that she may go to some of the trial. I don't know what happens with that. She became an advocate per se, which a lot of families do that. That's how they deal with things. Sure, I get it. And I know, I see what Jesse's questioning because of the way it happened. People choose to do things in different ways and grieve in different ways. Maybe that's how they're dealing with it. I don't know. I haven't really followed a lot of that. In fact, I don't think I've actually seen, one second here. I know exactly what you mean though. And I've seen many people question certain things about that scenario.
And their kids are still going to the university. They're still involved in the fraternities and the scholarship. And I just thought, like, Steve seems to have some distaste for the university, some distaste for the government, and he seems to want to hold some of these authorities responsible, even though his opinions have shifted from accusing them of wrongdoing to now sort of endorsing their narrative. He at least is asking the questions, whereas the Chapin family accepting scholarship, because let's face it, we've all hypothesized that the university's involvement in this has been inappropriate at best, and to be so close with the university that seems to be putting their deceased children second to the well-being of the university, that feels a little off to me. How about the memorial? Didn't they do a huge fundraising? They tore down the house and they had all this money to build a huge memorial. And whatever happened to that? The last I heard, they built a little bench and put a little plaque or something, and their big memorial garden that was supposed to be, all this money was supposed to be spent on this, never really happened. They just
they just graded over it and it's growing grass. So yeah, that's another thing. Thank you, Piglet, so much. I appreciate that very much. The only as far as the newest thing that I found, this is just from 2 months ago. And again, I'm not passing any judgment on anyone here, folks, just to say, but I do have questions as to why certain things were handled certain ways. It's not my business. It's just questioning. That's all I feel. But this is an interview. Oh, my God, with this is driving me nuts. I got to figure out why this is happening and where it's coming from. I cannot seem to find it. Bear with me, and I'm going to run this interview. Stacy just gave 2 months back about certain rulings. So maybe there will be more involvement. I don't know. And at that time, maybe that was why. But, I did question some of the stuff that Jesse brought up. And I was just a little put off, maybe. I was questioning it. But like I said, people handle things differently. So maybe that's what it was. So on 1 minute.
After an Idaho judge denied motions to exclude key evidence in the trial for Brian Koberger, we're now hearing from the mother of one of the victims.
Yeah, Koberger is charged in the brutal deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. And this afternoon, Fox 13 Shira Matsuzawa spoke with one of the victims' moms.
Sitting down with Ethan Chapin's mom, Stacy, she says they're blessed to have had 20 years with him. But they're constantly finding a way to move forward.
It's always kind of right at the forefront. So you have to learn to live with that.
Ethan, along with Xana Kronodal, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez were stabbed to death in an off-campus home in November of 2022. Just last month, attorneys for Brian Koberger, the man accused of killing the 4 University of Idaho students, filed motions asking the court to throw out key DNA evidence in this case. This week, Judge Stephen Hippler denied those motions.
How could you not? Let's be honest. How could a judge not allow DNA? I mean, he basically said it in one of his hearings. He said, it's admissible every day and twice on Sundays. I mean, and that's how we, it would have been, I mean, you would have had to have fought tooth and nail if somebody didn't allow the DNA in it. That's crazy.
The ruling bringing the case one step closer to the trial scheduled to begin this summer. A trial the Chapin family has been adamant about not attending in the past.
I just feel this impending storm that's coming. We are, reconsidering, whether or not we'll go. That is a very difficult thing to think about. But, if we have to go, I don't know who else can represent Ethan other than his family.
Until then, Stacy's focus is on Ethan's siblings, who are set to graduate this May. As a triplet, Ethan would have been alongside them. His legacy now helping others get an education. The family started the foundation, which has since awarded $55,000 in scholarships to 35 kids, all in Ethan's name. Shira Matsuzawa, Fox 13 News.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if they did go. It could be, it would be good. And she stated who else can represent Ethan other than his family. And I have to agree with that. I wouldn't allow for another family to do it. Not that I'm damning what Steve does. I'm saying if it was my child, I would want to be the one to represent and speak for that child. That's just, or that, that young adult. That's me personally. So
another thing I find strange about them is when Steve speaks to the media, Steve talks about Christy. Christy makes appearances with him. It's very much Steve and Christy, right? It's not just Steve. Steve's a little bit more vocal than Christy, but
totally, yeah.
he makes sure that he's representing his family, right? But when we hear from them, we only hear from Stacy. I know that the husband appeared in one, but he didn't even speak. She does all the speaking for him.
Yeah, my understanding is that he took this way harder than anybody and is not able, when he talks about it, he has trouble speaking on it. It was an article I read and somebody asked the same question. Why do we never hear from Ethan's father, so on and so forth? He did try to speak in the one interview and you could tell he was uncomfortable. So maybe that could be why, Jesse. I don't know, but yeah, it's a good point you're making. And that's the other thing too. Can't keep clean. Welcome. Good to see you. Steve have been talking to all LE victims, family survivors, going to blow up after the jury is seated and sequestered. Yeah. There's involvement, parental involvement, which I agree is important, but then there's like a line that probably shouldn't be crossed to some extent, because I think it can cause more damage to the case than help, in my opinion, is all I'm saying. He's an introvert, do not expect him to talk. I'm married to one. And yeah, and that's agreed. True. That's kind of what my thought was too, possibly. So I don't know. Everybody questions everything in these situations, folks. I've never really questioned too much with the families other than some of the stuff Steve says, because it's not true. And that's where the problem lies. I don't care. Like I said, more power to them, how they handle things. God bless them, because it's got to be difficult. I'd be handling things way differently. So that's just my personal opinion. And that's it right there. I don't judge any of them for anything they're doing. I will question when you're dropping misinformation, where that's coming from and why you're putting it out, but that's about it, because I feel like Jesse said earlier about Steve, he wants to believe that Steve believes all this and he feels bad for him, because I feel that he's being fed wrong information. In turn, he's giving these interviews and that's coming out, and that's not truly his fault. You know what I'm saying? So that's the part I don't like about it, is that I think he's purposely being fed the wrong information for whatever reason. And he's putting that out there thinking that's true because of who it's coming from. In turn, it's not, and it looks bad. That's the only thing there is there with it. But I don't judge any of them. I don't, because I couldn't imagine being one of them. Anybody that would have to be that person, it's horrible. It's just horrible. So now, one thing that I've been seeing all over the place that I absolutely can't handle, how people are running to and chomping at the bit for the surviving roommates. I don't like that. They're not victims of the crime. They're victims of the circumstance from the crime, in my opinion. Surviving, sure, but I don't believe that they're survivors in that aspect because I don't think they were targets to begin with. So you can't survive if you're not a target. That's just my opinion, guys. So don't damn me for it. I just don't feel that way with those two. I don't. Maybe one of them I could because I don't think she knew everything. I think she was fed what she was fed, and that's what she learned. That's my opinion, of course. But the whole thing that we've received recently is what I have issues with all that from. And it's a problem. It's really a problem. So I just don't know, guys. I don't know. Like I said, as far as the families go, I stay away from all that. That's their thing. Other than, like I said, the information Steve is putting out that's wrong, I feel bad for him because I believe he's being fed that. He thinks it's true. He's believing in it. And a lot of what he's saying is wrong. And I feel bad for that. I do. So, you know.
He does seem to know, though. Like, Steve seems to know that something's not right. He does see there seems to be some animosity between Steve and the university. The comment, I sent my daughter to school and she came back in a box. I paid for this. I paid my dues.
Well, the many faces of Steve Gonsalves, Jesse. We've seen this from the month of November of 22 to April of 25. Okay, many faces of Steve. You're right. In the very beginning, he was very angry with the university and law enforcement because he wasn't getting any. And see, that's where I've tried to put that together. He wasn't getting any information from law enforcement in the beginning. If you remember, he was very irate about that. You know, talking about, you know, don't make me be the alpha and do this and do that kind of the comments he was making was telling me they weren't feeding him anything that he wanted to know. He was running his own investigation. They shut that down.
It almost seems like they're playing him like a fiddle these days.
Exactly.
With, pumping up his tires, patting him on the back, telling him, "Oh wow, where'd you get that from? You guys are good. Oh, Steve, you and your private investigator, you guys are doing better than we are."
They're stroking the ego like you wouldn't believe to keep him over here out of their way, calm, cool, and collective, so he doesn't cause them any more drama. Now, we remember he was going to go speak with an informant of some sorts, and they shut it down and said they was going to arrest him if he did it. That's a problem, okay? That says something, and it makes me wonder, what is that serious that you can't allow the victim, a family member of a victim, to have a conversation with somebody? That's pretty serious to threaten somebody with the possibility of arrest on a situation like this. All right. But if you have, and you at that point, they already had him in custody. What's it going to hurt? Unless there's something there. See, that's a problem for me. That makes me go back to and think about that, you guys. Brian was arrested already. Brian was in custody at that point. And Steve was, all he was going to do was go have a conversation with somebody that claimed to be an informant of sorts and was going to talk to him about some stuff they knew. And they shut that down faster than you could blink your eyes and threatened arrest on that. And if you have your guy in custody, what the hell does that even mean? Take care, Alicia. Thank you so much. And enjoy yourself. You deserve it. I hope you have a blast tonight. So what does that even mean? If you, don't you take that as strange, Jesse? I mean, we have our guy. He's in custody. The boogeyman's locked down. So why can't he go talk to this guy?
What about Vargas, the DNA expert for the defense? She testifies to the fact that they're going through back doors and accessing people's DNA without the proper authority to do so. And the FBI shows up at her house and threatens her. I mean, there's a cover up. It's pretty obvious.
I absolutely and wholeheartedly now believe, seeing all these other things come out. Yes, sir. I agree with you. I believe there's a parallel investigation that was in effect at the time. Maybe still, who knows? And I think that anything that came from those two sources there could have caused a problem, and they don't want that out there. And that's why those things were stated. And why those things happened. It makes perfect sense to me.
Maybe they've told Steve that Brian is Walter White.
You never know. You never know. Yes, Rondi, it's in August as of right now. So yeah, those things make sense. All I want to know, you guys, truly, and I'm gonna have to shut down here because we're going on 6 hours. But all I want to know, truly, and actually, that's all this channel is based about. I think it's all most of us want to know is the truth. That's all I want is truth. I don't care if Brian did this or didn't do this. I don't care who knows what, who doesn't know what, who's involved, not. But I just want to know the truth. And within the truth, I want to know who committed the crime. I don't think we're ever going to know that. As I feel right now, I don't feel that Brian's involved in this now anymore at all. Now, at some point, I would have said, okay, maybe. And then I was thinking maybe he's with somebody else. And now, guys, after everything I've seen, I'm at the point now where I don't think he has any involvement whatsoever, period. Okay? That's the problem because that's who they have. And there is nobody else. And
they found a guy that's a good fit. They found a guy that's that's a little bit handicapped mentally, that doesn't have an alibi. That people are going to believe. It's going to be easy to make people believe this guy's a creep because he's a little odd. This fits perfect. Let's stick him in there.
Yeah, and at that point, everybody's just going to believe it. Nobody's going to care. Nobody's gonna question this. I don't think they counted on all of us, but so be it. Here we are, and nobody's gonna sit by and let this just go by after what we've all seen and been involved with, in my opinion. So it is what it is. Now, regardless, just like Delphi, they don't care. Where's Richard Allen? And we all know how that went down, and there he sits. Will it change? I hope, because I truly don't believe he had anything to do with that either. Okay, but it is what it is. So here we are.
Somebody said, "Do you really think they would frame an innocent man?" I will point to the West Memphis 3. Those kids went to jail for what, 15 years or something.
Yeah.
And at one point they were exonerated by DNA. Everybody knew they were innocent, and they forced them to plead guilty. They spent after they knew they were innocent, it took a year to get them out, and they forced them to plead guilty before they would release them.
Right.
It was absolutely criminal what happened to those kids. Damien Eccles is now has a podcast and is an advocate in some sort, but certainly if you're not convinced that they would frame an innocent man, just go watch that.
Go look at the Central Park 5. Those were kids. The Central Park 5 were children, and every one of them was found guilty of a crime they didn't have anything to do with, the sexual assault of a female jogger. And it was proven in the end that they had absolutely nothing to do with it. And they were children. And it happens because the story behind that one, if you look into it, there's a movie about it and a book. But if you read or watch the movie, because a police officer didn't want to be wrong, couldn't be wrong. It was a detective that said, "There's no way I'm wrong, and you're not going to make me look that way." And that's what they went that far with it to make that happen. That one.
Yeah, well, I mean, in all these cases, what you'll see a common theme is going to be a detective becomes a sheriff becomes a mayor becomes a governor. Everybody gets bumped up the ladder and promoted based on their good work in this dirty crime where they framed an innocent man, and that gets them pretty invested. I mean, your career goes up, you go up the ladder, you get money, you get promotion. You're not going to want that to be the result of a wrongful conviction.
Absolutely, sir. If you guys aren't familiar with it, let me show you just a quick little couple-minute glance at this. I may do it, even though it's solved, per se. I may cover this just because I want to show another full example of injustice, okay? And this happened ways back, but it's just proof, you guys, that these things happen and how often they happen and how deep they go.
The case of the Central Park 5 shook New York City to its core. Today, it stands as a cautionary tale of injustice, as Maurice Dubois explains.
Hold on. Jesus, I'm so sick of this. I don't know how to get rid of this. I can't find it in my system to get rid of it. I have a blocker in here and it's not doing it. I don't know. I did something wrong and I got to fix it. So my apologies, guys.
The antivirus is the virus.
Yeah, basically is what it looks like. But I have something that's supposed to be blocking this. So there we go.
Kevin Richardson, 44 years old. Corey Wise.
Raymond Santana. Yusuf Salam, 45 years old. Antron McCray.
5 men.
Now, before we go any further, look at each one of them, and that'll tell you why, first and foremost, they were accused and convicted.
Connected in a way few of us could ever imagine.
Is there a day or a week or a month that goes by when you don't think about the whole episode that brought you together?
It's every day, constantly. Probably my second or third thought.
Even our conversations is different. It's not normal. Our conversation would be about prison, how we had to survive in prison.
You've just met the Central Park Five, a name they came to share 30 years ago after a young white woman named Trisha Miley went for a jog in New York's Central Park.
It was a brutal attack on a 28-year-old woman jogger.
She was dragged down the bushes where she was beaten and sexually assaulted.
The attack was an outrage and became a media sensation. Investigators quickly focused on a group of Black and Hispanic boys who were in the park that night.
Police say the gang of attackers was actually just half of a wolf pack of some 33 kids that committed some 7 other muggings earlier that night.
We are announcing the arrests of 4 males, all between 14 and 15 years of age.
Let him through.
Eventually, the 5 teenagers were tried, convicted, and imprisoned for the crime they maintained they did not do.
All we need is for one to tie this whole thing together.
The story of how the boys were charged and years later cleared of that notorious crime is the subject of a new Netflix miniseries by the Oscar-nominated writer-director Ava DuVernay. What was your starting point for this story?
If you guys have time, I want you guys to watch this miniseries. If you get a chance, I'm telling you, you will thank me later. This shows, and I probably am going to do a show on it, Paula, how often injustice is pursued and how many people and how often they're wrongfully convicted and put in prison on a regular basis, folks. And that's why right here, we'll tell you an amazing story.
My goal was to humanize boys and now men who are widely regarded as criminals. And in doing that, to invite the audience to reinterrogate everyone that they define as a criminal.
The series is called When They See Us, and DuVernay contends that what is seen all too often in criminal cases is race.
I'm asking the question to everyone, what do you see when you see Black boys? And that's a painful answer because I know what the answer is for many people. It's exactly what these boys were called. Wolf pack, animals, criminals, so much so that they could be tossed aside on a case that was made from a complete lie.
Kevin, Antron, and Raymond saw you messing around with the lady.
Who said that?
In the series, as in life, only 2 of the 5 teenagers even knew each other. But during a
And that's the biggest part of this. 2 of these kids were friends. The rest of them didn't even know each other. And they grouped them all together and said they all did this together. And these were young kids at this point. A couple of them were like 10, 11 years old that weren't thinking about something like that. They were just running around playing, you know. It's insane. That's why I want you guys to watch this in such a bad
interrogation, they say police coerced them to create stories implicating one another.
Who are you talking about? The lady in the park. I didn't see a lady or hit anyone.
Raymond saw you hit her.
Who's Raymond?
The men who lived through it say the reality was even worse.
As soon as we get in, they separate us and they start working on us. And I'm hearing Corey being physically beaten in the next room.
Agreed, sir.
And I'm immediately beyond afraid.
At the time, my mom, she suffered from a stroke. She had diabetes and she left. That was their time to get on me.
And what happened?
What didn't happen?
We're 14, 15, and 16-year-old kids. Never been in trouble with the law, never had no police contact. These are seasoned veterans. This fight was fixed.
I just kept telling the truth at first. They asked to speak to my father. My father left the room with them, came back in the room, he just changed. Cursing, yelling at me. And he said, tell these people what they want to hear so you go home. I was like, Dad, but I ain't do anything. The police yelling at me, father yelling at me. And I just like, all right, I did it. And I looked up to my father. He was my hero. But he gave up on me. You know, I was telling the truth. He just told me to lie.
Did you ever?
And that's because they threatened his father with his past. And basically the father gave in to protect himself and gave his son over to them to do that, which is insane. But that's what happened.
Ever make peace with your father?
No. Didn't want to. My life is ruined. Why should I? He's a coward.
Let me tell you right now, Corey, okay? This is very, very serious.
None of the 5 ever admitted to committing the rape, but they did confess to being there.
You know that other people say that you did.
I know I did.
They blamed each other, damning admissions, even in the absence of physical evidence.
No blood on their clothing. The semen doesn't match. The DNA tests come back negative. There's nothing that links these boys to the crime.
All were found guilty. 4 of the 5 served about 7-year sentences as juveniles, refusing early parole because it required admitting guilt. But the oldest of the group, Corey Wise, served time as an adult. In his 13th year in prison, Wise had a chance encounter with another inmate that would change the lives of all the men convicted of the rape.
The resolution of this whole tragedy came from something that I don't believe is happenstance. It's a coincidence that borders on miracle.
Matias Reyes spotted Wise in a prison yard.
So just talking to me. Wow, you still here after all these years? I guess so.
They'd met years before, and he began to feel guilty that Wise was still in prison for a crime Reyes had committed.
He saw Corey and was like, he's still here? I gotta tell the truth.
Reyes confessed that he alone committed the rape, offering details about the crime that only the assailant would know. His DNA was a match, and the men were exonerated. The city of New York eventually agreed to a $41 million settlement, about $1 million for each year of imprisonment.
Did the money make it better?
We were able to relocate, put our children in better situations. Besides that, no.
No amount of money could have given us our time back.
Is there a life lesson for what you've been through?
Truth. I preach to my kids, just tell the truth, be true to who you are. Honestly, the last time I lied got me 7.5 years for something I didn't do.
There it is, y'all. That's what I'm saying. I mean, facts are facts are facts. And that was all. There was a female detective that was in charge of this, and she took it personally because it was a woman that was attacked. That came out later down the road that she had some kind of a personal experience or something, I believe. Right? Don't quote me because it's been a minute, but that affected her emotionally with this. And they, if you watched it, you'll see they said that it's based absolute fact to fact the way they ran this show. The detectives grilled these kids, and they spent all that time in prison for something somebody else did. 100%, and everything matched up with that other gentleman when he finally saw it. 100%, and it's just so sad to me, beyond sad to me. And no, those kids, because there were some things done to a couple of them when they were in prison that you can't ever change. Okay, so it's insane. It's just as much as Delphi. That's exactly what reminds me of Delphi, and what I can see happening possibly here throughout in Idaho situation now too. So we'll probably be covering that on my channel, guys. Is one of
I mean, I think it's going to happen here unless Ann Taylor has some something big. She needs something massive to prevent this from being the result of the Idaho 4 case.
And that's my point. Like Willie says, what are we going to do about it? That's the problem, Willie. What can we do except sit here, talk about it, and make awareness, bring awareness to it?
You try to embarrass them. You try to embarrass them. Try to embarrass the university. Try to embarrass Scott Green, Chief Fry, Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings. You try to make them, turn them into a meme. And I said this a month ago on this show, that, you know, eventually people like Candace Owens or Glenn Greenwald or actual investigative reporters with award-winning, you know, like a guy like Glenn Greenwald, I believe he won, whether it's a Pulitzer or whatever. He's an award-winning investigative journalist. You know, these people have a lot more clout than we do, but we could be the vessel that gets the story to them. And Candace Owens has already tweeted about it, saying she is going to cover the trial.
Good.
And she's already said she thinks something's rotten in Denmark. So you know, we're talking about channels with millions of followers. This is the last thing that the Moscow Police Department and Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson wants. And the more people like us that are out here talking about it and telling the truth about it, the more likely more people like that are going to start talking about it as well.
We're the little brothers and sisters of all these bigger, okay, but it nonstop. Keep talking about it. Keep bringing it out. Don't forget about it. Don't let it go, because that's what they want us to do, is just to forget about it. There's gaps, guys. There was a gap on this channel, Jesse. We went, I don't know, 6 months, maybe 8, quite a while without talking about it, because there was nothing new. And I told you guys that I would stay with this. As soon as new shit dropped, here we are, right back in it, full force, because you can't stop. That's what they want. They want us to shut up, accept it for what it is, and just move on to something different. We can't do that, you guys. That's what
the gag order was all about.
Yeah, right, exactly. And even Steve Gonsalves said he didn't like the gag order. Well, okay, you know, I do absolutely, Rondi, and I think Ian Taylor does as well. I definitely do. We've heard this. Take one piece of information that Ethan and Xana were killed simultaneously, meaning together at the same time. One person can't do that with one weapon. No. And that just feeds into why I believe it. I don't know. Jesse, you believe there's more than one?
Absolutely. I've never believed that it's even possible. First of all, what kind of cojones do you have to enter a house like that with nothing but a K-bar? You know, maybe if you're a special forces or a Navy SEAL, but if you're just a regular run-of-the-mill, you know, drug-using psychopath type guy that they're trying to paint him as, you've got no, you should, you know, he's supposed to be a smart guy. You got no chance going into a house with 6 people. And people bring up Ted Bundy. They're like, well, Ted Bundy did it. That's not what happened. Ted Bundy went into a house with only women. There was no men in the house. He knocked over a lamp. He had to run away, flee. He had to flee the house. He ended up that's what got him caught. So Ted Bundy, and at the time that Ted Bundy did it, Ted Bundy, I believe, was in his 30s. He already had several victims under his belt. He was an experienced, you know,
right.
SK
Ted Bundy is not Brian Koberger, and I don't care what people say. Willie, the link is in the chat if you want to jump up here, bud. You're welcome to. Ted Bundy, I've heard many of people say this. Oh, he's just like Ted Bundy. He's just like BTK. He's just like the guy. Listen, stop doing that. Every one of these people are their own person. BTK is BTK. Ted Bundy was Ted Bundy. The Zodiac is the Zodiac. Richard Ramirez was himself. Jeffrey Dahmer is Jeffrey Dahmer. None of these people are like each other. They may have the same qualities, but Brian Koberger has shown none quality that any of these other people have, okay? Nothing that would make me believe ever in life that this kid did this. It just doesn't match. I'm sorry. It is what it is. People believe what they want to believe. It's crazy to me. that has to stop at that point too. This is a young man, in my opinion, of course, that overcame a lot in his life, has some personal emotional issues, and he's not an incel. He's had girlfriends. Willie's talked about that before. There's other people that know him that Willie's friends with, that are friends with Brian, that were every interview with these people that they only found negative conversations that they could put out here to ride the propaganda train to make him look bad. There are other people that have said, that's not Brian. That's not the Brian I know. Brian wouldn't do that. Brian didn't do that. Brian doesn't act that way. Brian doesn't do this. Brian didn't do that. But they don't want us to see that, so we don't. You know?
Yeah, Sandra makes a good point. Yeah, and I think
Christy said that too, Jesse.
Yeah.
Is that the point you're talking about right there?
That's what law enforcement always says is, you know, there's always something connecting the victim to the perpetrator. And, you know, it's it's extremely rare for anything like this to happen. You know, and I guess Ted Bundy was just randomly picking people. But aside from a few cases like that, 99.9% of the time, when somebody loses their life at the hands of another, there's a connection there.
Right. And yeah, I agree with you, David, on that. And Christy, in the very beginning, why she only changed her mind when they arrested Brian, said she truly believes that whoever killed Kaylee knew her very well. I have a tendency to believe that as well. Okay. I have a tendency to believe that it may not have been a friend, but it was somebody that knew them, that was within that circle of people. That's my true feelings on this. If you this was all over the place too, you guys. Quinn says this type of thing, lawless government framing innocence, has been slithering for a long time. There is something so much more sinister. Oh, 100%. Thank you, Quinn, for your comment and welcome. This definitely was. It was too comfortable. It was too personal and too close to not be somebody that was known. Because again, if this would have been what we would call a mob hit or something like that, none of this would have happened. It was too messy, took too long, and left too many things. If somebody went in for that reason, a gun would have been used and everybody in that house would have been gone. Period. No witnesses, no nothing. End of story. Okay? And I do believe that it was done kind of sloppy, which tells me it was not professional. There was no way this was done professionally because it was too sloppy, in my opinion. So that's just my feelings on this, you guys. And I do feel that it was someone people from within that region there. Period. That's just how I feel about it and have for a long time. And I see, that's the thing. That being stated is another problem I had. The way that was stated, that she was punched in the face by him. To make that statement is very loose. Okay. There was a wound, a damage done that way, but we don't know if it was a punch in the face. It could have been a beanbag gun. It could have been a brick. It could have been something else. It could have been an elbow, a knee, whatever you want to call it. Or somebody could have taken her face and smashed it into something. I hate talking about this because it bugs me, but that could have happened. We don't know exactly how that happened. That's what I don't like.
You would have think his hands would have been in pretty rough shape if that was the case too.
Yeah, and there was no bruising on that knuckle in that picture the next morning that was supposedly taken. No cracks, no splits, no bruises, no nothing other than white knuckles, guys. So they want to use that photo. They're going to end up turning it on themselves just as much as Hitler is breaking their case down right now. Okay? Because that's what he did. So just saying. A golf club, 100% movement. And I said golf clubs, guys, 2.5 years ago. Most of you were in here for that. They took a set of golf clubs out of there and then never brought them back. And somebody counted and said one of them was missing, and I don't doubt that. I told you that could have been a weapon as well. I showed you where if you break a golf club in half, when Steve mentioned that they were large, deep gouge type wounds, break a golf club and let it shear and use that as a weapon and see what it causes and what it brings on. What's up, Willie? Good to see you, bud.
What's up, gentlemen?
Welcome back, buddy. So yeah, guys, there's many different things that this could be that nobody wants to hear.
You're starting to sound like me, bro. What's going on?
I'm beyond over it. Good God.
I told you this shit 2 years ago, bro.
2 years. There's your answer right there, Jesse or Willie. 2 years. It's been 2 years of this shit, and we're just over it. I
mean, it's been more, but you know what I mean. I was trying to nail it in, but everybody was giving me shit. I'm like, why is everybody trusting that they're just going to all of a sudden have all this evidence? But instead, it's been the complete opposite, where like their evidence is getting worse that they already had.
We're supposed to. Hold on. He did it again. Damn it. Moto Man again. Get 20 earlier and just gifted 10 more memberships. Thank you, sir.
Moto don't fuck around.
So generous. RT Traveler, David Roke, Soul Child, Calicat 9601, Christina MC, Nene TNT 50. Oops, sorry. It jumped on me. Miss Sandra, or what Sandra says, hey Willie. Lynn 69, Crafts and Crime, and Will. I think that's everybody. All of you guys, welcome to the sauce. We got 32 new members today, guys. That's crazy to me. Moto Man, thank you so much for that, brother. I appreciate that. So very generous and so amazing. God bless, bro.
My biggest fear is he didn't do this and going to be convicted. Well, that's what's going to. Listen, everybody has to prepare themselves for him being convicted here, because
Agreed.
I'm telling you, it's not going to be if this was a fair fight, in no planet is this person found, guilty. But you see what they're doing, bro.
I mean, I said this before. I think Eddie agreed with me too. I don't know, Jesse, if you made a statement on that, but I believe at this point, I almost feel like he's going to be convicted. Sarge said no, he doesn't see it. I do believe he's going to be convicted and have to go through the appeal process to get out of this.
Yeah, and a lot of what Ann Taylor's doing almost looks like she's trying to set it up for the appeal.
Absolutely.
I'm torn whether it's, whether she's actually got something that she thinks might, be the big reveal. She either needs a big reveal or she's just got to set it up for the appeal.
Right, and I think that's the Cyree affidavit is kind of our only hope per se. If there's something to prove this, that's the only hope in that sense, in my opinion, unless she's got something.
Either that or some really good alternative perpetrator stuff. But
yeah.
Anything that she tries to bring in, Hitler's going to block it. You can see that he's going to block and twist and put his thumb on the scale.
Yeah,
It's like Delphi, just like Karen Reed.
Delphi 2.0. Karen Reed, yeah.
Yeah, but at least, I mean, listen, in my opinion, if they allow half of what the hell they allowed in the Karen Reed case here, he's good to go, because they allowed freaking the Proctor stuff.
Willie, when you see the Karen Reed case, I mean, I watched that trial. I watched the entire trial.
Me too.
And when they were deliberating, I thought there's no way they can find her guilty. When you're hearing Brian Higgins say, "Yeah, I drove to a military base and I ripped my SIM card and
destroyed my phone,"
after that, and you hear Brian Albert say the same, basically, "Oh, it was my birthday, so I was going to buy myself a new phone."
Yeah, and then Jen McCabe, it's like, okay, if a suspect Googles something at a certain time, we're just like, okay, but if a defendant does it, the prosecution fights it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it wasn't that time. It was really at 6, but it could have been at 2 because she opened this window over here, and then
Yeah, right.
But the fact that it was a hung jury, even though that the jury had actually voted to acquit on the murder case,
absolutely.
But the fact that it was a hung jury, I think Bev, Judge Canoni, really had her thumb on the scale, and that influences. When they see her admonishing the defense attorneys, when they see her clearly showing bias toward the prosecution, that's got to affect the jury. And then there was the interview with that juror, and Turtle Boy.
I was going to bring that up. Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
That juror is, why would you think that, how could
Jen,
you possibly
Jen
vote
is a
guilty?
neutral. Dude, he said Jen was a neutral witness.
And he said his explanation was, well, she was there and he was there,
Oh my God.
And that was his explanation that Karen dropped him off at the house, so he was at the house. She was at the house, so clearly she could have hit him with the car. And to me, that just goes to show you how simple some of these jurors can be.
Oh my God. I couldn't believe it when he was talking. I was like, Jesus Christ. I wanted to ask him about, so then, does that mean you believe Trooper Paul too?
I mean, that guy, it's scary that those are the people that are deciding your fate, is guys like that guy. It's like, oh my God.
Amen, dude. I'm telling you, there should be a specific, I don't know, branch of something that specifically deals with this, and it's funded, and it's it made sure that it's all by the book, because our system's broken, dude. We need something new.
The
completely
system
broken.
is definitely
It's
broken.
beyond broken, Willie.
I know, but what nobody's doing anything about it.
Well, and but because we can't. What we're doing is what we're doing. This is all.
I'm not saying us. I'm not saying us here. I'm saying us as humans.
Nothing's happening, right? I get you. It just keeps happening again and again, right?
And
it's just, and I have to agree with this at this point, and we all know this. It's going to continue to get worse because just like a child, you keep letting a child stick their hand in the cookie jar and take that cookie. Word, they're going to keep doing it. You know what I mean? It doesn't change until it changes. So, tail light, exactly, Tom. But I don't know, guys. All we can do on our end is continue, like Jesse said earlier. We're the little brothers and little sisters of the bigger channel, and we're making this noise, and we got to continue making that noise until somebody finally catches on and go, "Hey, why are all these people saying something about this? Why are all these people looking at this like this? There's something got to be there," and they finally see it.
Well, let me ask you a question. What's the difference between killing somebody that you know is innocent, or a cold-blooded murder?
It's nothing. That's what I've been saying. If they can't prove that Brian did this and they put him in front of that firing squad, that's murder. Period.
Yeah. So who's the real murderers here? Is my question.
There you go.
I mean, they're like, it's him, and now they want to shoot him, and it's like, and even Steven is. I hate to bring it up, but I didn't like how he said it in his interview. He's like, I want him dead, or he's like, I want him killed, or how he said it. I was like, Jesus Christ.
He also shots fired in our direction too. He also basically said, if he ever runs into any of us on the street,
right,
it's on.
I mean, he said there's only.
Well, you better know how to throw fucking hands then.
Yeah. I chuckled at that.
What's he gonna do?
And the thing is nobody's doing what we're doing, and I don't know if I'm one of them or if I'm not one of them. I don't. It doesn't matter. I know there's a couple that he definitely doesn't like for a fact, and I get it, but they shouldn't be doing certain things they're doing. And the thing is, though, is we're not doing this because we want to be friends with Brian, or because we want to disrespect his daughter by any means whatsoever, or him. All we want is truth, and actually, truly, real justice for his daughter and the rest of the victims. That's all that we do this for. Not because of any other reason, you guys. It's stupid to me. There are some people out there that do this for entertainment purposes. He did bring that up too, and that's ignorant. It shouldn't be for entertainment. And he did make mention that there are some people that are really thinking that they're trying to put the truth out there. And I like to believe I'm in that boat. He may not think so, but I do. So, besides that, I think so too, Twiz, because I've seen certain things that he said and the way that it comes off. So that's a good point, and good to see you, bud. Thanks for joining us. So
is that where people are getting that? Because I've heard like a bunch of people claim that, but
Bob already kind of put something like that out there at one point. Yeah. So I mean, it is what.
Gotcha.
But the point is, like I said, if we just sit here and let this pass by, like the guilters are doing, the police arrested him. They say it's him, then it's him. Okay. No.
I've said in the past that when it comes to, just to give you an idea where my head's at, I used to believe in UFOs and aliens. When I stopped believing? When the government told me they were real.
There you go. There you go.
Yep.
Absolutely. And that's facts, folks. That is facts. And that's what it is, Mary. Justice for the Idaho 4 is what matters. Period. Nothing else. I don't trust the other two roommates at this point. I didn't really ever, but I gave them a benefit of the doubt, and now that's gone. And now, I'll say I got tunnel vision now, but that's all I can see. There's something wrong. This has definitely got corruption all over it. Okay. There's no conspiracy. There's no rabbit hole. It's right in front of our faces now. It's been handed over to us for us to say, hey, this is what
you don't need to. You don't need to, go down a rabbit hole for this case. To be honest, like you just said, it's right there, dude.
100%. Now, a year ago, I'd have said, well, okay, and we did. Willie, you've been saying this forever, and come on, bro, you know it. I know. We'll see. How our conversation went for a year and a half. Yeah, no, not anymore. It's what it is. It's right there. So. The thing is,
the skeptics have been vindicated in a big way in this case, and a lot of the things that were out of bounds, or we weren't, don't cross that line, don't talk about this, and now we still try to set lines. Don't cross that line, and don't speculate too much on this. And there was an interesting exchange between Kane and Eddie, and I love Eddie. Don't get me wrong. And Eddie was sort of lecturing Kane about, you're crossing the line of what you're speculating on is disrespectful. And I'm not going to say that Eddie was wrong. I'm not saying Eddie was wrong. All I'm saying is it's an interesting concept because, if you rewind 2 years when we were entertaining WSU, Kim and Dave, we were crossing a line to a lot of people that was disrespectful.
Yeah.
And now that line keeps on moving. So, what exactly is out of bounds? I mean, it's an interesting question. I'm not going to even say what I think is out of bounds, but there is certain things that I won't say. I don't think you want to try to attack the family or the family members or make unfounded accusations against people, But yeah, I mean, how crazy does a theory have to be where that theory is too crazy? Because the bar has certainly shifted and moved since I've started this.
Oh, absolutely, by leaps and bounds. Yes, agreed.
Yeah, but here's my thing. If you don't want people to form an opinion on a victim's family member that is suffering through this, then he shouldn't be going on everywhere and talking for hours and hours and hours. And, people are what? You don't expect them to be criticized from everything he said before, now, what it's caused. Come on.
Yeah, when there's misinformation coming out, of course they're going to say something because...
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like, he's supposed to get a free fucking pass because, he's no. He wants to come out, say, run it, say this, say that, run his mouth, say, these misfits and all this shit, and say Brian was a piece of shit, he should be killed, all this stuff. Well, listen, he can. If I lost a child, I would think, I'd want that, I would all that as well, but I wouldn't be going out and publicly yelling it every couple weeks when documents drop just to kind of get people's mind off of it. Sorry, I don't agree with it.
I can agree. That's a good point.
It doesn't help, dude. Has all these times that he's come out, right? Has it helped the case for the prosecution at all?
All it does is keep the propaganda narrative running. That's all it does. The guilty narrative, it just keeps people on.
But he keeps changing the narrative.
Oh, of course, but it still stays in the guilt. That tunnel vision. The guilt.
Well, of course.
That's all.
I mean, maybe he keeps on changing it because they're feeding him the information. And they keep changing the information they're feeding to him.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, if he's out, if they're feeding him information and he's coming out on these, he's on, drunk turkey talking about, he loves to talk. If I'm the state, I'm looking at that as we can't tell this guy anything, because if he starts bringing stuff up and then the state brings it up in the trial, if I'm Ann, shit, I'm playing back a freaking, live feed that 60, 70,000, I don't know, 20, 30,000 people saw that told 30,000 other people, multiply that by another 60,000. It's like, that's how fast, stuff can spread. And he's just out here winging it. Everything's, and it's not doing any justice for his daughter, I guess is my point, and that's what angers me.
But in a propaganda war, you feed him what you want to get out there, and you do it knowing that he's gonna go public with it.
But he shouldn't have to. If the evidence is there and he thinks Brian did it, let it play out.
Willie, did you see the bit where he was puffing his chest out and bragging about how law enforcement is amazed at how good of an investigator he and his team are? It really looked to me like some kind of reverse psychology, like they're really playing him like a fiddle, treating him as you'd treat a young child.
Yeah.
They have to keep him happy, in my opinion, okay? Because he wants answers and he sees things that are flying around social media. And I'm sure he's questioning, wait, where'd this come from? And what's that about? And he'll go to probably the state or law enforcement and say, hey, I just saw this, and this. What's that all about? Well, they got to keep him suppressed so that he doesn't blow up at them again, okay? Because he did in the beginning, and that's my opinion. Is that's what they're doing. Here, like Jesse said earlier, patting him on the back and telling him, "Good job, buddy. You're doing great." This and that, and everything else. Now stay out of our way so we can get this done, which is sad, but in turn, it seems to be that's what's going on in some senses. I think so.
Yep.
And there a lot of the stuff that he's coming out with. There's no way he should know some of that stuff. Now, that's what makes me wonder, is that real?
It's not healthy. It's not healthy for him to know that kind of stuff, dude. Like,
I don't know how he listens
telling
to
him somebody punched his daughter. Who's going to tell a victim's father that somebody punched your daughter? Who would tell him that?
Right. It's supposed to have come from the coroner, but you don't know for a fact that she was punched.
That's what I mean. Like, I don't know, man.
Cheers, Mark and Betty. Good to see you, my friends. Thank you for joining us. But that's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that he punched my daughter in the face. How?
Yeah, like what?
The coroner doesn't even know that.
Yeah, okay? a fall on the face compared to a stomp, compared to a punch. Like,
you know how anybody would know that for a fact, you guys, is if there's video of it. And I highly doubt there is. And if there is, there's a big problem.
Well, let me ask you this, dude, because somebody brought something up to me today, and I haven't dug into it yet, but supposedly in this last interview with Steve, he mentions cameras. Has anybody caught it? Anybody else caught it?
Are you referring to the stalking? He was there 23 times, and we have him
on camera. Something that like Jack or Hunter went out a certain way to not be on the camera. Something of that nature, I guess he was talking about in this interview.
Yeah, I think that was, we know Jack's innocent because we can the FBI can see when he rolls over in his bed. They can track his phone to a degree where when he tosses and turns in bed, they can see it. And then I think he started like using hypotheticals, like, I guess hypothetically he could have crawled out the roof and through the window and avoided the cameras, talking in kind of nonsensical terms, like, but and sort of suggesting like beyond that, other than crawling out of the roof and doing blah blah blah, he's innocent. And it was kind of a nonsensical way of that's how I took it, anyways.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's just like I said, he just loves to talk. He loves to put out information,
right?
Regardless,
I think that's what it is. I mean, I think that there's just things he wants to voice and say, and there it is. So,
but we remember that the Gonzalez family came out with the story about Hunter kicking down the door, and the door being blocked, and they were very adamant that the 911 call fit into the PCA.
Yeah.
And then they come out and they release it in its current form. I don't know how you reconcile that. Like,
it's on record
with what,
right?
I don't know how as a father you're listening to all these people that aren't making sense, and the fact that they're only concerned with Xana. Why isn't Steve saying, what do you mean, Xana? Why aren't you concerned with why is nobody asking about Kaylee? Kaylee's in that house too. You're sitting there, you're scared to death. People are going grabbing knives and nobody's asking about Kaylee. Why? You know, that's what would make sense.
But instead, he comes out and voices, his defense of Dylan. You can, see she was on her phone. She didn't know anything. Well, now we know that she saw something. So it's like, he's sitting here defending Dylan when this is the person that could have dialed 911 and possibly saved a life. Who knows? We don't. I mean, listen. Somebody can tell me somebody was stabbed 100 times all they want. Until I see definitive proof of that, right? This is all hearsay.
Of course. Yeah, and that's where I think some of that stuff is coming from, because he himself clarified in that interview that he's getting information from law enforcement and from the prosecutor's office and all the kids out here on social media. Well, I think that's where 90% of it's coming from, okay? That he's reading into some of these things from some of the guilters' chats and so on and so forth, and he's taking it as fact and putting it out there. So,
yep.
That's just an opinion I have, but who knows? I could be wrong.
That's why I'm hypothesizing that there's a everybody's aware of a cover up, and everybody. I mean the families, all the parents, all the kids have some knowledge of an entity that everybody's afraid of, and they're all sort of participating in the cover up.
Right.
And the reason that Steve's acting the way he is because law enforcement has convinced him that Brian's the guy connected to this scary entity, because I'm just trying to make it make sense, because otherwise it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that he's willing to protect Dylan and Bethany and listen to that call, and he's willing to participate in the cover up without somebody explaining to him why he explaining his motivation for doing that.
Sure. At one point in time, I remember an interview with them in there where, Christy doesn't want to hear anything besides Brian did it. End of story. And Steve, they asked him, are you willing to accept the possibility of other people being involved or something like that? And he said, oh, yeah, absolutely. That was maybe a year ago. I don't see that anymore at all. And I don't know if that's because he was forced to feel that way via, that side of things, or if it's because of what his wife believes. But why would you not be open to any other possibilities and just close yourself off to this one situation, knowing the situation itself? I mean, thinking about the situation that 4 people were killed, 2 of them were killed simultaneously. One person did this. I mean, what is this guy like? A Rashikaki ninja style or something?
He's John Wick.
Right. We know that he's not that person, guys. And not to mention he's got a physical and a neurological disability on top of it.
No, dude, he signed up for like a military thing once in high school. Don't you know? He's an Army Ranger.
Oh, boy. ROTC. I mean, yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's what I'm saying, you guys. It's ridiculous. That's all it is to it. It's just absolutely ridiculous. So I hate to do this, but we've been in here almost 7 hours. And
you're going 7 hours, bro.
I got to get out of here. It's just, there's been so much to talk about. We will be back here tomorrow. Plus I have company here too. So I really appreciate the conversation. Willie, I wish you'd have jumped in earlier. Jesse, thank you.
I had some stuff to do.
It's okay. It's okay. And Eddie, thank you as always. It's been a great show as always. Great conversation, and we will break it down again. And I know there's going to be more documents to come. Here we are. We're at that wall again, guys. Just waiting for more of this to return, I guess you could say. So I really appreciate you guys, everybody in the chat. You guys are amazing. And Willie, thanks again for your input, your insight, your feelings on this.
Always appreciate you having me.
Great to have you, bro.
All right, fellas. Have a good night.
Take care.
Good night, everybody.
See you guys. See you, Chad.
Thank you, and enjoy your weather and your food, your Thai food. But jealous.
Just food. We call it food.
That's right. I always appreciate your opinions and your thoughts, Jesse. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, thanks. Good night.
Yes, sir. Take care. And Eddie, always a pleasure to have you here, helping me reading and your thoughts, your feelings, your expression, every bit of it, Eddie. Thank you so much for everything. You're amazing, my friend. Absolutely amazing. And all of the rest of you are just as amazing. I appreciate you all supporting this channel the way you do, supporting myself and this whole community, supporting each other and what we believe, what we feel, and what we stand for. And that's truth, folks, and justice. So thank you all very much. God bless. Moto Man, thank you so much for 32 new members in this community. Anybody else that has donated to support the community, whether it be super chat, super stickers, memberships, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, whatever it is, guys, we don't ever expect any of that from any of you, but we absolutely appreciate it because it definitely keeps us going. And it keeps me coming to you every single day. The best people on YouTube, the beautiful people you are. Don't forget to love yourselves. Don't change a thing, again, because that makes you the beautiful people. God bless, folks. And remember, don't ever not trust in yourselves, because what else do you have to trust in? Much love, everyone. I will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim